Zhu Zhao looked up into the air, his eyes filled with scorn. Roar! There was the roar of a massive beast, and suddenly, a mighty figure appeared up in the sky. He grew larger and larger. His body burned as it was bathed in golden flames. Golden fire shot out of his eyes, melting everything in their path. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain frowned. He turned into silver light once again and then disappeared. An incomparably massive figure appeared. His eyes were burning with golden fire, and the temperature up there in the sky became scalding hot. The golden divine flames filled the vastness of the sky, locking down the entire area. There was nowhere that the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain could go. He can get even stronger. Futian looked at Zhu Zhao. Unlike in the previous battle, Zhu Zhao still had some more power left, and thus he could become even stronger. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were also naturally watching this scene with gloomy faces. The genius among them, Tanzimo, had once been defeated by Zhu Zhao, and apparently that had not even been him at his strongest. At that moment, it was possible that Tanzimo would not even be able to provide a stimulating fight for him. Thinking of this, the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace felt a keen sense of humiliation. The demon cultivators of the Celestial Fox Palace all sighed quietly. Zhu Zhao was truly worthy of being called the most outstanding genius of the Celestial Demon City. His power was genuinely frightening, and right now, he was simply astonishing. It was as if his strength had increased explosively. However, the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain was incredibly powerful as well. A silver halo appeared around his body, then turned into a pattern of light. Countless spears flashed into life and shot out in all directions, smashing into the onrushing golden flames. He looked at his opponent with his silver eyes. His face was a bit downcast. Zhu Zhao's aura was powerful enough to make him feel threatened. Whoosh! At that moment, Zhu Zhao's wild figure seemed to dance as he flew. His mighty figure spread out until he filled the sky, becoming one with the qi of the air. The great demon of Yingzhou Mountain roared in anger, and countless silver spears burst out from the halo around it, shooting straight towards the onrushing Zhu Zhao. Zhu Zhao flew upwards, and the spear of golden flames shot up from his hand into the sky, seeming like it would be able to tear right through it. The air shook as it flew through it. Many of the demon cultivators below them felt their hearts begin to tremble. Was this the power of Zhu Yin that they were seeing? It was simply astonishing. Whoosh! The demon of Yingzhao's figure flashed, and suddenly many reflections of him appeared all around. However, almost at the same time of that, the great demon of Zhu Yin waved his spear, and countless reflections of it appeared as well, waving just like the one that was actually in Zhu Zhao's hand. They shot out towards all of the different images of the demon of Yingzhou. There was no way to avoid an attack like this. The great demon of Yingzhao's face grew cold. Endless light of the great path descended from the sky and gathered up around his body. Afterward, they turned into countless silver lightning bolts that flashed downwards and smashed into the spears. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the lightning bolts smashing into the spears one after another rang out continuously. Countless attacks had been launched in an incredibly short period. All of the cultivators below were staring up into the sky. Their bodies seemed to tremble each time there was a collision up there. Bang! A figure was sent flying backward, and the spear went flying out of his hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The great demon of Yingzhou Mountain had been forced backward. An ugly look came over the faces of the cultivators from Yingzhou Mountain as they watched the scene. Many of them rose into the air. "You all want to fight together?" roared Lei Ming, the prince of the thunder gods. Suddenly, all of their cultivators rose into the sky as well. The whole area was covered in incomparably horrifying demonic qi. Up in the sky, the two figures were facing off. There was an extremely fierce look in Zhu Zhao's eyes as he looked at the great demon of Yingzhou Mountain up above him. The demon from Yingzhou Mountain's aura surged as blood trickled from his mouth. He had been beaten by Zhu Zhao. But Zhu Zhao's desire to let Futian keep the bone was nothing more than a dream. No one could keep it away from them. If Yingzhou Mountain had not had a bone just like it that had sensed this one, they would not have known that there was another one here. They had researched this bone for many years. Celestial Fox Palace had been so careless as to think that it was useless. Since they did not know, they had not sought out the bone's mysteries. You are Zhu Zhao. At that moment, a voice came towards them from far away. Everyone turned to look. They saw several figures flashing towards them, all with a pair of wings on their backs. They had come from Yingzhou Mountain as well. The one at their head had an imposing aura, much stronger than the demon from Yingzhou, who had been fighting Zhu Zhao's. He had an air of kingly scorn about him, as if he was the king of his clan. Behind him, two huge cultivators from Yingzhou Mountain flanked him to the left and right. Although no powerful auras burst forth from them all, everyone could still feel that this man had the air of a demon emperor. Who is this? All of the demons below felt their hearts tremble without stopping. He had a demon emperor protecting him? Who was he to deserve such treatment? Yingzhou Mountain was a top force in the demon realm. Even when its people were traveling, no other demons would dare to attack them. But he still had a demon emperor traveling with him. Why did he have such high-level protection? A demon emperor was someone who was at the top of the pyramid. For a junior to have an emperor traveling with him was absolutely astonishing. Soon, all the demons were thinking of a single person, the heroic demon cultivator who was famed throughout the world. That man from Yingzhou Mountain had personally come from the Celestial Fox Palace. Had he come for the bone that Futian had bought? This made everyone very curious. What on earth was that bone? Many cultivators flashed over from the Celestial Fox Palace. They looked up into the sky as they arrived. They all felt that this was a bizarre situation. The Celestial Fox Palace seemed to have truly made a mistake this time. They were responsible for identifying the treasures of the Origin Mountains, and yet they had not realized how special that bone was. And thus they had put it up for sale. There were several procedures in the Celestial Fox Palace. After obtaining a treasure from the Origin Mountains, they would first look it over to confirm that it was indeed an Emperor-level artifact. Then they would let the Emperor-level figures in their own clan look over it. If they thought it was worth a lot, then they would pass it along. This bone had only passed through the hands of a demon emperor and had not made it to the final step. They had thought that it was just a bone of a demon emperor that did not have any particular use. Now, so many cultivators had come from Yingzhou Mountain, possibly even all of them, and a demon emperor had come with them. Without a doubt, the Celestial Fox Palace had made a mistake. They all felt this. They would never have thought that there would be a moment that the Celestial Fox Palace had made a huge mistake. But there was a fierce look in Futian's eyes that everyone could not help but admire. The great demon of Zhu, Yin, looked at the one who had come. He had also guessed who it might be. However, he still spoke proudly. Yes. He had always wanted to see this legendary figure from Yingzhou Mountain. And not only him. He wanted to see all of the legendary figures of the top forces of the demon realm. This was the reason he had left Celestial Demon City and come to Demon Metropolis. He was without equal in Celestial Demon City. Those who were of a higher level than him did not dare to fight him, and those who were of a more or less equivalent level to him were no match for him. He was proud by nature and skilled in combat. Demon Metropolis was much more suitable to him. You should step down. The man from Yingzhou Mountain said to the one who was fighting Zhu Zhao as he stepped forward. His opponent nodded, then stepped to the side. Zhu Zhao looked up into the air. The one who had come was the most outstanding demon of the third generation of Yingzhou Mountain. He was being trained as the future king of the mountain. The most powerful blood of the Yingzhou clan flowed through his veins, and it was said that his power was simply astonishing. Thus, he had come with a demon emperor accompanying him. From this, it was obvious how much importance Yingzhou Mountain placed on him. He reached out with the silver spear in his hand. In a flash, a terrifying whirlwind whipped up, and the frightening power of the great path descended onto the spear. He stood in the middle of the storm like a demon god. He's so strong. Below them, everyone's hearts were trembling. This was the third-generation king of Yingzhou Mountain. It was said that the legendary demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain regarded him very highly and was personally training him. He was already an unblemished saint. He had just joined the battle, and already his power was clearly beyond that of most other unblemished saints. You are no match for me. He looked down at Zhu Zhao. As he said this, a storm of gray lighting whipped through the sky, and silver spears fell through the storm, forming a straight line in the sky. Zhu Zhao roared, and the golden flames swept out. However, his opponent broke out through the flames. When the spears reached their destination, they had formed a single spear that cut through the sky. Boom! The spear images pierced downward, but the figure shot straight through them. Spear after spear was broken. The other figure descended, and the storm fell with him, swallowing up everything. Boom! A terrifying noise rang out as a figure fell straight from the sky. Bang! All of the demons made way as Zhu Zhao fell to the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The great demon from Yingzhao Mountain was standing there in the air. There was no expression on his face. Given his level, defeating Zhu Zhao was not something worthy of praise. "What is the matter?" he asked. He was still not quite sure what had happened. A figure floated out of Celestial Fox Palace. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman of the palace, much more outstanding than the other palace woman standing around Futian and the others. When she stepped into the air, her every motion set everyone's hearts trembling. She looked at the demon from Yingzhao Mountain up in the sky, then turned and looked at Futian. She said, "Why don't you just leave the bone here, Lord Yi? A ritual implement of a demon emperor is not worth coming to grief over. It will probably not be useful to you at all." Futian looked up at the woman in the sky. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had seen here at the Celestial Fox Palace. She was perfect in every aspect, and her every motion left people in wonder. But Futian's gaze was still very calm. He gazed indifferently at the figure in the sky and said, "How do you know that it will be of no use to me?" Hu Qianmei, the lady saint of Celestial Fox Palace, looked at Futian. The treasure that Yingzhao Mountain wanted had been overlooked by her Celestial Fox Palace and was now in Futian's hands. But how would it be possible for him to put it to use? Futian may have known that the bone was an incredibly exceptional treasure, but if he tried to hold on to it by force and deny it to Yingzhao Mountain, it would be of no use to him. "I'm sure you must realize this, Lord Yi. Moreover, I have no ulterior motive in saying this. Giving the bone up and handing it over to Yingzhao Mountain would be advantageous to you as well," continued Hu Qian. How powerful was Yingzhao Mountain? What human within the demon realm, or even which of the powerful demon families, would dare to take something away from Yingzhao Mountain? Even though Futian had obtained it, how could he hope to hold on to it? Obtaining a ritual implement of a demon emperor would be the most useful possible outcome for Futian. This was Yingzhao Mountain allowing him to save face since they did not dare to steal it from him directly. But if Futian were not interested in their offer, then Yingzhao Mountain would have to stop being so polite. Everyone could see the prince of Celestial Demon City, Zhu Zhao, lying in a hole in the ground, spitting up blood. Yingzhao Mountain had not allowed Zhu Yan's family to maintain even the slightest bit of dignity. How could Futian withstand them? She had asked Futian to give up the bone. This would be best for both sides, and no one would be losing anything at all in this deal. "I should thank you for saying so, Your Grace." Futian smiled. He could see how valuable the bone was by how much the cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain desired it. It seemed that it was even more precious than he had imagined. And so, he had even less desire to sell such a precious item. Of course, he was at a severe disadvantage here. Yingzhao Mountain was far more powerful than Zhu Yan's clan from Celestial Demon City. Given this, if Yingzhao Mountain wanted to seize the bone from him here in the demon realm, how could he resist? "No need. I am merely speaking honestly. Do not blame us, Lord Yi. This treasure came from our palace, and you bought it at the auction, so we are at some fault here. But we hope we can avoid any friction," continued Hu Qian. Futian smiled. He looked at the great demon of Yingzhao, who had previously been beaten back by Zhu Yan. He said, "Yingzhao Mountain is so strong, and they say that I am not worthy of having it. Why don't we try this? If you can beat me, then I will give the bone to you, and will ask for nothing in return. If you lose, then you will leave voluntarily and not disturb me. What do you think?" The cultivators from Yingzhao Mountain stared at Futian. The great demon, who had been beaten back by Zhu Zhao, regarded him coolly, his eyes as sharp as swords. He wanted to accept and seize the bone for Yingzhao Mountain without any additional complications. But this was such an important matter that it did not fall to him to take responsibility for it. Even if he lost to Futian, Yingzhou Mountain would not give up their fight for it. The bone had something to do with a legendary demon. You fail to appreciate how much kindness we are showing you. He stepped out towards Futian. Silver light flashed in his eyes. It was dazzling to behold. Why did Futian think he was in any position to speak of terms? And by what right did he do so? If he wanted the ritual implement of the Demon Emperor, then he could trade the bone and have it. If he didn't want it, that was no concern of Yingzhou Mountain. The bone was Yingzhou Mountain's. He had no choice but to give it up. Although he had lost a little bit of momentum from his battle with Xu Zhao, he was still frighteningly powerful as he stepped out. Silver light flashed throughout the entire area, covering his body. A silver halo appeared in front of him as an incomparably sharp aura pressed against Futian. Bang! Futian stepped forward into the air, going higher and higher. The two of them rose at the same time. Mighty demonic energy swept through the heavens, and silver light filled the sky. Futian waved his hand, and suddenly, endless sword seals appeared all around him. Every sword seal looked like a sword that was swirling around his body. The shrieking sword chi produced an ear-piercing sound. The sword seals faced off against his opponent's spear. Go! The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain stepped forward. The silver light that was swirling around him transformed into silver lightning bolts. They pierced through the sky with incredible speed. Futian stepped forward as well, his sword while shrieking. His endless sword seals transformed into a river of swords. They slammed towards the silver lightning bolts. The two attacks clashed in mid-air, creating an astonishing burst of destructive power. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain's attacks seemed endless, and Futian's sword seals were as sharp as could be as they pressed forward with an indomitable will. Whoosh! The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain moved and turned into a point of silver light that pierced through the sky and shot towards Futian. The sword seals had already turned into a river of swords in the sky that swept out through the whole area. They shot towards the silver spears and crashed into them. At the same time, a brilliant divine halberd appeared in Futian's hands. He thrust it towards his opponent without the least bit of hesitation. His sword will smashed into his opponent's long silver spears. Although the spears were shooting towards him with great force, their strength was ebbing. At that moment, he saw Futian's halberd coming towards him. The great demon of Yingzhou Mountain did not try to evade Futian's attack. He still had extreme confidence in his power, and so he let Futian's halberd crash into his spears. In the instant that the spears crashed into the halberd, a terrible beam of light tried to pierce through the halberd and shoot towards Futian. But the beam of light did not manage to cut into him. Instead, it dissipated into nothing. And not only that, the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain felt his arm tremble and then shatter, and then it seemed like his whole body would do the same. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain was sent flying. He turned into a phantom that tried to flee, but Futian stepped forward, his sword chi shrieking. Endless swords of Cassipia split through the sky in an instant, covering everything in the area beneath them. At the same time, a great space-binding power spread out, and the whole area began to feel like thick mud. Futian pierced right through the sky, crossing a vast distance in a single step. He thrust the halberd forward yet again. Bang! This time, it was the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain who spat up blood. His very organs trembled. He stared up at Futian, who was standing above him, holding the halberd. Was his spear not as powerful as his opponent's halberd? Could this human cultivator really be so strong? Many of the demon cultivators did not know Futian. Of all of them, only the cultivators of Celestial Fox Palace knew a little bit about Futian's glorious battles. This great demon from Yingzhou Mountain had first lost to Xu Zhao, so now him losing to Futian seemed reasonable. Whoosh! Silver-colored lightning cracked across the sky. A tall and mighty demon appeared there, and he swept his cold gaze down on Futian. A silver storm gathered together. It cut down through the sky, destroying everything in its path as it descended towards Futian. Futian looked up and felt an astonishing power. The unblemished saint from Yingzhou Mountain had finally made his move. The unblemished level. He is already without flaw, thought Futian. He had previously defeated Xu Zhao with a single attack. This was not because Zhu Zhao was not strong, but because of the difference in their levels. The unblemished level was far beyond the true self level. The deed of thought comprehension flared to life and resonated with the great path. He pulled out his divine implement, the halberd of time and space, and poured his will into it. Brilliant light shone from the halberd. "Give up," spat the great demon from Yingzhou Mountain. A silver-colored airflow cut downwards from him. Futian watched as the airflow gathered together into a terrifying storm. His heart was trembling. The deed of thought comprehension shone as he stepped forward. He struck out with the halberd of time and space, and terrible light shot out from it, crashing into the silver airflow and destroying it. The unblemished saint from Yingzhou Mountain watched this scene indifferently, with no emotion on his face. A terrible power descended and gathered around him, forming a terrifying, destructive storm that put pressure upon the whole sky. "If you must fight, then even if you voluntarily give it up in the future, we will not give you a chance," continued the unblemished demon in the sky. His presence was overpowering. Boom! Futian stepped up into the air. "Why do you refuse to see reason?" The unblemished demon from Yingzhou mountainside as he watched Futian. The storm grew stronger and stronger as it wrapped around his body. Silver meteors rained down from it, each one seeming to have terrifying piercing power. But starry steels appeared all around Futian, wrapping around his body. Just as the silver meteors hit, the steels were cracked in the middle, making a terrible noise. The attacks were too powerful. An unblemished saint's might was unstoppable. But the light around Futian was endless. It seemed that it had not been extinguished. Bang! Finally, the figure in the sky stepped forward. The destructive silver storm descended, causing an apocalyptic scene. The whole world seemed like it would be destroyed in this chaos. He looked down on everything, including Futian. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out as his opponent disappeared from where he had been. Futian was flying up into the sky, piercing upwards as quickly as he could. The spear and the halberd clashed together. Boom! A wild airflow swept out as the two figures parted. Futian was sent flying backward and slammed into the ground with a terrible sound. The ground outside the celestial fox palace was shaking. The cultivators all around made way. Futian had fallen there, and his legs were slightly twisted. His halberd had plunged into the ground, sending debris everywhere. He stood up and looked into the air. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain had been knocked back high up into the sky, but he was evidently much better off than Futian was. The unblemished saint-level demon was the top demonic beast from Yingzhou Mountain. He had a very high status, and thus his strength was beyond any doubt. So, he withstood a single blow. All the cultivators around them were shocked when they beheld Futian's posture. Although he had been knocked to the ground, he did not seem to have suffered any injury. A saint of true self-level cultivator had withstood an attack from this powerful demon and not been injured. Previously, the prince of Celestial Demon City, Zhu Zhao, had been defeated in a single blow. "You are quite powerful." The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain stepped through the sky until he stood in the air above Futian. Looking down on him, he saw a burst of sword will shoot up into the air from beside Futian. The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain's eyes flashed as he looked to Futian's side and saw a woman there, her long hair flowing in the wind. She disappeared from where she had been standing, and a sword pattern appeared in the air. She wielded the sword pattern, slicing it through the air, seeming to ignore the distance between them. Humph! The great demon from Yingzhou Mountain snorted. "A human unblemished Saint Swordmaster?" He thrust out with his spear, and gray afterimages appeared behind it. The violent storm seemed to become one with the spear as it transformed into destructive light that pierced through the air. It slammed into the sword. Boom! A powerful wind swept out, and Yaya was sent flying backward, falling until she almost hit the ground. She stabilized herself, and her aura flared. Her opponent was still standing there, high up in the air. The wind and clouds danced around him in a roaring, destructive airflow. "My patience is limited," he said. The meaning behind his cold tone was unmistakable. He had personally come here for the bone. He needed to bring it back to Yingzhou Mountain. Who could stand in his way? Even with Futian and his pack of human cultivators standing in his way here at the Celestial Fox Palace, he would think of a way to get the bone. Are you still considering, Lord Yi? Futian, the saint of Celestial Fox Palace, looked at Futian. Her tone was a little bit displeased. Things had already come to this point. Did they really plan to resist Yingzhou Mountain so firmly? The question was, what could they use to resist Yingzhou Mountain here in the demon realm? There were two more Demon Emperor-level figures up in the air behind the Great Demon from Yingzhou Mountain. Of course, they would not get involved lightly. Zhu Zhao looked up at the cultivators from Yingzhou Mountain and asked, "Are you trying to seize the bone by force?" Then he looked at Futian with his fierce and powerful eyes. Will the Celestial Fox Palace support them in this? Futian frowned and said, "I just don't want this incident to cause any friction. It would be best if we could come to a peaceful solution, one that does not humiliate Lord Yi." Wouldn't it be a peaceful solution for you to ask Yingzhou Mountain to leave? From what you've said, it seems like Celestial Fox Palace is more keen to have them steal the bone, countered Zhu Zhao. Futian's face froze. Now that this had been said, how could Yingzhou Mountain retreat? Their strength could be seen at a glance. Futian looked up at the Great Demon from Yingzhou Mountain up in the air. Celestial Fox Palace made a gamble when they sold the bone. If you want, we can make another bet. How about that? What is the bet? Asked the demon. You and I will fight. If you win, I will give the bone to you. If I win, you will renounce all claim to it, said Futian. The Great Demon from Yingzhou Mountain looked surprised. Futian, a saint of true self, was challenging him to a fight. He had said that he did not have the right to risk the bone in a fight with Zhu Zhao, but he did have the right to do so for a fight like this. Moreover, he could not lose. He looked down at Futian a little bit playfully. Why should I make this bet with you? There was no need to speak of victory or defeat. He would certainly be the one leaving with the bone. Why should he make a bet? Futian had no right to speak of terms with him. He only had one option: give the bone to him. Fine. Futian nodded. He took out the bone, lifted his palm into the air, and opened his fingers. I don't want the artifact from the Demon Emperor, he said. If you want the bone, then take it from me. An interested look came over the Great Demon from Yingzhou Mountain's face as he watched what Futian was doing. This human cultivator was actually pretty interesting. If he did it this way, he would be losing a little bit of face if he just took it from him. He smiled and said, "Fine, I'll give you a chance. You may start first." Futian wanted to gamble on a battle with him? What did he have that could threaten him? Futian rose into the air, quickly reaching the higher part of the sky. But the Great Demon from Yingzhou Mountain was still looking down on him, and his eyes were full of scorn. He was arrogant to the extreme. Futian could use that to his advantage. Boom! The power of the deed of thought comprehension flared, and a halo of the light of the Great Path began to flow. The world tree life spirit within him began to create will. The wind blew and the clouds drifted by as endless will flowed out from him and pressed against everything in the area. Are you ready? The Great Demon from Yingzhou Mountain asked him. Futian nodded. I am. His opponent smiled coldly, then stepped down. In a flash, endless silver spears formed in the air and fell downwards. The whole area was covered in terrible destructive power. In the next instant, the endless silver spears shot downward like a destructive air flow. They cut through the very air itself as they were launched towards Futian. He stood there as if he could destroy everything. Boom! A terrible aura burst forth. Stars flowed all around Futian, and endless ancient characters wrapped around his body. His form resonated with the Great Path. As he stood there amongst a halo of light of the Great Path, he reached out with both hands, and a long staff appeared in his hands. He waved it around, and suddenly the air chute shook as the great air flow was destroyed. The endless stars and ancient characters shot out towards the oncoming silver spears, but they were destroyed one after another. The unblemished power destroyed them all. A terrifying vortex appeared in the sky with endless spears swirling around inside of it. Futian flew up higher, treading upon the air. His power was growing. When he waved his arms, the stars and characters around him moved with him, making a shrieking noise. They shot out towards the oncoming spears yet again. Read more chapter on novel full. Bang! The image of a staff appeared and all of the silver spears were shattered by it. A look of surprise flashed in the great demon from Ingzhao Mountain's eyes as he beheld this scene. This human cultivator's attack power was so strong. The power of his staff nearly exceeded Zhu Zhao's. Moreover, there were a lot of similarities between the two of them, although Yi Futian's staff had greater momentum. His expression did not change. He stretched out both hands, and suddenly countless silver spears appeared in front of him. Then, they all merged into a single spear, forming a mountain of silver spears. The infinitely sharp spears shot downward. The mountain of spears grew larger and larger until there seemed to be enough of them to cover the entire world. Their destructive force was extremely terrifying. All the cultivators below were looking up into the sky. The scene unfolding there was horrifying. It looked like a silver mountain was falling, but this silver mountain had an incomparably sharp aura and carried terrible destructive power within it. Boom! There was a great roar, and the air shook as the mountain of spears descended. It was traveling at an astonishing speed, and not only that, but endless silver spears still surrounded Yi Futian. Their attack power kept him hemmed in where he was, making it so that he had no way to evade the falling mountain. Even Xiaqing Yuan and the others looked worried for him. It was not that they were not confident in Yi Futian's strength. It was just that his opponent was so powerful. He was a top figure from Ingzhao Mountain. He was much more outstanding than people like Xingkai and the others from the Crimson Dragon realm. He was on another level entirely. He was truly a descendant of a demon emperor, and his strength was beyond any doubt. Moreover, he was at a higher level than Yi Futian. He was a demon at the unblemished saint level. Just watching his attack spells made them all feel a powerful sense of danger. Previously, Yaya had tried to attack him once and had been knocked back. It would be challenging for Yi Futian to defeat this opponent. Bang! Bang! Yi Futian struck out with his staff time after time with terrifying momentum. The stars and characters around him danced around the staff as it swung, containing the rule power of the Great Path. He was growing stronger and stronger. A storm whipped across his body. At the moment when the incomparably huge mountain peak reached him, he grabbed his starry staff tightly and waved it through the air. The stars became one with the Great Path as they slammed into the mountain that was falling towards him. A crack appeared as the mountain of spears was cut open by the staff. The starry characters wrapped around the spears, destroying them one after another. The crack grew larger and larger, inexorably splitting the spear mountain in two from the middle. The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain was still standing up there in the air. He could not help but look surprised when his attack was cut open. He reached up into the air and called upon the power of the Great Path itself. But at that moment, Yi Futian shot straight up into the air, moving at incredible speed. There was a loud roar as he shot upwards. All of the will of the Great Path in the area was gathering together into his staff. Yi Futian stopped not far away from his opponent. He lashed out with the staff, seeming to block out the sky. Huh! The great demon from Ingzhao Mountain frowned. He stepped through the air, trying to retreat, but at that moment, his brow furrowed tightly. The whole sky seemed to be filled with images of staffs, all lashing towards him along with Yi Futian's staff. That was the staff technique of the Great Path. Endless power was integrated into his staff technique. The whole sky was filled with them. The Great Path fell upon the great demon, and the whole sky was blocked off. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed that he had underestimated his enemy. When Yi Futian observed the 9 heavenly strikes all those years ago, he witnessed how attacks were made with the staff techniques. While he was unable to fathom the intricacies within back then, he had committed what he saw to memory. The moves had continuously gotten more powerful throughout the years through his training. At present, the 7th move of the 9 heavenly strikes was melded with the Great Path, crashing down with immense power. Despite being only a saint of true self, being melded with the Great Path at the moment meant that his attack would not have been any weaker than those of unblemished saints. With starry power and the way of entropy incorporated within his staff techniques, the damage dealt in an instant was nothing short of frightening. The monster of Ingzhao Mountain had clearly underestimated Yi Futian's powers. But then again, His plane and powers were laid bare for all to see, and few demonic beasts in the vast demonic realm were able to ignore the level difference and defeat him. There were few in Heavenly Mandate realm, including the human cultivators, who would be capable of pulling off that feat. As such, he never committed too much attention to a battle that he thought would be brief and have left little to the imagination. That, in turn, made it so that he was caught completely off guard at the moment. Its body sustained extreme pressures and might of the great path of space. Rumbling, formless methods of the great path fallen onto it before the attack even reached it, seemingly about to break through and ultimately squash its body. Terrifying, devastating might burst from his body, turning into a bolt of lightning and bursting through the binding of the great path, trying to leave the battlefield momentarily to evade the attack from the staff. However, the attack landed all the same. He knew that there was no escaping it. The grayish-silver spears around him turned into a vortex, sweeping out in all directions to destroy all other powers. Boom! Their surroundings rumbled, and a towering wave appeared in the sky, sweeping out in all directions. The ones watching from the ground were able to feel just how devastatingly shocking that strike in the sky had been. Their surroundings seemed to have been frozen over altogether. At that moment, a figure burst through and spat up blood from its mouth, and it was none other than that monster of Ingzhao Mountain. Futian's body followed, and he brought the staff down as he moved, but the strike was halted before it hit the monster. Boom! The monster steadied itself and saw that staff above his head, as well as the one holding the staff. The look in his eyes was utterly pathetic. You lost. Futian spoke, but his mind was rather rattled nonetheless. The monster had taken one such ferocious beating, and yet its injuries were limited. It was a testament to how overwhelmingly powerful that monster had been. If the monster had gone all out right from the beginning and gave him no chance, there was no telling if he would have won. Regardless, he had achieved his goal. He managed to provoke the other party to gamble with him, and he won that gamble. If the other party insisted on taking the bone, then there was nothing he could have done. In the demon realm, Ingzhao Mountain was still at the very top in terms of power. If the other party were truly out to lean on him, then he would have had no choice but to hand over the bone. Countless eyes remained frozen below, and hearts were racing. That human cultivator had won the gamble using such terrifying attacks, which were so overwhelming that they had subdued and beaten that monster. The mighty ones from the Celestial Fox Palace were extremely shocked. The monster was a legendary figure in Ingzhao Mountain and was a demonic saint at the unblemished saint level, after all. That one defeat made Futian famous all over the demon realm. While it was indeed true that Futian had been playing tricks, it was extremely frightening right from the start, causing his opponent to underestimate him and ultimately allowing him to finish the fight using the fastest and most powerful attacks. One way or another, it was still a testament to his formidable powers. One way or another, it was his victory and the monster's defeat. The people of Demon Metropolis would know soon enough that the royal grandchild of Ingzhao Mountain lost to a human cultivator. That monster's expression looked utterly glum, and the air was unusually silent. He did not respond to Futian. It was true that he had indeed lost to Futian. It lost because he underestimated his enemy. That human cultivator had been frighteningly powerful. Furthermore, he had decided to have that piece of bone to serve as a wager, gambling with Futian. That was because the monster never thought that he would have lost. He knew just how important that bone was, and it wondered if he would have been able to let it go just because he lost the gamble. Despite his status, it would still be difficult for him to return to Ingzhao Mountain without the prize. The air appeared rather strange at that moment. Everyone looked at the monster and Futian. Zhu Zhao looked at both of them as well. His heart was racing. He had not expected Futian's staff techniques to be that frightening. When the 6th and 7th moves were executed successively, the force was so great that they looked as if they were capable of killing gods. He wondered if Ingzhao Mountain would have still clung to the bone. You are clever. A voice was heard at that moment. A demon emperor in the air looked at Futian and said, "Of course, you are powerful too. Since you've won the gamble, we at Ingzhao Mountain see no reason to get in your way. The bone is of great value to us at Ingzhao Mountain. Name your price, and we shall exchange for it with something you deem to be of equivalent value." The third-generation leading figure of theirs lost in the gamble, and it was not in their place to just take the prize by force. That demon emperor would have lost face otherwise, and it would have reflected badly on Yingzhou Mountain as well. They were truly unable to give the bone up. They were there with a mission, and they needed to get their hands on the bone. As such, the demon emperor proposed a barter. By doing so, both parties would be able to settle it peacefully. Yi Futian would know what to do, no? The demon emperor was already letting him name whatever price he dared to name. After all, of course, without knowing the value of the bone, a human saint would not have been able to ask for something out of this world, regardless of how brutal said human saint might have been. There was no way the price would have exceeded the value of the bone. Everyone nodded deep down upon hearing what the demon emperor said. That was truly the best way to solve the matter at hand. A fair trade would have allowed that human cultivator to earn a great deal. The ones at Yingzhou Mountain would have been able to take the bone away, making it a win-win situation. Yi Futian looked up at the demon emperor in the air and asked, "Do I have a choice?" He won the gamble, and the other party was still reluctant to let the bone go. One could have only imagined just how important that bone had been for them. Yi Futian simply asked if he had a choice in the matter. The importance of the object held by Yingzhou Mountain was such that there was no way they would have exchanged it for something of equal value. That so-called barter was only a trick played, thinking that he knew little of the value of the piece and would not dare to name a price. It was just so that he was able to hand the bone over without looking bad doing so. Everyone was speechless upon hearing what Yi Futian just said, thinking that he was stubborn. The demon emperor made it clear that he would not let go of the bone. So long as Yi Futian was willing to agree to it, both parties would be able to settle things without looking too bad on both sides. What Yi Futian said right there, and then was indeed a way of forcing Yingzhou Mountain's hand instead. Everyone wondered if the demon emperor would answer yes or no to the question. As the supreme force in the demon realm, Yingzhou Mountain will not bully a member of the younger generation like you, and they will definitely not renege on a promise. Since the royal grandchild of Yingzhou Mountain lost, you're indeed free to choose. A voice was heard before the demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain, telling him to choose anything. Many turned around and looked at the sky. Several figures descended right away as if they had just shown up out of nowhere. The commotion was high, as 4 demon emperors appeared at the same time. The demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain looked at the demon emperors, who just showed up, and frowned, feeling that the operation would fail for the time being. A mighty one from the celestial fox palace emerged as well, who, too, was a demon emperor. That mighty one then said with a brimming voice, "All 4 emperors of Celestial Demon City are here. This is quite a scene for us today, at Celestial Fox Palace indeed." Father, Zhu Zhao, Lei Ming, and Tao Dai all called. The ones who came were none other than the 4 demon emperors of Celestial Demon City. The one who took the lead was of superior bearing and resembled Zhu Zhao somewhat. That was Zhu Yin, the demon emperor. While the demon emperor emitted no aura, the bearing of an overlord was unmistakable. The demon emperor looked unshakable, simply standing around and doing nothing. "What do you think?" Zhu Yin then looked at the demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain and asked. The demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain looked up and glared at Zhu Yin. Yi Futian beat the monster, and it was already a deal. With Zhu Yin showing up like that, there was little else the demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain was able to say to it. If Zhu Yin were to be caught in that affair as well, things would have turned very troublesome. Since the Prince of Yingzhou Mountain made that promise, we would, of course, see fit to honor it. However, after we report back, there is still no telling how Yingzhou Mountain would handle the matter, the demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain said in reply while looking at Yi Futian. Even if Zhu Yin were to emerge to vouch for him, there was still no way he could have just walked away with the bone. "No matter. Just head back and report," Zhu Yin said plainly, and then walked to Zhu Zhao's side while looking at Yi Futian. "Greetings, seniors." Yi Futian bowed slightly. "Yeah." Zhu Yin nodded and then looked at Yi Futian, saying, "I'm rather interested in the bone as well. Would you mind lending me the bone for research for a period of time? I would like to know what kind of bone it is." Everyone turned to look at Zhu Yin as soon as that demon emperor talked. What is Zhu Yin, the demon emperor, getting it here? Is that demon emperor trying to get his hands on it, or is it that he is trying to shake Yi Futian free of the trouble at hand? There would naturally be no problem if you want to take a look at it. Yi Futian nodded without hesitation, handing the bone to Zhu Yin on the spot. Zhu Yin looked at Yi Futian with a rather baffled look. He never expected that Yi Futian would be so decisive, and there was not a hint of hesitation seen when Yi Futian handed the bone over. Yingzhou Mountain had been so hard on him, and he still refused to hand it over. Now that Yi Futian was so quick to hand the bone over, Zhu Yin wondered if Yi Futian had ever been worried that he would have simply taken the bone away. That demon emperor smiled and took the bone, putting it away, thinking that not only was that young man superbly talented, but his intellect was just as astute. In truth, Yi Futian was very clear on what kind of a situation he had gotten himself into. Zhu Yan's objective aside, the situation at the moment was such that he would either need to exchange the bone with Yingzhou Mountain or take a leap of faith on Zhu Yan's word and hand the bone to the demon emperor. He might have ended up getting nothing in the end, but there was also the possibility that Zhu Yan was truly out to help him. At such times, he deemed it unwise to look hesitant. One way or another, there was no way he could have kept the bone to himself. Regardless of what Zhu Yan was up to, the demon emperor had helped him out of the predicament. The ones from Yingzhou Mountain aside, judging from what they pulled, he wondered just how many mighty ones throughout Demon Metropolis would eye that bone. If that is the case, I shall keep it safe in your stead for the time being. Zhu Yin smiled, and the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain turned glum upon seeing what happened. While it would have been easy to take that bone from Yi Futian, the difficulty would increase if they were to take it from Zhu Yin, the overlord demon emperor of Celestial Demon City. It was not something that could have been settled just by fielding several demon emperors to the task. Zhu Yin, the demon emperor, took a look at Zhu Zhao and asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard something was going on in Demon Metropolis, so I came to have a look," Zhu Zhao answered. "No problem with you coming here. Take good care of the lot of them, or I'd skin you myself," Zhu Yin said with an overbearing voice, causing Zhu Zhao to stare straight ahead. "Big brother here is going to take good care of us, uncle. You can relax," the princess of the Feather Men clan said with a smile. She was white all over, and her smile was pure. Zhu Yin clapped her shoulder and continued, "Especially her. If I were to find out that you let someone else out there bully her, you'd be getting it from me." Zhu Zhao bared his teeth somewhat at him, looking rather displeased. "Let's go." Zhu Yin did not care about Zhu Zhao's expression and walked away. The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace came out and asked instead, "Aren't you going to come in and sit for a little while in the Celestial Fox Palace?" "Nah, your place is beyond me." Zhu Yin waved his hands for a bit and said, "Best you people invite those friends of yours from Yingzhou Mountain instead." Yi Futian took a look in their direction before he turned around and left as well. "I'm so sorry, Sir Yi," Hu Yaoer said in a soft voice. Yi Futian took a look at her and said, "That has nothing to do with you. We'll meet again." He said this before he left as well. There was no way he could have stayed there any longer after all that had happened. Cooperating with Celestial Fox Palace was out of the question altogether as well. While it was true that those from Celestial Fox Palace were unable to keep the ones from Yingzhou Mountain in check, they could have at least stayed neutral, yet they failed to do even that. They were all eager to have Yi Futian hand the stuff over to settle all that commotion. It became clear that they were siding with Yingzhou Mountain. But then again, that was normal. He was only one human cultivator, after all, and there was no way he could compare to the entire force that was Yingzhou Mountain. The two parties were not even at the same level at all, and there was little to be said between them. Yi Futian did not let all that bother him, but there was no way he could have been friends with them either. After Yi Futian and the others left, those from Yingzhou Mountain remained glum. The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace came before the demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain and asked, "Just what is that bone?" If those from Yingzhou Mountain were to go to such lengths to secure it, then the item must be some extremely valuable treasure. The demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain took a look at the other demon emperor and answered telepathically, "Bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions." The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace shuddered for a bit. The aura around him flickered, and an extremely sharp look was seen in his eyes. They felt an extremely intense sharp pain in their minds all of a sudden. That divine elephant who served the demon monarch told in the legends? That divine elephant emperor of 10 directions? The demon emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace asked further telepathically. The demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain nodded, which caused the other party to shudder further deep down. Despite being a demon emperor, his mind remained extremely rattled. Just what have we of Celestial Fox Palace traded away? He thought. Did we just trade a bone of the divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions with the price of Saint Level? This is insane, he thought. If the matter were to be heard elsewhere, it would have ruined Celestial Fox Palace's reputation. The Celestial Fox Palace, which was known for its intellect, would be reduced to an utter laughing stock. That was the most powerful relic that they at Celestial Fox Palace had ever gotten their hands on, after all. While they had no idea what purpose it served, the item's status, which bore the name of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions, would have made it one of the rarest treasures to be found in the world. And yet, they just traded it just like that. That was done all because the Demon Emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace was unable to fathom its use, all because he knew that it was extremely resilient and nothing else. I'm reporting this to the Palace Lord, he said. If the Palace Lord were to punish them over this, then all of the ones involved would probably end up getting caught in the mess. You know just how serious the matter is then. Don't spread it elsewhere, or we'll end up with nothing in the end. Now that we of Yingzhou Mountain have become allies with you, if you were to be able to take the bone back from Zhu Yin at Origin Mountains, we of Yingzhou Mountain would definitely be sure to pay you guys of Celestial Fox Palace handsomely, the Demon Emperor of Yingzhou Mountain added telepathically. We shall talk further in the palace, the other Demon Emperor said. That mighty one from Yingzhou Mountain then shook his head and said, no need for that. Time is short, and we need to report back as well. We've come secretly because we did not want to cause a commotion. Now that we've failed, and the item has fallen into the hands of a very difficult person, things have gotten rather tricky, and we need to inform the others at Yingzhou Mountain. Sure. The Demon Emperor of the Celestial Fox Palace nodded, and both left. Seeing how the Demon Emperors talked in secret up in the air, many were curious as to what that bone was. However, none of the Demon Emperors obviously wanted it known by others, and so they did not voice their concerns. There was no doubt that it was a treasured piece, however, but then again, since it was now in the hands of Zhu Yin, taking it back would be difficult as well. Zhu Yin took his men and left unusually swiftly, coming to a peak in Demon Metropolis before long. There were many cavern residences for training. Who did you learn those staff techniques from? Zhu Yin looked at Futian and asked. I'm good friends with the golden apes at the lower worlds, Futian answered. The apes? Zhu Yin looked far away and added, some techniques you have. The Demon Emperor then took out that piece of bone and said, the bone is extremely hard, but it looks unassuming, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. No telling what use would it serve. No wonder those at the Celestial Fox Palace were unable to see what it truly is. Hell, even I wouldn't be able to actually tell what this thing is, thinking that it is only a very resilient piece of bone belonging to a Demon Emperor. Do you know what this is? I do not. Futian shook his head. Then how could you tell that it was an extraordinary piece and refused to trade it with Yingzhou Mountain? Zhu Yin then asked further. I have some special abilities that allow me to know this thing is extraordinary. And then, the ones at Yingzhou Mountain seem to be out to get it at all costs, so it would make sense that I actually underestimated its value, Futian answered. Zhu Yin nodded. Futian was right to have such thoughts. Judging by how badly those on Yingzhou Mountain wanted it, the true value of that bone might have been terrifying. Those from Yingzhou Mountain aren't going to just let it slide. This thing would be a difficult piece to keep around. Good thing that they thought that I'm the one holding on to it for the time being. You take care of it yourself then, Zhu Yin said as he threw the piece to Futian. Futian took it and looked up at Zhu Yin. Thank you, Senior. That thing was yours, to begin with. Did you seriously think I'd take it from you? Zhu Yin then said, before turning around and leaving, but don't let anyone else see it. I understand. Futian nodded. Futian held the bone in his hand after Zhu Yin left, heading into a cavern residence. The Black Wind Condor and Futian were connected telepathically. The bird kept watch outside and laid out sealing powers outside the cavern residence. It then sat around and looked at Kong Xian, who was not far away, and said, Princess Kong Xian, let's talk about the relationship between you and Master. Kong Xian turned around to glare at the bird. Xiaoqing Yuan, who was somewhere nearby, turned around and shot a cold look as well. No need to be shy, princess. I'm just to do you a favor as a matchmaker, as a way of thanking you for all you have done for me, the black-winged condor continued. You really have a death wish, don't you? Kong Xian quipped coldly before flashing and leaving right away. Xiaoqing Yuan continued to glare at the bird with cold eyes. The bird leaned around lazily and asked, "What is the matter, princess?" "I just think roasted condor seems like a good idea," Xiaoqing Yuan then answered coldly. The black-winged condor shuddered for a bit and glared at Xiaoqing Yuan, finding the woman to be very ferocious. This woman could never be the mistress, or I'd be in huge trouble, it thought. Futian sat cross-legged inside the cavern residence. That bone was placed right before him, and his aura was extended, shrouding the bone. Ethereal branches of the world tree swayed and tangled with the bone, wrapping it up bit by bit. At that moment, dazzling golden light was emitted from the bone, and it surprisingly merged with the ethereal branches gradually. The bone then fused with the branches altogether and was absorbed into Futian's body bit by bit. The world tree in his life palace swayed, and there was a piece of bone in the leaves of the tree. The golden radiance grew increasingly bright. Powerful might of the great path spread from within and grew in strength. The specter that Futian conjured with his will inside the life palace appeared, and it shuddered slightly, looking at the bone, finding the power to make the piece formidable. Rumble, rumble under the golden radiance. The life palace seemed to be rumbling and shaking. Extremely divine pressure rained down in his life palace, causing the whole place to shake. That bone seemed intent on breaking through his life palace and escaping. The world tree continued to sway. Branches all over the place shot out and enveloped the world of his life palace, stabilizing the place like a mountain. Rumbling noises continued to be heard even so. Boundless golden divine light burst from the bone. There seemed to be dazzling runes appearing and shooting out in its surroundings. The boundless runes then coalesced into golden demon statues, and elephant trumpets were heard, shaking the place and overwhelming the air about. The bone of a demon elephant emperor, then? Futian spoke deep down, and his heart remained shaken. Furthermore, the bone definitely did not belong to a common demon emperor, but one that was extremely formidable, one who was a cut above the other demon emperors. His life palace became rather stifled as the trumpeting of the divine elephants went on. The golden light also shone even more brilliantly, and a ring of light dazzled. A figure was seen appearing gradually, and it grew in size. The golden divine elephants then faced the direction of that being and worshipped. A huge, boundless shadow of the divine elephant emperor appeared in the world of his life palace. That divine elephant emperor looked incredibly majestic as it looked down on its surroundings. It was as if it was standing high up in the clouds, and it seemed able to subdue anything with just a single step. At that moment, Futian saw an image, depicting an extremely tall divine elephant emperor. Countless divine elephants worshipped it as it walked in the sky. Its thick, massive legs stepped down. It was easily able to reign supreme over a region. Thousands of demons laid prostrate on the ground as it walked, all of them worshipping it, making it seem like it was the king of all demons. The rumbling of his life palace had gotten increasingly loud. Light from countless runes burst out of Futian's mind. The golden essence was fused with his body as well. Intense rumbling reverberated throughout his life palace, causing even the cavern residence that Serene was in to shake as well, with rumbling noises heard outside. The black-winged condor outside then blinked and turned around to look inside, wondering what just happened. The peak shook as well. It looked as if it was about to collapse. Dazzling might of the great path punched through the peak and carved a slit, shooting inside Futian's body, which was in the cavern. A dazzling beam of light shot upward from Futian, turning into an extremely massive shadow of the divine elephant. One figure after another flashed, and looked at the cavern residence that Futian was in. All of them were wondering what he was doing inside. Zhuyan stepped out and looked in that direction as well. He was pondering seriously. Is it getting through the secrets of that bone? He wondered. He wondered if a saint would be able to be better at such feats than he was. Furthermore, that was a bone of a demon emperor. not something left behind by a Run Huang. Many mighty ones gathered right outside the cavern residence that Futian was training in. The bird blinked, thinking that its master was really impressive. That demon emperor bone that the demon emperor of the celestial fox palace and Zhu Yin was unable to tell what it was had already been taken care of by the bird's master. Rumbling noises continued to be heard, and there was even the trumpeting of elephants mixed within at times. Zhu Yin extended his demonic will to shroud the place, preventing anyone from peering into what was truly happening there. If anything from what he was doing leaked outside, it would have resulted in a disaster for Futian. Boom! A loud rumble came from the cavern residence after a while. The seal was broken, and someone dressed in white emerged, whose silver hair billowed. The aura all around him shimmered, and golden light coursed throughout his body. His aura seemed to have grown stronger than before, and his plane seemed increasingly stabilized. A golden sheen was seen in Futian's eyes. Several life spirits of his had been destroyed years ago. The life spirits of metal and earth elements were both gone. The newly born life spirit, however, was innately equipped with those two elements, and the power of Great Path resided within it. Few would have done it like he had, reforging his life spirit even after becoming a saint. The process saved him the trouble of evolving his life spirit, as the power of the Great Path was innately imbued. That, coupled with the bone, allowed for his newly born life spirit to be extremely formidable. It went without saying that he rescinded the life spirit right away. It was unwise to reveal it easily, after all. While the few demon emperors had been nice to him, it was still better to keep secrets, like creating a whole new life spirit, to a select few. So, you have unraveled the secrets of the demon emperor bone, I take it? Zhu Yin looked at Futian and asked. His expression was rather peculiar. Futian had accomplished something that he failed to do. This guy is just, Zhu Yin thought. Zhu Yin had been looking at the demon emperor bone just a while ago, and he was unable to see anything. It was no surprise why those at Celestial Fox Palace overlooked its value, and those at Yingzhou Mountain probably knew its true value. However, Futian seemed to have been able to unravel its secrets within mere moments. Indeed. Futian nodded. Goodness gracious. Zhu Yin was utterly dumbfounded, while the other three demon emperors sported baffled expressions as well. That actually happened? This friend of Zhao may turn out to be a monster after all, no? They thought. By the way, just how did someone like this not get taken away by any of those top-notch forces in Heavenly Mandate Realm? They wondered. Are your people reliable? Zhu Yin asked telepathically. Futian nodded slightly and answered, Rest assured, senior. Those who were at his side were people who had been through thick and thin with him, with the exception of Kong Xian. He knew Kong Xian long enough, and she definitely would not sell him out. Those that the demon peacock emperor left at her side would definitely be trusted monsters as well. What is that thing, anyway? Zhu Yin asked after seeing him nodding. The demon emperor did not hide anything as he was truly curious about the bone. A bone of the elephant emperor. Futian answered. It contains the will of the elephant emperor. Please have a look. Elephant trumpeting was heard from his body as he took a step forward. A dazzling divine elephant shadow appeared shortly afterward, reigning supreme all over their surroundings. The ground shook violently. The mountain trembled. Shadows of elephants sprung from all around them. The might emanating from it was extremely formidable. Zhu Yan's face lit up, and he turned to look at the demon emperors around him, asking, What do you all think? Probably something of the current demon emperor of the divine elephants. The demon emperor of the thunder gods shook his head and said, If it is something of the current demon emperor of the divine elephants, those people back there would have acted a long time ago, and the bone wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Celestial Fox Palace. It would have been utterly ridiculous that the bone remained so unassuming. Furthermore, the Celestial Fox Palace claimed that this thing came from the Origin Mountains. Could this be from an elephant emperor of ancient times, then? The demon emperor of Taodai added. If the ones at Yingzhou Mountain value the bone this much, then it couldn't be from a common elephant emperor, Zhu Yin added. The demon emperor of the Feathermen's eyes gleamed and then said, It reminds me of someone. The other three demon emperors turned their eyes to look at him. They all offered a guess soon after. Their eyes became pointed, and their minds seemed rattled. Would it turn out to be that someone? Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions, the Demon Emperors said almost at the same time. All of them looked at each other as soon as they said the name, and all of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Celestial Fox Palace actually came into possession of a bone that belonged to the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions by chance? Judging from how much value Yingzhou Mountain deemed it to be, the possibility was indeed very high. Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions? Yi Futian asked in a low voice. A steed of an ancient demon monarch, the king of the divine elephants, who ruled a vast territory and was known as the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. He reigned supreme right after the demon monarch himself. Zhu Yin looked at Yi Futian and added, legend said that one step from the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions was able to pin down the great path over a vast region. He was also known as invincible in the demon realm in terms of power and once brought the divine dragons to their knees, a testament to him being a king of sheer power. Yi Futian's mind was rattled. That would have made the demon emperor a monster like none other from many, many years ago. There has been commotion sweeping all over Origin Mountain, and have you heard of some rumors regarding the place? Legends in the demon realm say that Origin Mountain might possibly be the place where the demon monarch was buried. The demon monarch's body became the land, while his blood became the lakes and rivers, giving birth to all manner of demons. That was why Origin Mountain was lauded as the ancestral land of demons. Zhu Yin then continued, if this turns out to be just like how it was told in the rumors, then it is indeed possible that the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions might have been buried at Origin Mountain. Years passed, and what happened was lost in the course of history. We can only speculate with what we've got. Yi Futian nodded while his mind remained rattled. He was able to vaguely sense that Zhu Yin was probably right. It was extremely probable that the bone belonged to the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions, that formidable monster that once reigned supreme in the demon realm. He never expected to have been able to internalize something like that and make it part of his powers. If this turns out to be true, your luck is off the charts indeed. But then again, there is no telling if this will turn out to be a blessing or a curse. You really need to be more careful from here on out, Zhu Yin reminded him. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Many demonic beasts looked at Yi Futian and felt somewhat jealous. Even the demon emperors were unable to help but feel the same. Yi Futian's luck was truly out of this world, as he had internalized a bone that belonged to the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. But then again, even if they were given that bone, none of them would have been able to unravel its secrets. They deemed that Yi Futian must have had some special means for being able to pull that off, but Zhu Yin did not ask any further. Everyone had their secrets, and there was no need to delve that deep into it. It would have made things awkward otherwise. Get back to training then, Zhu Yin then said. Everyone had their routines interrupted by all the ruckus Yi Futian caused. Yi Futian nodded, and the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective training grounds. Yi Futian returned to his cavern residence to continue comprehending the secrets of the bone. He did not know how much time passed when he suddenly sensed a mystical aura. He opened his eyes and looked outside. There seemed to be a powerful demonic aura all over the place. What is happening? Yi Futian stepped out and wondered if something emanated from any one of the Demon Emperor's training. It was dark and gloomy outside. While the moon was still high up in the air, it was shrouded by dark clouds. The light from the moon was entirely blocked. He looked up and found Zhu Yin was there as well. That Demon Emperor was not the only one, as there were also some other Demon Emperors around. Even Zhu Zhao and the others all looked up in different directions. Some intense demonic aura indeed, Yi Futian noted to himself. Dark clouds hovered in the air as if the place harbored intense demonic aura. It did not come from someone's training. He cast his gaze far away, finding only a demonic cloud moving. But then, he quickly corrected himself. It seemed that the entire sky was shrouded by demonic aura. Demonic clouds were all over the place, shrouding the entire demon metropolis. What happened? Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He stepped out and headed to where Zhu Yin and the others were, feeling somewhat rattled deep down. What is with all that demonic aura? He thought. At that moment, Zhu Yin cast his gaze far away. His eyes seemed to have penetrated boundless space, making him capable of seeing the entire demon metropolis being covered in the powerful demonic aura. This demonic aura comes from Origin Mountain. Zhu Yin lowered his voice and said. The demon emperors by his side looked severe, as they all sensed something was off. They were surprised to find demonic aura from Origin Mountain about to shroud the entire demon metropolis. What is happening over there? They wondered. I've heard from the prophet that something big is about to happen in the demon realm. It seems like the prophecy is about to come true, Zhu Yin continued. He then turned around and shot a look at Futian. It seemed that Futian was the last person who had seen the prophet. He wondered if that actually meant anything. Probably not. He dared not speculate just how a human saint would be connected with the passing of the prophet. If he were to be indeed connected to the prophet's passing, he wondered just who Futian was. Something big is about to happen in the demon realm, Zhu Yin mumbled to himself and added, I'll be off. Take care of yourselves. He then flashed away, taking to the air and leaving with the other demon emperors, leaving their offspring behind. The black wind condor came high in the sky and guzzled up the demonic aura in a frenzy. Hey bird, Futian called. The black wind condor dived down and came before Futian, saying, Master, the demonic aura is thick. Man, it feels so good. Yeah. Futian nodded. Zhu Zhao came forth, saying, Let's get to Origin Mountain. Things are about to be shaken up. Sure, Futian replied, and a group of people headed for the mountain. They were not the only ones. Countless monsters took to their air in all directions in the demon metropolis, dancing maniacally under the moon. They absorbed the demonic aura all over the place in a frenzy, feeling very at ease and relaxed. A huge demon rock zipped past in the sky, and dragons were roaring. It was the dance of the demons all over the place. There were also many human cultivators in the midst of the mighty demons all over the realm. A group of mighty ones took to the sky at that moment. That group dazzled with a flash of lightning when they moved. They were clad in formidable might all over. They took a look at the demons who were in a frenzy, and one of them looked on with contempt. The demonic aura made them feel uncomfortable. There was news in their clan a while ago, saying that Gu Tianqing's steps were traced to the Origin Mountain. As such, many human cultivator forces of Heavenly Mandate Realm came as well. It seems like the news possibly holds true after all. Gu Tianqing might not have died all those years ago, a mighty one said with a cold voice. I wonder if the Sheikh of Origin Mountain has anything to do with Gu Tianqing. Who knows? All of them moved, and one of the legendary youth among them basked in divine lightning as he said in a low voice, I wonder where Zimo and the others are right now. Challenged and defeated by lone cultivators, putting us at the Heavenly Palace to shame. I'll have them locked up and training in isolation for years after we get back from this trip. Countless monsters were found all over the sky, in a frenzy, in the demon metropolis. There were countless demon saints all over the place, while those from the violet Heavenly Palace moved in the air. Human renhuangs are here in the demon realm, a demonic beast said, not far away. The look in its eyes was pointed. The demonic beasts spotted a renhuang. The Heavenly Mandate Realm was divided into two areas with the realm markers, and both sides stayed out of each other's business. It was especially so with Imperial-level beings, who were usually forbidden from stepping into the other party's territories. At present, a renhuang was stepping into demon realm territory. Worse still, they came to the core region of the realm, the demon metropolis. All eyes turned in their direction. That monster who spoke earlier sensed thunderous will of the great path in the eyes of the humans. It was as if it would pierce through its brain, causing that monster to shake all over. They are from the Violet Heavenly Palace, yet another monster asked. What are you people from the Violet Heavenly Palace doing here in the demon realm? Silence, a cold voice said. A mighty one from the Violet Heavenly Palace, who was at the forefront in the sky, had his hair billowing. His face was very angled, and his entire being exuded intense, overbearing will. Lightning coursed all over that man as if he had been born like that. That man was so overbearing that thunder sounded as he moved. Thunder, a body of lightning, from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Many monsters who were in a hurry in the air turned to look at that young man. Their minds were all rattled as they were reminded of someone told in legends. They were all training in the demon realm, and as such, they knew little about human cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm. But they had nonetheless heard of some of the humans who were top figures from top forces. For instance, it was said that there was a man in Violet Heavenly Palace who had a supreme body of the Great Path and was born with innate lightning powers. Thunderous noise was heard when he emanated his aura, so much so that he was capable of killing by merely walking around, making him a terrifying figure. He was lauded as the number one among the younger generations in the Violet Heavenly Palace and was fostered to become the next Palace Lord. He was taken in as the personal student of the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and he was given great importance. Many great monsters zipped past the mighty ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace as this thought welled up in their minds. They were, however, not worried that the Ran Huang from the Violet Heavenly Palace would do anything to harm them. Those from the Violet Heavenly Palace would have only done so if they did not mind being ganged up on by the entire demon realm. They were the ones who broke the rules, making them incapable of simply acting out against any demonic beasts below the imperial level. It would stoke flames of anger all over the demon realm. I'm rather curious about just how powerful those few humans, known to have supreme bodies of the Great Path, actually are, a monster said and breathed fire at them, burning the sky. I'd like to try it out myself. Yet another monster flapped its wings, and terrifying lightning surged all over it. That creature was a lightning rock. Consider your wish granted. A voice was heard. That young man stepped out. Rumbling noises sounded, those few monsters' eardrums to rattle. The young man was then extended his hand, and there seemed to be a huge image appearing in the sky. It was a diagram of lightning, and 8 bolts of lightning rained down from above, shrouding the entire place. The lightning matrix of doomsday. The monsters were perceptive enough to tell, and intended to evade it right away. However, the beams of lightning coming down placed a lockdown on their surroundings. Countless bolts of lightning rained down throughout that vast space, which then turned into a huge screen of light. There were demonic beasts intending to burst outside, but shrieks were soon heard, and blood was spilled. There were even demonic beasts whose claws were sheared off by that screen of light. Down! That young man uttered a single word, and 8 different bolts of lightning rained down all over him, blasting every single one of the monsters caught in the area in an instant. They were unable to evade the attack and had to resist it head-on. Shrieks were continuously heard. One monster after another was either bloodied or charred. The scene looked extremely harrowing. That young man shot a plain look at them before continuing forward. Demonic beasts before him moved out of his way and no longer dared to stop him. Their eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but there was also a faint hint of fear as well. That supreme body of the great path of that man from the Violet Heavenly Palace was terrifyingly powerful indeed. Despite being an unblemished saint, that one great attack from him made everyone since killing might of holiness of nirvana level. That man was born with a body of lightning, and it was a supreme body of lightning. A group of women clad in white was traveling in the air in another corner of the demon metropolis. Despite being under the dark of night, they were very eye-catching. Countless monsters looked in their direction. Their white garb billowed in the air, making them look like fairies and goddesses. Moonlight shone on their faces, which made them dazzling enough to cause others to forget what they were doing, and they looked like perfect illustrations. It was especially so with one of them. Her face was so perfect and flawless that she was stiflingly pretty. However, the arrogant, cold look in her eyes made her look somewhat unapproachable. Other than that, they emanated imperial-level might. Some of those beautiful women were Runhuang-level beings, cultivators from Brahma's pure sky. They attracted countless monsters. Human cultivators of such unparalleled bearing could have only been those from Brahma's pure sky. Is a Futian goddess among them then? They wondered. They wondered just how many Futian goddesses were among them. So, you're here too, Xianyan goddess. A figure was seen not far away. One of the goddesses turned around and saw a group of people wearing robes. They looked dashing as they blitzed in the air, coming near the ones who came first. So you all are here as well. The Futian goddess turned around to look at those who were dressed in robes and quipped. She was definitely able to tell who those people were. Mighty ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven. The commotion was indeed huge. Gu Tianqing was traced to be at Origin Mountains, and the ones who were most aware of it were those from either the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty or the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The ones from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were sworn enemies of Gu Tianqing, while the ones from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were only there because Gu Tianqing was there. Those two forces would not miss the chance to travel to Origin Mountains. "How about you join us, goddess?" a mighty one from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said. Mighty ones from both sides hovered in front, heading towards the mountain together. Both parties were moving at blitzing speeds, crossing through vast distances in a matter of moments. Futian and the others were heading towards the Origin Mountains as well. The peak that Zhu Yin taken them to had not been too far away from Origin Mountains, after all. It was evident that Zhu Yin had had plans regarding the matter. It turned that Zhu Yin was not the only one, as many powerful beings were all behaving as such. The entire demon metropolis was only roused when demonic aura permeated the entire demon metropolis. Every single mighty one headed towards the mountain at the same time. It was truly the dance of the demons all over the place. Read more chapter on novel full. Things are getting rocky indeed. The black wind condor continued to suck in the demonic aura all around it while it was in flight. It scanned its surroundings and was in awe that the place was filled with monsters. Things were really about to get messy. Hordes of demons moved out, with the demon saints all heading towards the forbidden land that was the Origin Mountains. No one knew what actually happened there, but the demonic aura was very enticing to demonic beasts nonetheless. Furthermore, myths regarding the Origin Mountains had always been nothing short of legendary. As such, that terrifying scene at the moment happened, and the entire demon metropolis was shaken. As time passed, light was seen in the sky. The night was over, but the sun had yet to rise. Demonic clouds shrouded the entire place. It was as if the whole place had been covered by one giant dark cloud. The mighty ones came to the external fringes of Origin Mountains one after another, casting their gaze at the boundless mountain. Noise was heard all over the place. Things were utterly chaotic outside the mountains, as countless mighty ones showed up. By the time Futian and the others had gotten there, countless monsters had gathered outside Origin Mountains. There were also many human cultivators found all around. The mighty ones looked ahead of them and found the mountains to be as peaceful as they had always been. It was as if it would stay this way, dead, and hardly anyone to be found. However, in the sky far above Origin Mountains, people were vaguely able to see a terrifying dark vortex with towering demonic aura. Just what the hell is happening? They thought. Many demonic beasts' eyes remained pointed, wanting very badly to charge into that area. However, their logical side told them that Origin Mountains were not a place they could easily step foot into. Countless demonic beasts were known to perish in there. After all, few spots emanated the most terrifying of auras. All demonic beasts in the areas they occupied simply stayed there quietly, not daring to even yelp. For instance, there was a clan of very formidable demons in an area, and all mighty ones in that area felt stifling pressure all around them. "It's the divine elephants," Zhu Zhao then reminded Futian, who was at his side. The divine elephants were still top-notch demons found throughout the demon realm. Their powers were extremely formidable, and they were frighteningly overbearing. Their sheer power was unmatched, enabling them to pin down a great path over a huge area. Of course, the divine elephants once obeyed the orders of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Futian thought to himself, wondering what they would have done if they found out that he had internalized a bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. "Those over there are the purple gold rats," Zhu Zhao introduced as he pointed in yet another direction. "Rats?" Futian looked somewhat surprised as he looked in that direction. He saw that all monsters had taken a human form, yet all of them looked extremely ugly. Their eyes were so small that they looked shifty. However, a purple golden sheen was all over their bodies, making them look incredibly noble. "Indeed," Zhu Zhao nodded. "Rat demons are originally very weak demons. However, many years ago, one tremendously powerful rat demon emerged in the ranks of the purple gold rats, and that being was lauded to be extremely legendary. It was said that that particular demon had always been submissive to other demons, yet it actually ate countless treasures and enhanced its foundation. Furthermore, that rat was extremely cunning and hardworking, as well as extremely proficient in concealment. It then consumed several monsters and grew in strength, emerging as one of the top demon emperors from being lowly rats. That rat called itself a divine rat and brought the rats to where they are presently. Futian nodded deep down. Innate abilities of demonic beasts played a huge factor in their growth. Being able to rise like that was indeed legendary. Best not mess with the rat demons. While they are indeed very capable now, they still feel inferior deep down. They behave in an extremely prideful way and are bloodthirsty. Get on their bad side and you can start counting your troubles. Zhu Zhao went out of his way to remind Futian telepathically. Seems like human cultivators are almost all here too. Zhu Zhao cast his gaze further away, and Futian looked in the same direction. He quickly caught sight of the extremely dazzling Futian goddess bringing many from Brahman's pure sky, and they looked extremely exceptional. They seemed like they were the only beings left in the world, simply standing around and doing nothing. Futian felt a sense of loss, and his heart ached somewhat at the sight of those women. He turned his eyes away from them and looked elsewhere. Those from the Violet Heavenly Palace were there as well. There were also some other top-notch forces present. The human cultivators had indeed fielded their top figures. There seemed to be extremely scorching divine fire coming down from above. Countless mighty ones looked up and saw a dazzling scene high up in the sky. One dazzling monster after another descended from above. Among them were golden ravens, peacocks, phoenixes, kunpings, and other formidable demonic races. All of the mighty ones from the demonic races sported solemn looks, and they looked at the mighty ones that came. The Sky Demon Court. Zhu Zhao then said telepathically to Futian, back in that awestruck battle in ancient times, human and demon cultivators fought a great, harrowing battle. The demons began to form alliances in order to resist the humans, but the kings of the flying creatures in the sky formed the toughest of alliances. Under the leadership of the Golden Raven Saint Emperor, the Peacock Saint Emperor, the Phoenix Ancestral Emperor, the Kunping Demonic Master, Golden Wing Rock Emperor, and many other top-notch beings allied themselves and reigned over the flying beasts of the demon realm, establishing the Sky Demon Court and creating the most powerful of demonic armies to resist humans. Even today, the Sky Demon Court remained at the very top of the demon realm. Zhu Zhao then continued, but there seems to be a schism within the Sky Demon Court. At present, the Golden Raven Saint Emperor and the Kunping Emperor are at odds with each other. The Kunping Emperor was extremely prideful and refused to take orders from anyone. The Golden Raven Saint Raven liked being alone, too. The nine-headed phoenixes were not accepted by the phoenixes as well. Futian nodded deep down. All of those demonic races were of top-tier talents among the demons. While their alliances might not have been all that powerful, they would have reigned supreme in the demon realm. Furthermore, infighting was normal. All of them formed an alliance due to having to fight an external enemy, after all. It was even considered quite a miracle that the Sky Demon Court was able to stay intact for that many years. Father, Kong Xian, who was at Futian's side, called. The Demon Peacock Emperor was among the mighty ones from the Sky Demon Court as well, standing beside another peacock monster. They had relatives in the demon realm, and the Emperor had been there to pay a visit to them before. Come over here, Kong Xian, the Demon Peacock Emperor called at that moment. Kong Xian took to the sky and headed straight for the place where the monsters of the Sky Demon Court in the air were. Seems like your friend has a chance of becoming part of the Sky Demon Court, Zhu Zhao said. Kong Xian was seen greeting the demon emperors high up in the sky. This is frightening. The black wind condor at Futian's side shirked its brains, surprised at just how formidable Kong Xian's background was. The bird deemed that the princess was not to be messed with. Princess Qingyuan, I'm rather concerned for you. The black wind condor looked at Xia Qingyuan at the side and said. When the backgrounds of both women were compared, Xia Qingyuan would indeed lose. Shut up. Futian knocked the bird's head hard. Why are you around human cultivators? A young peacock demon saint took a look at Yi Futian and the others below, then asked Kong Xian. Peacocks were inherently prideful, and they were rather displeased to see Kong Xian mingling with humans. "They are my friends," Kong Xian answered. "Yi Futian is an extraordinary young cultivator, and those people around him are indeed good people," the demon peacock emperor added. Many of the monsters in the Sky Demon Court took a look at Yi Futian, and that was all. Yi Futian took notice of how the monsters' eyes. They looked composed and were hardly fettered. The demons and humans in the heavenly mandate realm carved their own territories and trained in their respective places, so it was only a given that both parties were not on good terms. "What are we still staying around here for? We're already here, aren't we? Just get into the Origin Mountains then. Let the demon emperors take the lead, just so the others won't get in trouble." A booming voice was heard. A group of true dragons appeared high up in the air, looking majestic. The true dragons were composed of many dragon races, and all of them were in their true form. The scene in the air was frightening, as dragons of over 1,000 meters, one after another, were circling in the sky. That scene was indeed awe-inspiring. The dragon gods, again, a top-notch race in the demon realm, Zhu Zhao added. The dragon gods gathered many mighty dragons around, and things looked terrifying. Their powers, in general, would have allowed them to take on the Sky Demon Court by force. The one who spoke asked for the demon emperors to proceed before the others because things with Origin Mountains were special. If everyone were to venture inside at the same time, the demon emperors would probably bring bad luck and disaster to the other demonic beasts below the imperial plane. "Let's go." A figure emerged, and all demon emperors took to the skies, stepping inside the Origin Mountains. Yi Futian's mind rattled as he looked at the emperors before him. It seemed that over half of the top-notch forces all over the demon realm had gathered there. Other than that, there were also many top-notch human cultivators in heavenly mandate realm gathering at the mountains. It was a testament to just how great that commotion with the Origin Mountains had been. "Let's go." The demon and human cultivators below the imperial plane flashed one after another, moving forward from all sides, venturing into the Origin Mountains. Demonic clouds shrouded the sky above the mountains. The scene with over 10,000 demons moving in the same direction was awe-inspiring. The mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain scanned around and locked their eyes on Yi Futian and Zhu Zhao. All of them sported a cold expression. That demon bone was probably in Zhu Yan's possession. That emperor's absence meant that he was probably already in the mountains, and taking that bone would be difficult. There was also another extremely alluring woman among the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain. It was none other than Hu Qian of Celestial Fox Palace. She moved alongside with the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain. Mighty ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace gathered in another direction, led by someone who seemed to have divine lightning coursing all over him, making it so that the figure was training all the time with the might of the Great Path, tempering his body at all times. That man was named Zhan Yuan. He was someone with a supreme body of the Great Path in the Violet Heavenly Palace and was an unblemished saint. He was a leading figure of his generation and a personal student of the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan took a look at the ones beside him and asked, "Who was the one in that battle back then?" Tan Zimo and the other mighty ones searched the crowd and found someone far away after a while. His eyes were locked on Yi Futian. Zhan Yuan traced the direction where their eyes were looking, then found Yi Futian and his people. Those who were with Yi Futian seemed to have sensed the look they had got, turning their eyes around in a single direction as well before catching sight of Zhan Yuan and the others. Yi Futian seemed to have seen a pair of eyes of a thunder god within an instant. It was as if he was dragged into a world of lightning and thunder in that instant, dealing heavy impact on his spiritual will. Boom! Lightning coursed throughout Yi Futian's body. His eyes became very pointed in an instant. His hair billowed, and he felt an extremely dangerous aura about to befall him. Zhu Zhao, who was at his side, turned around to look in that direction as well, looking very defensive, about to fight someone powerful. He, too, felt an immense sense of crisis, and that cultivator who was looking at them was indeed powerful. Formidable sword will surge throughout Yaya's body, which was then directed at the other party. It was obvious that the might of the great path of the other party was not directed only at any one person. He was directing his might at many at the same time. The feeling lasted for little more than an instant. The supreme body of the great path of the violet heavenly palace, Zhu Zhao muttered, and Yi Futian's eyes remained directed at the other side. He heard of that before, wondering if that person was indeed one with the supreme body of lightning at the violet heavenly palace. When we get back to the heavenly palace, you all are to dedicate yourselves to training for the next several years and are not allowed to venture elsewhere. Zhang Yuan turned his eyes around and said to Tan Zimo and the others. All of them looked rather glum after being told that, but they all nodded without objection. In Zhang Yuan's current generation in the Violet Heavenly Palace, his words were taken as those of the palace lords. Let's go. Zhang Yuan did not do anything against Yi Futian and the others. That one look he shot at those people allowed him to have a rough idea of what they were like. With the exception of the few holiness of nirvanas in their midst, everyone else was of no threat to him. Taking them out at such a place was utterly pointless. He deemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace had not stooped so low as to cling on a group of lone cultivators. Let's go, Yi Futian then said. He was getting ready to leave when Kong Xian flashed and came to their side. The mighty ones in the Sky Demon Court in the sky looked at her. One of the Peacock Demon Saints asked, "You are with them?" "Indeed. We've been together all along," Kong Xian acknowledged with a nod. Other human cultivators are venturing inside the origin mountains of the demon realm as well. If you are to go with them, be careful on your own, the other party said in a prideful tone before leaving. The monsters of the Sky Demon Court flashed as well at great speeds, overtaking one demon beast after another. Yi Futian and the others took to the air and stepped into the origin mountains. There was a flat hill before them. It looked vast and almost endless. They had no idea where it ended. They proceeded forward without any hiccups. The terrain was getting increasingly high. It was as if they were to enter the sky above. The demonic aura high in the air was getting increasingly powerful as well. Many of the monsters absorbed those demonic aura in a frenzy and internalized them. That area was the entry to the origin mountains. The true place of origin lay beyond where they were now. Yi Futian finally came to the peak of the hill after a while, gazing at the ridges before them. The place high in the sky felt dead, with black crows circling about, and an aura of death permeated the place. Voom! A group of black crows suddenly dove down at the mighty ones at the very forefront. Many monsters and humans unleashed their aura to resist the attack. Some monsters were swallowed whole by the crows, and the scene was extremely harrowing. However, there were also terrifying mighty ones who managed to repel the crows. For instance, those from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The lightning matrix of Doomsday made it so that the crows simply dissipated before they were able to get near. The mighty ones from the Sky Demon Court were not having a hard time either. Golden divine fires burned the skies around them, making it impossible for the crows to get near. The divine elephants trumpeted and stomped on the ground. The crows were killed and shredded in the sky before they were even able to get near, making the elephants extremely terrifying. Yi Futian and those around him moved forward as well. Yaya took the lead and held her sword in the air. Boundless sword will circled about her and swept out. Crows were diving at them, and the crows all sported terrifying demonic aura, but all were immediately destroyed by the sword will. Wu Yong and the other holiness of nirvanas at Yi Futian's side burst into flames, burning those crows away. All of the mighty ones moved forward. They were only at the beginning on the trip into the origin mountains. Terrifying demonic clouds emerged from the depths of the origin mountains at the moment. A storm conjured by a huge demonic cloud in the air circled about. Boundless might of demons seemed to have gathered around. There was vaguely a spectral being seen in that frightening storm, but the being looked rather blurry, and no one was able to make out their face. There was also another figure who was at the peak of the skyscraping mountain below. That figure was dressed in white and looked very dashing. The elegant, refined bearing of a scholar was felt from him. There was also dazzling godly light emanating from him. Other than that, it seemed that he had also been affected by the demonic aura, giving him a hint of feral grace as well. As more and more mighty ones were stepping into the origin mountains, everyone gradually spread out and headed in different directions. The origin mountains were so vast that even with countless monsters inside, it was nonetheless easy to spread out into isolated pockets. However, the fact that there were monsters found in every single direction as they moved forward remained. Futian and the others around him felt all the other mighty ones distancing themselves from one another. The crows gradually disappeared as they moved forward, yet the demonic aura about became even thicker. Furthermore, the entire barren mountain seemed to be shrouded by some mysterious powers, giving off a faint, stifling feeling. That pressure was something challenging to put in words, but it was something that made people feel uncomfortable. Be in the sky or on the ground, or even just in the air around, that faint sense of pressure seemed to be everywhere, prompting all the mighty ones to be on guard. However, there seemed to be little danger in the external regions. The aura of the origin mountains feels stifling, Xia Qingyuan quipped. She felt slightly uncomfortable, but was unable to tell where her body was feeling uncomfortable. Mentally speaking, it was a feeling that she was unable to place. Same with me. Futian nodded. Best be careful. He wondered if Gu Tianqing were really still alive. Why had he brought his third brother to the origin mountains? It was said there had once been an out-of-this-world battle here. Many demon emperors and Renhuangs perished, and their blood was spilled everywhere. Their frustration and resentment latched onto the place as a whole, forming into an aura that will never dissipate from the origin mountains, causing many inexplicable, unreasonable dangers to lurk all over the place. It is completely normal to feel stifled here. The princess of the feathered men explained to Xia Qingyuan, and she nodded to the demon princess in return. Those from Celestial Fox Palace would know more about the place. That Hu Qian is a virgin-like figure in Celestial Fox Palace, and it should be a lot safer staying around her. Futian cast his gaze forward. Mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain were moving forward at very high speeds, making it seem like they were beams of silver light. Hu Qian of Celestial Fox Palace traveled into the origin mountains alongside those from Yingzhou Mountain on that trip. Good idea. Zhu Zhao nodded and then followed right behind them. All of them sped up, moving right behind those from Yingzhou Mountain. Futian and his people were not the only ones to do so. In truth, many demons were doing so right after they stepped into the origin mountains. They followed right behind those from top-notch forces, forming huge groups as they moved into the depths of the mountains. They came to deeper regions of the mountains as time passed. There seemed to be a canyon right before them all, and the mighty ones from Yingzhou Mountain stopped. They were not the only ones to do so. Many mighty ones slowed down and eventually stopped. However, they were even more mighty ones who continued forward. Look out! Lei Meng's voice was thundering as he spoke. Everyone wondered if those from Celestial Fox Palace had sensed any danger. Wind blew, and shrilled noises were heard from the canyon. The noises sounded like drums and howls. While the noise was not very loud, they were quite unpleasant to the ear. The noise traveled with the wind, and the noises continued to sound like wails. Futian felt his eardrums ringing. The pointed winds traveled with those weird noises and made him feel as if his mind was under attack. It was very uncomfortable. Seems like we've gotten somewhere dangerous, Zhu Zhao said. At the same time, many throughout the vast space stopped, looking ahead while on high alert. That shrilled howl emanating from the canyon ahead made all of them feel uneasy. Can we take a detour? A monster from Yingzhou Mountain asked Hu Qian at that moment. Hu Qian shook her head and answered, That is the Canyon of Death, and we need to pass through it. Furthermore, we can't cause too much of a commotion while doing so. From what I've read in Celestial Fox Palace's records, the more high-profiled one is in the Canyon of Death, the easier one will end up dead. A group of mighty ones took to the air right before them as soon as she finished. Those people were trying to pass through the canyon from above, making their way to the other side. Voom! A bolt of black lightning streaked right before everyone's eyes. Its speed was so fast that it looked like a mirage. It was something that the naked eye had difficult tracking. That mirage shot up to the sky and swept all of the mighty ones, taking to the air away in an instant, giving them no chance even to attempt to escape. All of them were caught. Those mighty ones who were caught were flabbergasted. Powerful might of the great path was cast, but it was of little use. That thing that captured them pulled back in an instant, backing away into the canyon, while breaking them down bit by bit, That group in the sky all disappeared within mere moments, leaving behind some blood. Well, the minds of many raced, feeling terrified. The eyes of many mighty ones even looked different by then. Some speed indeed. Yi Futian's pupils contracted. Is that a vine from a tree? Be careful. It's the demon-eating tree, some demon fox from the Celestial Fox Palace said. Many mighty ones from the Celestial Fox Palace were invited by all manner of forces to embark on the trip into the Origin Mountains. How should we make it through? Some mighty ones asked the demon fox from the Celestial Fox Palace. We need to walk past, but we need to be careful. Do not cause a scene, the mighty one from the Celestial Fox Palace said to the crowd. More and more mighty ones came to that place. The shrill noises remained, and they slowed down as they walked, but their ears felt even more pained. Walking right through the canyon? Some demonic beast felt rather doubtful. Indeed. You have a death wish or something? Some mighty ones snickered sarcastically and shot upwards, reaching so high that they almost entered the clouds, zipping forward from above. Zoom! The dark bolt of lightning shot to the clouds as if it was able to ignore distance altogether. No! Shouts were here high up in the air. That black lightning pulled that someone down, and they disappeared in the canyon. Many extended their will to probe the inside of the canyon, but quickly found that their will was blocked by some invisible force. Can we only get through by passing through the canyon? They thought. Many mighty ones frowned. At that moment, a group of mighty ones burst with dazzling brilliance. Everyone turned around and saw mighty ones among the purple gold rats taking their original form. Bolts of golden lightning zipped past, and they burrowed underground, disappearing in an instant. Wah! Many sported peculiar expressions at that scene. While it was true that the purple gold rats had already become a race of demons at the pinnacle of the demon realm, they still were unable to get rid of that habit of being rats. Let's go. A group of mighty ones, who were of the dragons, took the lead. They stepped forward and headed to the edges. They scanned the canyon for a bit and then dove down. The monsters of the Sky Demon Court followed suit. Let's head out, Yi Futian said and began walking. The shrilled noises became increasingly annoying as they moved forward, making them feel very restless. They came to the edge of the canyon and looked down into the deep canyon. One dark ancient tree after another swayed, guzzling the aura all about them. Be careful. Try your best not to unleash your aura, a mighty one from the Celestial Fox Palace reminded. Everyone concealed their aura and walked slowly to the canyon. The ground of the canyon looked as if a grand battle had once been fought there, as the ground was cut up into pieces. The shrilled noises became even more intense. Xiaqing Yuan closed her eyes, feeling extremely uneasy. Was this a battlefield? Yi Futian asked in a low voice. The chaotic auras and shrill wails seemed to contain the will of the great path of countless hateful souls. Voom! At that moment, one of the dark ancient trees in the canyon grew all of a sudden, lashing out in all directions. Many mighty ones were gobbled up in an instant, and that tree gradually consumed them. Move! Many of the monsters were shocked and terrified by what just happened, running forward in a frenzy. Swishing sounds were heard as countless ancient trees ran amok, spreading out in all directions. Quick! The monsters everywhere became frenzied as they sped up and charged forward. However, those trees seemed to be even faster. One would have ended up being gobbled up as soon as they got tangled. Countless demonic beasts perished in the canyon within mere moments. Their blood stained the ground red, which was then consumed by the ground of the Black Canyon. Move already. The expression of a mighty one from the Celestial Fox Palace changed. There were simply too many demonic beasts getting into the canyon, making the situation utterly uncontrollable. Things at the moment seemed to have changed entirely. One dark ancient tree after another seemed to have sprouted from the black ground of death, and the trees continued to grow in size. They gobbled up the demonic aura all around them before attacking and consuming the demonic beasts and human cultivators to fuel their growth. A dark ancient tree grew in a frenzy at the center of the canyon and had gotten increasingly huge, shooting up to the skies. Its leaves and vines shot to great distances, intending to envelope the entire canyon, looking like a dark, divine tree. That dark tree swayed, and destructive dark aura seemed to have emerged in the canyon, which seeped inside the mighty one's bodies right away. What the hell is this? Futian and the others around him sped up as they moved. There was no way they could have avoided running in such a situation. Things are going south. Let's move. Zhu Yan's face turned glum. A rumbling was heard from the ground, and cracks formed in the canyon. Boundless dark aura permeated the canyon and swept at all of them. The dark aura seeped into the bodies of the mighty ones, killing them on the spot and filling the place with death in an instant. Qi Xinggang burst his aura and turned it into a dazzling screen, circling those around him. He said, "There was a very formidable someone proficient in deathly powers that perished here. That someone had their power of the great path seep into the soil after death. Right now, all of this is probably something conjured by their will of the great path. Look out." Terrifying dark aura swept at them at the moment. Qi Xinggang waved his hand about, and might of great path burst from within him, destroying much of the invading aura. However, the aura seemed to be endless and capable of permeating into anything and anywhere as it moved in the crowd's direction. Futian burst with divine flames all over, which burned all the dark aura coming near him, reducing it to nothing. There were also several holiness of nirvanas who stood by his side to guard him. Yu Shang took to the air, and when he saw those auras coming at him, he extended his hand and conjured a terrifying whirlpool, devouring the aura instead. The dark aura seeping inside his body caused dark streaks to appear all over his body. Rumbling noise was heard from his body, and his expression continued to change as he did so. However, his hand remained extended forward, continuing to devour that dark aura and internalizing it. Futian took a look at Yu Shang, thinking that the latter's methods of cultivation and constitutional fortitude were indeed overbearing. Futian was surprised by how Yu Shang was able to ignore the deathly aura and simply devoured it, making it his own. While the aura had still affected him, it was unable to pose an actual threat to him. One mighty one after another hurried as they moved forward, all of them using their own ways to resist the attacks faced. Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace took to their air, utterly terrifying lightning matrix of doomsday appearing above. 8 divine bolts of lightning rained from the matrix, covering a huge area and destroying everything in its path, making it impossible for the deathly aura to come close. The other mighty ones of the Violet Heavenly Palace raised their hands at the same time. Boundless might of lightning surged into that matrix, making it even more powerful, enabling it to sweep away all auras around them. "Beware of that tree," Zhan Yuan said. That tree, which was still growing, had gotten so big, it blocked out the sky and spread everywhere. It spread deathly aura all over the place, and its attacks killed many cultivators, monsters, and humans. Those people were then consumed by the tree to serve as nutrients to further its growth. Many mighty ones continued to speed up, intending to pass through that seemingly endless canyon of death. It was no surprise why the Origin Mountains had always been seen as a restricted area. Demonic beasts dared not step foot inside, and even demon emperors were all fearful of the place. Years passed, and possibly due to the lack of large-scale expeditions into the Origin Mountains, the fear and reverence they had for the place weakened. That, coupled with the matter with Gu Tianxing and that terrifying demonic cloud at the Origin Mountains, brought about that massive expedition. At that moment, many mighty ones, however, began to regret coming. They thought it would have been better to just let the ones at the top fight for whatever was inside. They didn't need to have anything to do with it. The terrifying trumpeting of elephants sounded in the sky. The resulting rumble rattled everyone's eardrums within earshot. Everyone looked up and saw a group of divine elephants taking their original forms high up in the air, stomping the sky as they moved. They dazzled with golden light all over, looking brilliant. Every single step they took seemed to be able to overwhelm everything around them. That deathly aura of the great path and the branches were all pinned down, incapable of breaking through. While the elephants looked like they were advancing slowly, they were actually beginning to overtake the other mighty ones. Futian and those around him unleashed their auras as well. He burst with flames of the way as well as dazzling sword will. Xiaqing Yuan, who was at his side, burst with catastrophe swordsmanship, which paired with her lotus powers, making her look unceasingly powerful. That dark, deathly aura in the air seemed to have sensed something and went on to lash out at Xiaqing. However, most of those attacks were eliminated by the holiness of nirvanas around her. Swaying sounds were heard, and branches of one deathly tree after another headed their way in increasingly huge numbers. Worse still, countless deathly auras in the sky surged where they were. Even auras attacking the others had all surged towards Xiaqing Yuan in a frenzy. What is going on here? Futian frowned slightly. Qi Xiangang stepped forward and lifted his arm, crushing everything before him. However, the branches and auras still came from all sides, even evading him to get to the princess. The immense tree of death seemed to have sensed something as well. One huge branch after another shot in her direction. "Look out!" Qi Xiangang shouted. He stepped forward, and terrifying rings of light appeared around him, blocking those branches. However, the branches simply enveloped him, paying no heed to how many vines he ended up destroying, as they continued to lash out at the target behind him. "Protect the princes." Futian's expression changed drastically. Almighty ones came to Xiaqing Yuan's side, resisting all the incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The furious attacks clashed as the branches continued to sweep out, attacking all of them. Those deathly auras were everywhere, seeping through the cracks and crevices between their bodies, heading towards Xiaqing. "Flames!" Futian shouted. Wu Yong and the other holiness of nirvanas burst with dazzling divine flames at the same time, burning their surroundings, but the deathly auras sneaked through the flames nonetheless. Xiaqing Yuan, who was surrounded by a huge group of people, appeared rather pale. The might of her catastrophe swordsmanship burst to the extreme, cutting down all those currents that seeped through. Dazzling, saintly lotuses wrapped around her, preventing the invasion of the auras. Crack! The branches pierced through the screens of light of the lotuses. Dark auras seeped into her body, causing her pure, saintly body to be tainted with a layer of dark aura. The power of life continued to be cranked to the extreme as she continued to wipe out those dark auras, yet the deathly aura seemed to be utterly boundless and very attracted to her body. Death and life. The will of the great path of life. Futian seemed to have realized something and said, "Pull your powers back?" Too late for that. Xiaqing Yuan took a look at Futian. If she were to pull her powers away now, death would have consumed her right away. Her power of life was the only thing keeping the deathly attacks at bay. She had no way of escape. What is happening? The mighty ones around that group looked on with baffled looks. The auras that attacked them disappeared all of a sudden and were directed at one particular direction. They turned around and saw countless ancient tree branches and deathly auras surging towards Xiaqing. Qi Xiangang had his hands full at the moment with the huge tree of death. All of the holiness of nirvanas around them burst with divine flames in a frenzy, preventing the attacks from getting to Xiaqing. Boom! The ground cracked open right there and then, with dark branches breaking out of the ground and getting to Xiaqing Yuan right away, tangling her up as if they were out to suck that brimming life force out of her. Futian stepped out. That fire spirit orb in his life palace burst with terrifying flames of the way. His body transformed and engulfed by boundless flames in an instant. He turned into a fiery god of war. He charged while basking in flames. Countless fiery arms grabbed at the dark branches tangling with Xiaqing Yuan, burning them down right away. However, the deathly auras all around them continued to invade her body. Streaks of deathly aura appeared on her face, making her look ashen. She turned her eyes, which looked rather sad, at Futian. She wondered if she would die in this forbidden area. The Origin Mountains were known as a restricted area in the demon realm. Futian seemed to have sensed the sorrow emanating from Xiaqing Yuan. He began to regret bringing her into the mountains. She would have insisted on coming even if he were to refuse, but he felt responsible and was blaming himself for what happened. Boom! Terrifying might of the great path burst from within Xiaqing Yuan, as if imperial might was being unleashed. All the deathly aura inside her body was wiped clean in an instant. Futian was able to see Emperor Xia's visage appearing behind Xiaqing Yuan. Emperor Xia. Futian began to look hopeful. However, he quickly realized that the emperor was looking ahead, frowning hard with a glum expression. That huge tree made him feel uneasy. Boom! The vast, seemingly endless canyon trembled. Countless trees of death burst throughout the entire canyon. Terrifying will of death shrouded the vast, endless canyon. She's going to get us all killed. Futian of the Celestial Fox Palace among those from Ingzhou Mountain looked astounded as Xiaqing Yuan brought a Runhuang will to bear. However, this was the Origin Mountains, where many demon emperors and Renhuangs were buried. According to the records, will of the Great Path that was trapped in the Origin Mountains would be attracted by powerful auras appearing there. A Runhuang might have invoked deathly will of greater intensity to bear on all of them. It would have probably really caused all of them to die in the canyon. That was also where the ones in Imperial Plains moved before everyone else, instead of venturing into the Origin Mountains together with them. The presence of the Imperial beings would have caused them all to end up dead, instead of being of any benefit. The canyon shook, and deathly will shrouded the entire place. Many figures' faces looked rather solemn. A figure gradually rose from that divine tree as rumbles were heard continuously. What is that? Many turned their attention in that direction. Their minds continued to be rattled. Countless branches circled about with the tree in the middle. An incredibly huge figure appeared. That figure was clad in a black robe and looked pitch black. Their long hair billowed while not even a hint of aura was sensed from them, only boundless will of death. *T. The hearts of many raced as they wondered if that thing was some incredibly powerful being who perished in the Origin Mountains. Despite having been dead for many years, that being had nonetheless remained capable of turning the canyon into a place of death. Furthermore, that being seemed to have clung to life desperately even after death, intending to consume any will of the living around. Is that thing trying to come back from the dead? Voom! Emperor Xia brought Xiaqing Yuan up and shot into the air at blitzing speeds. However, countless branches of that tree of death continued to shoot to the skies, shrouding the air, seemingly about to devour the sky itself. Runhuang will burst, and the emperor burst with boundless light of catastrophe. He looked up and saw boundless vines coming at him. His face turned glum as he continued to move forward, saying, "Hurry up." His shadow burst with boundless light of catastrophe as he spoke. The branches that covered the sky were reduced to nothing in an instant. Countless ancient trees were cut down, and the terrifying light pressured that tree of death, trying to buy time for Xiaqing. Xiaqing Yuan turned and continued to blitz forward. Boom! That will of the great path of Emperor Xia was disintegrated with a rumble, reduced to nothing. The branches of death shot up to the air in an instant, tangling Xiaqing Yuan's body up, preventing her from moving. The will of life within her body and powers were being absorbed in a frenzy. Her body itself was taken to that figure that appeared on the tree of death. She is done for, many muttered to themselves deep down. Even with the will of Renhuang being brought to bear, it still failed to keep her safe. Someone was seen bursting into the air, coming to Xiaqing Yuan's side. Countless flaming arms grabbed at the branches of death, intending to burn them down and preventing them from going forward. Xiaqing Yuan looked up at that massive flaming body while feeling the life slipping out of her at a frightening rate. It seemed that she was about to die for real. There was a handsome face seen in that huge flaming body. She looked at that face, and tears were found at the corner of her eyes. She was about to die with regret. Her lips twitched, intending to say something, but eventually, nothing came out. She seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden, and she smiled. That smile looked unbelievably beautiful at the very instant it flashed. It seemed as if it was meant to leave the most beautiful memory behind. "Goodbye," Xiaqing Yuan said softly as her body continued to be dragged down. There was simply no stopping her fall. There was no way Yi Futian could have stopped something that not even the will of Emperor Xia was unable to stop. Yi Futian felt heartache deep down. That scene triggered some horrible memories, the memories that pained him the most. "You do look rather pretty when you smile, princess. You sure would look even prettier if you dressed in girls' clothes," Yi Futian replied. Xiaqing Yuan was dumbfounded. Yi Futian then stepped forward and put that huge flaming body of his behind her. Flaming arms extended out and wrapped her up altogether. I won't take a goodbye from you before I get to see that, Futian added. At that moment, that frail body of hers seemed to have been cradled by a fiery god of war. The flaming will was reflected on her face. Xia Qingyuan felt the warmth emanating from it, and she burst into tears. Countless branches of death wrapped the fiery being up in the air, pulling it down like a bolt of black lightning. Countless branches and vines quickly enveloped that being. The skyscraping tree wrapped them both up, seemingly out to swallow them whole. While many monsters and humans had experienced what just happened to Xia Qingyuan, nothing had been as shocking as what happened before them just now. That was because the tree went out of its way to eat that one particular being up, which gave many a breather, enabling them to escape by charging outside of the canyon. This is ridiculous, Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace said after seeing what happened, wondering if it worth it dying for the sake of a woman. Futian had pretty much flipped the Violet Heavenly Palace over with what he did. Despite being on opposing sides, they had to acknowledge that he was very formidable and was superbly talented. It was too bad that he had to die in such a manner. Virgin Genie of Brahma's pure sky sighed deeply as well. It was a pity that Futian would die for a woman. While the sentiment was indeed respectable, she did not see the point of throwing one's life away because of it. Training was difficult. It would be more so if someone were to get to Futian's current level. Qi Xiangang and all those around Futian sported glum expression. There was no stopping it, and not even Emperor Xia would have been able to do anything. They stepped forward towards the Tree of Death. Qi Xiangang lashed out with both hands, shattering a great number of branches and vines outside, yet he was still unable to get through. Yaya took to the sky and had her sword in the air. Towering sword matrices appeared beneath her feet. Her expression was frosty as swords whooshed out of the sword matrix on her palm. However, like Qi Xiangang, she remained incapable of breaking through. The cut vines and branches simply regrew in an instant. She felt rather vexed and kept bringing her swords down continuously, but she remained incapable of making it through. Voom! The sound of swords zipping was heard. She charged inside the mass of branches and vines with her sword matrices. However, the will of the great path bound her immediately. She turned around and found Qi Xiangang behind her. Qi Xiangang shook his head at her and said, "His luck on this trip is incredible." Yaya was dumbfounded as she looked at Qi Xiangang. She knew that Qi Xiangang had some special ability, allowing her to peer into fate and luck. He had checked out Futian's luck before all of them entered. Furthermore, she recalled the death of the prophet just a while ago. As such, it seemed that Futian's luck was so formidable that he definitely would not just perish right there and then. She was rather relieved to find that, but she nonetheless remained anxious, keeping her eyes on the sight. Qi Xiangang stopped everyone else trying to get before him. While the older man had no idea what tricks Futian had up his sleeves, he knew that student of his was someone exceptional. He would survive charging into a place like that. For the others, however, it would probably have been on a one-way trip. Futian's body was tangled and buried by that tree of death. Boundless deathly aura and branches lashed out at him. He burst in terrifying might of the flames of the way, even utilizing the power of that fire spirit orb within his life palace, burning those deathly branches away in a frenzy. A terrifying fire zone appeared all around his body, and his eyes turned into flames. At that moment, that statue-like tall, imposing figure seemed to have manifested a great many arms, lashing out at Futian, who was protecting Xia Qingyuan. It burst through the binding of the will of flames and headed towards Xia Qingyuan. It was evident that despite having been dead for so many years, that figure clung to life still nonetheless. Boom! Futian's eyes burned. Terrifying branches burst from him. Green wool shrouded the place all of a sudden, swishing out as they moved. The divine tree of life within his life contained boundless life. If you want the power of life that badly, then come and take it. Futian's eyes were cold. Those branches sensed it all in an instant and charged at Futian in a frenzy. Boundless deathly aura burst into his body. The deathly vines stabbed into his world tree, intending to drain all that will of life in Futian's life spirit in a frenzy. The world tree swayed, and boundless divine light burst. When the will of death came upon him, It seemed to have ended up assimilated and devoured, as if it had been merged inside his life spirit. Xiaqing Yuan, who was being protected by Yi Futian, was shocked at that scene. She had given in to despair before, and there was no longer sorrow in her. She thought both of them would have ended up devoured. Yet, she saw that it was Yi Futian's life spirit devouring the will of death from that tree of death instead. That is probably his primary life spirit, Xiaqing Yuan muttered to herself. It was as if there was a divine tree fighting against another divine tree. That deathly aura was absorbed into Yi Futian's body, and he devoured even the branches as they surged into his body. That tree of death seemed to be alive, sending more branches at him. Furthermore, the canyon trembled violently at that moment. More branches of death burst from the bottom of the canyon, heading towards that region. That scene was very shocking. What is going on? Some who were leaving stopped at that scene. They turned around to get a better look and found countless branches from the canyon beneath them, heading towards a single direction. Is he still alive? They were shocked deep down. They found what was happening to be utterly impossible. It was something that not even the will of Ren Huang had been able to resist. Both Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan were just saints, and there was no way they could have survived being buried by that tree of death. Zhan Yuan of the supreme body of the Great Path from the Violet Heavenly Palace halted and looked in that direction. He did not continue moving forward, but instead kept his eyes locked there. Are we sticking around? Some at his side asked. We'll check out for a little bit longer, Zhan Yuan replied. Many people of top-notch forces stopped. A terrifying 9-headed phoenix in the air devoured the deathly auras in a frenzy. Its eyes were cold and giving off a violent, unruly aura. The 9 heads of that phoenix made it look even more cold and unforgiving. The 9-headed phoenixes had been a branch of the phoenixes, yet they were seen as outcasts. However, some of terrifying powers had emerged from their ranks, and they were taken into the Sky Demon Court. They were extremely formidable and had always been at odds with the phoenixes. At that moment, that 9-headed phoenix's eyes glared at that space that was being buried. The will of death was so thick that if it were to swallow it all, it would have done a lot of good. Furthermore, if it could gain the remains of that ancient Ren Huang that looked like an imposing statue, things would have even been more perfect. It was a pity that it would not be able to resist being devoured by that power. However, things seemed to have taken a peculiar turn within. Yi Futian's world tree life spirit seemed to be gobbling up the deathly auras and the branches while still being inside the tree of death, absorbing it into his life palace. At present, his life palace was filled with death. It had taken over the world of his life palace altogether. It made his entire body course with deathly auras, so much so that even his fair face seemed to have the will of death streaking about it. In that god of the death-like statue, countless ancient tree-like arms were extending and lashing out at Yi Futian, tangling with the world tree that was coiling around his body. Both powers were at odds with each other, encroaching each other. The world tree life spirit swayed, and divine light surged in every single part of the ancient tree as if it was able to take everything in the world into it. Both divine trees seemed to be merging. The branches from that tree of death seeped into the world tree life spirit bit by bit. It looked like a snake was trying to swallow an elephant. Deathly auras continued to surge inside Xiaqing Yuan's body unceasingly. The deathly auras on her grew increasingly thick, and Yi Futian was unable to do much than wrap her body up with his world tree, sending the energy of life into her body to fight the will of death in her stead. Time passed, and the ones outside continued to watch the extremely thick will of death rumbling about. The branches were all over the place, preventing them from telling what was happening inside. The will of death is subsiding, a mighty one said. Many people's pupils contracted. They were rather puzzled, wondering if Yi Futian was indeed alive. They were extremely curious as to what was happening inside. Wah! Some outside were seeing the branches wilting one after another at that moment, and they were shocked. The will of the great path of death is drying up. Just the hell is happening? They wondered. Yusheng stood about at the side and watched everything nervously. Everyone else at his side was doing the same. They were rattled at that scene, yet they were relieved deep down, thinking that it was going to be all right. That guy sure is always making miracles happen, Yusheng thought. Wu Yong and the others were very stunned as well. The longer they spent around Yi Futian, the more terrifying they found him to be. What happened all those years ago back at Emperor Qua's ruins was already a testament to his mettle, and they were unable to believe that he was even able to survive such a despairing state. The drain of that ancient tree was increasingly obvious. The will of death throughout the canyon was dwindling. Many mighty ones had their eyes locked right below them. At that moment, both Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan seemed to be wrapped inside as if in a cocoon. The branches of his world tree had even extended outwards, wrapping up even that statue that looked like a god of death, devouring the deathly aura in them bit by bit. Despite having been dead for many years, that being still had the formidable great path of death in them. As a Run Huang, that power of great path had long been melded with their body and blood. Even though they had been dead for many years, their body remained intact, and the will of the great path stayed behind as well. The world tree speed into that being's body bit by bit, entangling and devouring them gradually. The will of death stained Yi Futian's world tree pitch black, yet the branches of the world tree continued to wrap that being up as if they were devouring that fire spirit orb back in Emperor Qua's ruins, as well as that bone from the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Yi Futian's body seemed to have turned into a terrifying whirlpool. The world tree rescinded back into his body and disappeared altogether. That Renhuang being was no longer seen as well. In Yi Futian's life palace, however, a statue-like being appeared instead. Yi Futian was pitch black all over, and the deathly aura was extremely thick about him. Xiaqing Yuan was not in a good state either. Both of them seemed to have simply turned into statues, unflinching. The tree of death that wrapped them both up wilted in a frenzy. The branches shrouding the place were wilting and falling as well. The deathly aura dissipated gradually, scattering in the winds. The deathly aura is almost gone. Those outside were very shocked. Yu Sheng stepped forward and charged inside the branches of the ancient tree, shattering them in a frenzy. Those branches became extremely fragile by then, and one blow was all it would have taken to crush them. They were quickly reduced to dust. Yu Sheng appeared somewhere below. 2 figures stood quietly by his side, like 2 statues. Are they dead? People wondered. All eyes were on those 2 statue-like figures below. Both of them were pitch black all over, a result of the encroachment of the will of death. At that moment, there was a whiff of aura coursing throughout Yi Futian's body, seemingly dispelling the will of death bit by bit. That caused Mighty One's pupils to contract. They were able to survive that? They thought, incredulous. Untold numbers of human and demonic beast cultivators alike had ended up dead, killed right after they were gobbled up by that boundless power of death. Those 2 were devoured by that tree of death as well, buried within the boundless will of death. That god of the death-like statue seemed to still be imbued with the will of the great path that it carried while still alive, and that being had gone specifically after those 2. Yet, both of them survived. The crowd had yet to forget that there had been a will of Run Huang manifesting just a short while ago, and it was unable to handle the attacks and dissipated. All of those people around them were puzzled as to how Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan managed to survive. Furthermore, they had just witnessed the will of death wilting away. The crowd then looked at the body of those 2, wondering if they had absorbed all that will of death. However, none of them found that to be remotely possible. There was no way 2 saints would have been able to consume every single bit of that tree of death's power. That would have probably only been possible if it was a Run Huang doing it. That statue of death is gone, Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace said while still in the air. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he walked. That statue had been the dead body of a Run Huang, and that Run Huang would have been someone extremely formidable, as that Run Huang had been able to burst with such terrifying will of the great path of death even after being dead for so long. That will was powerful enough to render the whole canyon into the canyon of death. However, that Run Huang statue was no more at the moment. He wondered if it had indeed been those 2 who had taken it away. In another direction, a 9-headed phoenix was seen flapping its wings. Its eyes were extremely cold. It had been having a good time devouring the power of death, yet that power dried up instead. If it were to be able to get that dead body of Ren Huang, it would have been of huge benefit to its training. Many mighty ones harbored similar thoughts at the moment. That was the dead body of a Run Huang who harbored extremely formidable will of the great path of death. After all, no one would have thought of such things before. It was as everyone was busy trying to stay alive. At that moment, however, the crisis was over. Futian managed to suck the tree of death dry. All of them naturally thought of other things at the moment. The mood in the canyon became rather peculiar. Xingang was unbelievably perceptive, and he was able to sense the changes in the atmosphere around him. The mighty ones in the canyon harbored greedy thoughts at the moment. He understood that they were all out to grab that Renhuang's corpse. We have all entered the Origin Mountains and experienced quite a perilous period. We've all been through life and death situations right before this. While the two of them had never meant to pull what they did, they nonetheless helped all of us here escape the crisis in the canyon. I think we should all continue on our way right now, Xingang said, seemingly hinting to everyone that both Futian and Xiaqing could be considered their saviors. If they were to do anything against those two, that would have been like a dog biting the hand of the one who fed it. Voom! A monster dove down at that moment, heading straight for Futian and Xiaqing Yuan at a blitzing speed. That monster was a rock, intending to zip past at high speeds and grab Futian and Xiaqing. Qi Shuanggong's expression remained cold, finding that be it humans or demons, all had greedy thoughts. Furthermore, demonic beasts would have usually expressed such thoughts in ways that were more direct. Xingang stepped out, and the ring of light of the great path coursed all about him. Ancient symbols circled him as he grabbed at the air. That rock that had been zipping past felt its body bound, and it was utterly unable to move. It was as if a formless might of the great path shrouded its body, preventing it from moving forward. Access web novel. Live if you like watching manga, comics. Beings with no honor shall be cut down, Xingang muttered, and a sword fell from the sky, piercing through that rock's body in an instant and shattering it. Rain of blood fell from the sky shortly after. The eyes of many monsters contracted, finding Xingang to truly be formidable. Many mighty ones from the violet heavenly palace turned to look at Zhang Yuan, who was at the front. It was as if they were waiting for his order, commanding them to grab the bodies or otherwise. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with lightning. He had grown very curious as to how Futian pulled all those extraordinary feats off. Take them, Zhang Yuan ordered. Several holiness of nirvanas from the violet heavenly palace stepped forward and moved out. Lightning flashed all over the sky in an instant. Terrifying lightning of the great path gathered in the air and struck downward. Those holiness of nirvanas were extremely formidable beings, and the flashes of lightning they brought were of such might that they made others feel stifled. Xingang frowned and looked glum. The violet heavenly palace was one of the pinnacle forces to be found in the heavenly mandate realm, and it was a given that cultivators who came from such a place would be extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, there were also mighty ones eyeing them. Hand him over to us. We shall spare his life. A mighty one from the violet heavenly palace in the air said coldly. Xingang looked up in the sky, thinking that supreme forces of heavenly mandate realm were indeed overbearing. The will of the great path coursed all about him, and the clouds in the sky howled as they resonated with the great path. The mighty ones from the violet heavenly palace willed as they saw him move. Lightning flashed, and bolts rained down on him continuously, making the scene looking like doomsday. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck from above, hitting Xingang. Xingang responded by pointing his finger in the air, clashing with that bolt of lightning. Intense rumbling was heard, and the air shook violently. The power of that one finger placed above Qi Shuanggong's head resisted that lightning bolt from above, eventually destroying it altogether. The mighty ones from the violet heavenly palace saw that and felt astonished. They never expected that the holiness of nirvana standing before them would be so powerful. They were vaguely able to sense that Qi Shuanggong's comprehension of the great path had surpassed that of theirs, and he stood at the very pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level. Their eyes became more serious at that thought. According to what Tan Zimo said, back in that battle, Futian was boastful enough to tell them to pick any plane of sainthood they would have liked to fight against, and they did not select a holiness of nirvana among themselves to do battle. From the looks of things at the moment, if there were to be a battle fought between holiness of nirvanas from both sides, they would have lost all the same. They eyed each other, and several holiness of nirvanas took to the sky, taking different corners and extended their hands, performing seals and invoking lightning from the heavens. Boom! Intense rumbling rattled in the eardrums of the mighty ones. Several holiness of nirvanas appeared at the same time, bringing down heavenly might and boundless lightning in the area of the sky, making the scene look like doomsday. Training has not been easy, and you'll have a chance of getting to Renhuang Plain in the future. Don't make such a mistake right now. A holiness of nirvana said to Qi Xiangang. That devastating might shrouded everything below within its range of attack. Qi Xiangang shot a look at those before him and then took to the air, saying, "You all, protect him." Boom! Rumbling was continuously heard in the sky. Upright bolts of lightning were conjured and brought down on him like swords. That was a terrifying killing move of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the Jiuxiao Thunder Sword. Down, they all muttered, and the move struck at Qi Xiangang like a terrifying flash. Qi Shuangang's body was turned into a furnace of the Great Path, becoming intensely brilliant as he absorbed the great paths of the world. He then extended his hand to take that sword attack. The Jiuxiao Thunder Sword dropped onto him. He resisted through sheer brute force with only one hand taking the attack. Boundless, devastating lightning dropped onto him right away. His body seemed to be that of flesh and blood no longer. It instead appeared to be more like a conjuration of the Great Path. Ancient symbols circled him, and that devastating lightning attack was unable to get through to him. Boundlessly terrifying, devastating power swept all over the place in the air, making the scene look extremely shocking. Such power indeed. Many mighty ones were shocked at that scene before them. Qi Xiangang was taking on several holiness of nirvanas from the Violet Heavenly Palace all on his own. After all, that was a scene like no other. All who witnessed what was happening wondered who that person was. Tan Zimo and those around him sported pale expressions. If they were to have holiness of nirvanas fight in that battle back then, they would have, no doubt, lost. They had been allowed to take their pick at any plane of sainthood. A virgin from the supreme force that was Brahma's pure sky looked from afar, feeling shocked deep down. That person's plane is so profound that he would have probably touched the edge of Renhuang Plain. A holiness of nirvana of Brahma's pure sky said. There would have been no way a holiness of nirvana would have been able to take on several holiness of nirvanas from the Violet Heavenly Palace otherwise. It was apparent that Qi Shuangang's plane was more profound. Who are those people? A virgin of unbelievable beauty at the very front said. That woman was the #1 virgin in Brahma's pure sky, named Qin He. She was at the very pinnacle in terms of talents or appearance, and she was known as the #1 of the future Futian goddesses. The one taking the lead in that group is Yi Futian, a younger brother in training of that descendant of the Gu clan, who was taken away by Gu Tianqing. Virgin Genie elaborated. She, too, was a leading figure of a line of virgins. The prophet prophesied that she would have become one of the Jotian goddesses. However, in the Brahma's pure sky, her position paled in comparison with Qin He's. The latter had been lauded unanimously as one who came from the #1 of the 9 lineages, and she would have become the leading figure of the Jotian goddesses. They were the ones who wreaked havoc in the Violet Heavenly Palace then, Qin He said. Holy light coursed all over her body, and she looked dazzling. Indeed. Virgin Genie nodded. She thought for a bit, and then continued, furthermore, he was the last person who met the prophet. Qin He looked in the direction where the battle was taking place. She deemed that a person capable of surviving being devoured by the tree of death would have had secrets on him. It was no surprise why Zhang Yuan wanted a piece of Yi Futian. He would have wanted more than just that dead body. In that direction, Zhang Yuan, the one with the supreme body of the path of the Violet Heavenly Palace, moved. Devastating, world-ending might of lightning was conjured. Terrifying lightning diagrams appeared in the air. At the same time, demonic beasts flashed about in other directions, heading straight for Yi Futian. They deemed that Qi Xiangang would probably be the strongest of all of them. With him being held back by the ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace, the demonic beasts would have their chance. Wu Yong and the others around flashed and appeared around Yi Futian, bursting with their strongest flames and bringing about a raging battle within mere moments. Sword matrices appeared on Yaya. She stepped into the air, and her eyes turned into swords, shooting straight at Zhang Yuan. Boom! 8 bolts of divine lightning were brought down. The heavenly thunder brought the lightning of doomsday. Yaya took to the air and lashed out with her sword, blasting at all 8 bolts of divine lightning, resisting them and intending to block their path. Her swords and the lightning bolts clashed. The lightning matrix of doomsday was conjured, and Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with the terrifying will of lightning. Thunder rumbled as he stepped forward, shocking the spiritual will of everyone within earshot. "You're no match for me. Move aside," Zhang Yuan said. He pointed at the air with his palm, and thunder rumbled, making the might of lightning even more terrifying than before. He was of the supreme body of the path, and all lightning would submit to his command. A huge battle burst high up the canyon, and many monsters acted at the same time. All the other demonic beasts were looking for opportunities as well. Qi Xinggang held off the holiness of nirvanas from the violet, heavenly palace all on his own, fighting to a deadlock in the air. While his plane was indeed high, the ones he was fighting with were of a supreme force in the heavenly mandate realm, after all, and they were extremely formidable. No common holiness of nirvanas would have been able to fight against him otherwise, given how he was already at the edge of breaking into Renhuang Plain. He had ended up killing the 9th servant at the ancient imperial city, which was known as the #1 city back in Crimson Dragon Realm back then. Such battles would have needed the fighters to at least be at unblemished saint level before they were able to do anything. The monsters protecting Kong Xian acted as well, but given how the monsters they were about to fight were of overwhelming numbers, they would not have probably lasted for long. "Get him out of this battlefield," a cold voice said. Kong Xian, Yi Wuchen, and the others looked at the one talking. It was the glass saint. While she had been with them all this time, she hardly spoke, making it such that she was hardly noticeable. She spent most of her time training with Yaya. At that moment, her beautiful yet emotionless eyes seemed to be flickered with something. She flashed and moved forward. Yu Shang charged forward as well, intending to take Futian away. Boom! Might of lightning struck from above. Yu Shang roared, and the lightning bolt struck him. Its power coursed throughout his body, making his blood boil, and he had to stop. He looked up coldly at the mighty ones of the violet heavenly palace, who were coming down from above. Sword will on Yaya burst in the air. Thousands of swords appeared around her, and were turned into a terrifying storm before charging straight at Zhang Yuan. That storm of swords seemed to be able to envelop the sky. Zhang Yuan glared at his opponent with contempt while he continued moving. Lightning of the great path was sent down, blasting onto the storm of swords, shattering them altogether. However, he then saw Yaya disappearing from where she stood altogether. At the very next moment, Yaya was seen taking Futian's and Xiaqing Yuan's bodies and left right away. She took only one step, which seemed like a sword zipping through the air, and she ended up somewhere far away. "You think you can just run?" The mighty ones were all dumbfounded. Zhang Yuan did not expect that Yaya would have just chosen to run so suddenly. He took one step and propelled himself forward like purple lightning. Yaya continued to be bombarded with lightning strikes all from above as he chased after her. Monsters up the air howled as they moved above. Many demonic beasts targeted her and attacked. Voom Yaya zipped past the air like a sword, evading the incoming attacks. At times, attacks blasted right onto her, and rumbling was heard. However, she disappeared right after that, making it unclear if the attacks actually hit her. The great path of space. That speed was comparable to a holiness of nirvana. Indeed, Qin He, a virgin of Brahma's pure sky, said. She stepped forward as well, chasing after Yaya. It seemed that the mighty ones of the Canyon of Death seemed to have coalesced into a torrent within moments. It was as they were all heading in the same direction. The Canyon of Death was extremely vast. However, as she kept zipping about in the sky, she eventually came to the edge and charged outside. The place beyond was still filled with mountainous regions, looking barren and dead. Demonic clouds shrouded the sky, as if to tell them that danger lurked everywhere. Lightning continued to flash around Yaya. It was evident that Zhang Yuan remained right behind her, and she had yet to shrug him away. There was a nine-headed phoenix in that demonic cloud, clad in crimson flames, riding the clouds as it moved. Its wings were able to shroud the sky as soon as they were spread, enabling it to zip past a vast distance. Its 9 pairs of eyes were incredibly sharp as it kept a close eye on the ones below. The speed at which it moved was incredible as it was able to catch up with everyone. 9-headed phoenixes were an extremely rare breed, considered to be a mutated breed of the phoenixes. While those birds were not recognized by the phoenixes to be one of them, but 9-headed phoenixes were all of terrifying talents. They were able to travel at blitzing speeds. They had 9 heads and were versed in manipulating phoenix fire. Furthermore, they harbored the potential for conjuring flames of devastation. As such, that 9-headed phoenix had been consuming the will of death back then. There were also many demonic beasts and human cultivators coming from all corners. However, unless their training was extremely formidable, they would not have been able to catch up. Zhang Yuan, who was still in the air, frowned at that moment. The Origin Mountains were filled with danger. If they were to simply shoot forward in a frenzy, it was possible that they would have met the same fate as they did back at the Canyon Death, their lives all hanging by a thread. However, the woman before Zhang Yuan simply charged forward insanely. Even if his attacks managed to hit and injure her, she adamantly refused to stop. At that moment, Zhang Yuan kept his gaze forward and began to feel slightly uneasy. Cultivators were extremely perceptive, especially when they were at his level. While they were still unable to predict what would have happened, they were still able to feel something when they were truly near somewhere dangerous. He lifted his head and looked forward, feeling that they might have stepped into somewhere dangerous again. The terrain ahead of them was a barren low ground with many swords stabbed into it. The swords were all filled with dirt and rust. It was as if they had been weathered for many, many years. Read more chapter on novel full. One look and one was able to tell that the swords were endless. Auras that made one's heart race emanated from the land. There was a sword-shaped hill somewhere far away, looking like a hill-like gigantic sword had been plunged into the ground, pinning down everything around. As Zhang Yuan got increasingly close, that sense of danger became increasingly intense. However, that woman before him did not seem to have any intentions of stopping but had simply charged into that area. Zhang Yuan's face became pale. He wondered if she had a death wish. Yaya had actually hesitated for a bit back there, but she quickly recalled that not even that tree of death had been able to kill Futian, so the other dangerous areas would not have been able to pose a threat to his life. She was able to sense that Futian had fallen into a coma due to the will of death being too great for him to digest, but he was recovering this whole time. What was happening at that moment was but a process. Her speed had noticeably decreased. She trained in the way of swords, yet she was unable to sense any sword will at the moment. She only felt that the ground below was dangerous. A formless current seemed to have melded into the air, seeping in her body and making her feel somewhat restless. That current seemed to have harbored intense, formless resentment, affecting her will. However, she did not stop right there and then, electing to continue moving into deeper regions. Zhang Yuan, who was of supreme body of the Great Path, looked at her, thinking that she indeed had guts. He concluded that if she dared to do so, then there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Lightning flashed at that thought, and he sped forward. Lightning coursed all over his body, and rumbling thunder was heard, blasting away anything in his way. The power imbued within the will of the Great Path of Lightning was inherently capable of dispelling negative things and beings. The power of the lightning of the 9 heavens was to dispel evils and protect the righteous, after all. That aura permeating the place seeped into his mind as soon as he stepped into the area as well, intending to affect him. However, his entire being rumbled with thunderous sounds, making him look solemn. It was as if he had been enveloped in holy lightning, dispelling all that evil aura around him. He lowered his head and glanced below. That place should have been a battlefield all those years ago, suppressing the souls of many mighty ones from back then, thus giving birth to that intense resentment all over the place. Many mighty ones arrived later. However, when they had gotten near that area, they were unable to help but slow down, appearing very hesitant. Those who were able to go that far had been those of greater training, and as such, they were also more perceptive as well. Just when they were still hesitating, hurricanes whipped about in the air. A 9-headed phoenix zipped past into the area. Its eyes were cold and overbearing. It was as if it was determined to get its claws on whatever it could. Yaya continued on her way forward, getting deep into the area. Negative emotions continued to affect her. It was fortunate that she had been training for 2 lifetimes, resulting in her extremely stable will. She stopped when she came to that sword-like hill, putting Futian and Xiaqingwen down. Red blood was seen spilling from the corner of her mouth after a soft cough. She looked at Zhan Yuan, who was coming at her, and she burst with raging sword will. It was apparent that she had been injured when she was on the run, and she had been holding it in all the while. Zhan Yuan came to her from the air and lowered his head to look at her from afar. Thunderous lightning flashed in the air, and will of lightning was seen flickering in his eyes. He then said to Yaya, "There is no need for you to do this. Hand him over. I won't take his life." Yaya glared at him with cold eyes. She did not say anything. Sword will of great path coursed all over her and was then turned into sword diagrams. The sky was filled with intense killing intent, shrouding the entire place. Boom! There seemed to have been an ethereal figure emerging from within her in an instant, melding with her way of the sword. A dazzling sword matrix lashed out with the sword, moving quicker than a bolt of lightning. Lightning diagrams appeared above Zhan Yuan's head. 8 bolts of lightning flashed, circling about, and boundless divine lightning gathered. A bolt of lightning was fired, and it clashed with the sword. 2 extremely dazzling light of devastation crossed in midair. That devastating power swept out at the vast space all around them. Yaya's clothes and her long hair billowed. She stepped forward, and yet another ethereal figure burst out of her body, then transformed into a sword. Boom! The sword came through and melded with the sword that was previously fired, making the might of the sword even more powerful. Fight with your life all you want. It won't be of any use, Zhan Yuan said coldly. His hands waved about, and that terrifying lightning diagram brought even more bolts of lightning down around Yaya, locking her surroundings away. A bolt of lightning that was even more terrifying blasted at the center, clashing with her swords. If it had not been for Yaya having comprehension of the great path at holiness of nirvana level, she definitely would not have been his match. In truth, despite still being an unblemished saint, Zhan Yuan's combat prowess was already at holiness of nirvana level. The bodies of Futian and Xiaqingwen were placed above that sword-like mountain. Boundless resentment headed straight for both of them, absorbing the will of death all about them. Streaks of light coursed about Futian's body. He seemed to have been able to sense what was going on outside as he repelled the will of death with everything he had. Thunderous noises were vaguely heard from within his body. Voom! Gales whipped about. A 9-headed phoenix emerged from the demonic clouds high above the sky. A cry of the phoenix was heard as it opened its mouth, heading straight for Futian and Xiaqingwen, intending to gobble them up. "You filthy beast!" Zhan Yuan shot a glance at it, and a bolt of lightning rained from above straight at the 9-headed phoenix. The bird then spread its crimson wings, taking the brunt of the lightning attack head-on. That will of lightning tempered its body. Every single feather on the bird seemed to have been impenetrable, as if they were constructs of the heavens, glimmering with dazzling light. It continued to dive down and headed straight for Futian's body. It was apparent that the 9-headed phoenix was a monster so ridiculously terrifying that it had no fear of the one who possessed a supreme body of the great path. The aura all about Futian rumbled below. Just when the bird was about to consume him, that pitch-black body of his burst with faint, dazzling light. Voom! That bird came down and picked both of them up in its beak. Its vast wings continued to flap, intending to fly away from that dangerous place. However, at that moment, Futian finally burst with intense, brilliant light. That pitch-black figure opened his eyes all of a sudden. Futian was able to perceive what was happening at the moment, but the chi of death was too strong, and his whole body was eroded. Before, even his life spirit was occupied by the will of death, and the life spirit tree was also dyed the color of death. He had been using the power of the ancient tree to expel the will of death, but now, something changed in his life spirit. He took a look at the situation he was in, and suddenly, a horrifying ray of golden light burst out of his body. The roaring sound came out, and all of a sudden, a loud shrieking was heard from Nine-Headed Phoenix's mouth. At this moment, the Nine-Headed Phoenix was leaving the space very quickly, his 9 heads exuding an aura of violence, his vast body full of lethal coldness. It was very imposing. But at this moment, tens of thousands of golden light rays burst from one of his huge mouths. He tilted his head, from which a loud roar came. He let out a long shriek. He wanted to close his beak, but it was torn up. A figure rushed out of it, bathed in golden light while holding another person, who seemed lifeless. The 9-headed phoenix breathed out at Futian. The horrifying life force struck Futian. Boom! Crimson lightning flashed across the sky. His body turned into a bolt of lightning. His mouth spat out a keen crimson sword of destruction, the destructive dark power, veiling the sky and hiding the sun, covering the whole void sky. The 9-headed phoenix was also an overawing figure of his clan, an unblemished demon saint, with appalling combat ability. Futian looked up and felt that the force of destruction was burying this space. The sacred light shone on his whole body, the deed of thorough comprehension exploding and purifying his body. His body turned into a cauldron of the great law, expelling all forces of darkness. Above his body, suddenly, the trumpeting sound of the elephant came, trembling between the sky and the earth. Inside his body, the roaring sound continued, just like the symphony of the great law. What was more frightening was that in the light curtain of the deed of thorough comprehension, a boundless huge elephant phantom showed up above Futian's body. The divine elephant was like a demon god. With one roar, it could make the void air tremble. The rumbling sound continued. The flash of the divine elephant rose into the sky, slashing toward the sword of destruction that covered the sky and hid the sun. Appalling waves exploded in the space as if the trembling space would be destroyed. Puff! The 9-headed phoenix breathed the fire of destruction, engulfing the void sky and burning the sky and earth. Futian held Xiaqing Yuan's body in one hand and took one step forward. The trumpeting sound trembled between the sky and earth. His body soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, moving forward in the flame of destruction. The devastating fire burned down but was shrouded by a sacred golden halo, blocked by the inviolable figure of a giant elephant. Futian's fist punched out, and the sound of the elephant shook the sky. Tens of thousands of elephants roared in unison, trampling the space. Thousands of elephants came out, galloping, crossing the sky. What a terrifying scene! The crimson 9-headed phoenix made an extremely sharp shriek. His 9 heads spewed out flames, and his claws smashed down. Phantoms of elephants were torn and shattered, and the claws thrust toward Futian. The demon aura billowed and surged between the sky and the earth. A boundless 9-headed phoenix bird appeared, its claws smashing down powerfully. It collided with Futian's fist. Bang! With a loud noise, the 9-headed phoenix felt that his claws didn't smash on flesh, but rather on a statue of an elephant. Between them, 2 phantoms were colliding and clashing with each other. It was the confrontation between a sacred giant elephant and a 9-headed phoenix. The imposing might shook the 9-headed phoenix's body to the sky. His appalling eyes stared at Futian. How could this human cultivator of true self Saint Plain contend with him by strength? The enormous power of the elephant was the ability of a demon clan. Where did he learn it? At this moment, Futian loosened the hand holding Xiaqing Yuan, and branches and vines swept up and wrapped her body. His might was supporting her body. Futian's chilly eyes stared at the 9-headed phoenix in the void sky, and the imperial bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions in his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. Now, he was possessed by the divine elephant. Boom! He took a step out. The void air vibrated. A shocking scene of thousands of elephants trumpeting in unison appeared between the sky and earth as if he was also the king of divine elephants. In another part of the Origin Mountains, a group of warriors was on their way. They were from the divine elephant clan and were traveling in the sky. But at this moment, as if perceiving something, they all turned back and looked toward one direction, where they faintly sensed a divine feeling of being summoned. This feeling was wonderful, but they all understood that it must be related to their divine elephant clan. Could it be any treasure left by their ancestors in the Origin Mountains? Let's go. They turned around and went in that direction, all with solemn looks. On the battlefield, the nine-headed phoenix's body was suspended in the sky. When his wings spread, they were like clouds reaching the edges of the sky, covering the sphere and hiding the sun. Around his body, phantoms of divine elephants showed up. He walked in the air, trampling on history. He opened his wings, flapping. His body was like a flash of lightning, but he could feel that the repressive force limited his speed. Virum. Futian's body soared into the sky. It was the first time the nine-headed phoenix felt threatened by a human cultivator. He let out a rumble. The wheels of the great law turned into destructive beams of dark light, flowing up to the sky, surrounding his body, converging into an appalling storm of destruction. He spread his wings and thrust them out. Suddenly, beams of destructive light darted towards the surrounding elephant phantoms and collided violently. At this moment, Futian came out. He thrust two fists at the same time, piercing into the sky. The divine elephant guarded the sky dome, crushing the void air. The nine-headed phoenix's claws smashed down, followed by endless destructive storms, clawing toward Futian. Boom! Two of them had an appalling fight in the void sky. One human and one demon beast clashed against each other. The nine-headed phoenix spread his wings and flickered. Futian followed closely, punching his fist again and again in the void. They kept colliding and conflicting in different locations of the sky. The air was shaking violently. Lightning flashed by. Futian grabbed his claws and rushed upward, breaking through his defense and smashing toward the nine-headed phoenix's belly with his relatively insignificant fist. But as the punch smashed out, both the sky and earth made a dull sound, and that attack directly hit the nine-headed phoenix's huge body, cracking his bones and tearing his organs. He let out a painful shriek and smashed his claws towards Futian's abdomen. One punch after another, Futian blasted the nine-headed phoenix's huge body into the sky. He depended on the reaction force to fly backward, then crossed the void air, and returned to where Xia Qingyun was and held her in his arms. In the upper sky, the 9 heads of the phoenix were all bleeding, his blood dripping down. At this moment, his life force fluctuated drastically above his huge body. His body seemed somewhat unstable. His cold eyes took a glance at Futian. Wings flickering, he flew into the distance. He had given up. At this time, on another battlefield, Yaya did 9 sword strikes continually, one after another blowing towards Zhang Yuan. She also turned into a sword and charged toward Zhang's body. But behind Zhang Yuan, an appalling matrix showed up, devouring divine thunder of all skies and dropping down. Swords were all wrapped into the thunderstorm. At this moment, a devastating thunderstorm swept out, blasting on Yaya's body. Yaya spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was struck by lightning, and she flew away, felling towards the lower sky. Bang! Yaya's body hit the ground and made a dent. Many broken swords flew out. Appalling phantoms suddenly appeared on the black earth and flung themselves at Yaya's body, like evil spirits. Boom! A flash of lightning came and wiped off the evil spirits. Zhang Xin looked down at Yaya in the lower sky and said, "You did a good job. From now on, you can cultivate by my side and serve me." Yaya raised her head and glanced at him coldly. This leading figure of the Violet Heavenly Dynasty was extremely arrogant. Virum. A thunderbolt struck through the void sky. Zhang Xian raised one hand and drew out a palm print of thunder. After a loud noise, a sword was inserted on the thunder matrix in his palm. The sword wanted to penetrate it, but was turned into ashes in the might of thunder. A figure flickered and landed on the ground, picking up Yaya. He raised his head and took a cold glance at Zhang Yuan, turning around and heading towards the sword matrix. Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry. For him, capturing them was like capturing sitting ducks. None of them could escape. During his fight with Yaya, He felt this woman's combat power was quite good. Any casual cultivator of his level who was able to fight with him for a while could be considered outstanding. Moreover, she was extremely decisive in her shots and hard on herself. She was also sincere to friends and was eager to protect Futian at any cost. So, he appreciated her and thought it would be nice to have such a person around him. As for an intimate relationship, he only had cultivation in his mind and had never thought about it. "Are you okay?" Futian asked Yaya, infusing life force into Yaya's body. The will of life emitted from the branches and leaves of the world tree. Yaya's pale face turned red. Her gorgeous eyes looked at Futian. For these years, this elder brother had been calling her little sister, but always needed her protection. But now, he had grown to the point where she would no longer be needed soon. Her cultivation had not been restored to its peak, but Futian was almost catching up with her. However, she was still happy. After this trip, if they could leave the mountain of origin safely, Futian would no longer need her protection. Today, he had defeated the nine-headed phoenix big demon beast of unblemished Saint Plain. Yes, Yaya nodded her head slightly and said. Futian didn't know she had thought this much. He left Xiaqing Yuan beside Yaya, then turned and stood up. He raised his head, looking toward Zhan Yuan in the void sky. His stare was extremely cold. "Give me the corpse of the Runhuang and that piece of bone," Zhan Yuan said. Just now, he had noticed the battle between Futian and the nine-headed phoenix. It should be the strength of that bone. He had not expected that piece of bone wanted by Yingzhou Mountain was the bone of the former divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. What an unexpected surprise. Chapter 1400 Fighting with the Supreme Master. Futian stood there, gazing at Zhan Yuan in the void sky. There was a booming sound coming out of his body, and it became louder and louder. A faint sound of an elephant trumpeting also came out of him. The void air trembled as if an invisible might of the great law had fallen from the sky dome. The vast void air was permeated with an invisible might. The roar was getting louder and louder. Futian walked in the void air, his body releasing thousands of beams of golden light, enveloped by the giant phantom of a sacred elephant. Zhan Yuan stared at Futian's body. He seemed to have perceived the existence of the demon emperor's elephant bone. Did Futian use the power of the emperor's bone to defeat the nine-headed phoenix big demon beast? Seeing Futian coming, Zhan Yuan showed indifference as if Futian didn't even deserve his attention. He raised one arm, stretching out his hand to draw thunder from the sky. Above his head, the Thunder Divine Matrix was in formation. The pattern was extremely appalling. As the Supreme Master, he was born with the talent to use the law of thunder and had cultivated in at least 3 levels of all the 8 divine thunder laws of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The 3rd level meant the unblemished Saint Plain, and the 4th level was the Nirvana Saint Plain. And he had mastered the 3rd levels, or maybe even the 4th levels of the 8 thunder laws. How powerful would his lightning matrix of doomsday be? He held out one palm, and the divine thunder fell from the sky, like a punishment of heaven, exterminating all existence. Under the appalling might of the thunderous punishment, Futian's figure looked insignificant, as if he would be turned into ashes under the mighty thunder of doomsday. Futian was still striding in the void sky, all elephants trumpeting. Between the sky and earth, many demon elephants appeared, trampling the sky dome, dashing toward the upper sky. Around his body, the aura of deed of thorough comprehension appeared and shrouded him. He blended into the phantom of the divine elephant. The power of the bone of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions in his body erupted. He walked in the sky like an incarnation of the divine elephant. Booming! As the thunder descended, countless giant elephants galloped, darting towards Zhan Yuan in the void sky. The light of the divine thunder collided with countless giant elephants, which led to the disastrous scene. Phantoms of the giant elephants were annihilated and shattered by lightning and turned into nothingness, but as Futian kept marching, endless elephants showed up. The dazzling light of heavenly punishment fell on Futian's phantom of the divine elephant, trying to tear off the divine elephant's body. The sky and earth roared, and Futian continued moving upward. Although the divine elephants were enduring the extreme pressure of destruction and being distorted, they kept sprinting in the void air, smashing toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan frowned. He looked at the phantom of the divine elephant rushing into the void, raised one palm and slapped down. Thunder was hidden in his palm. When the divine elephant struck, his palm directly hit the divine elephant's skull. A horrifying booming sound came out. Zhang Yuan's body was pumped into the sky, but the body of the divine elephant was also flashing with the horrifying thunder. However, the elephant figure was not broken or annihilated. The elephant's phantom was condensed, like a real divine elephant king on his arrival. That elephant bone. Zhang Yuan looked down at the elephant king's figure and felt the demon emperor's might bursting out of it. He could feel the existence of the elephant king's bone from the divine elephant's body. Could it be that this elephant figure was supported by that piece of elephant emperor's bone? That piece of bone was a treasure of the Runhuang level. The celestial fox palace was full of idiots who pretended to be clever. They even took out the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 Direction and gave it to others. However, even though he had the bone of the demon emperor, what could he do? Zhang Yuan stretched out his hands. The divine thunder rolled in the upper sky, and the boundless sky was all covered by thunder clouds, which rushed towards the lightning matrix of doomsday above his head. The dazzling lightning illuminated this dark space as if it had been daylight. Zhang Yuan looked down at Futian, with the horrifying will of thunder in his eyes. Thunder from the 8 directions of the space converged. In the lightning matrix of doomsday, the thunder cloud sealed the sky and shrouded the lower space. The center of the matrix was connected to the divine thunder in the sky dome. Zhang Yuan stretched out one hand, and suddenly an almost transparent divine sword of thunder appeared in his hand that carried such a dazzling light one could be blinded. The lightning thunder of doomsday. Zhang Yuan stretched out one hand, and the sword fell and thrust toward Futian. At this moment, the sky and earth were under the power of destruction. Futian was shrouded in lightning from the 8 directions and could not avoid this sword and had to receive the blow. Yaya looked at them. Her face was slightly pale. This was a Nirvana-level attack. Zhang Yuan, the supreme master of Violet Heavenly Palace, the strongest warrior of this generation, was considered as the successor of the future Violet Heavenly Palace and direct disciple of the Heavenly Palace Lord. His strength was undeniable. As an unblemished saint, he was able to use the might of the Nirvana Saint Plane. Even though she had cultivated for 2 terms, she was still lost to him, while he wasn't even putting in an effort. Seeing the thunder sword of doomsday, she knew that if he had used the sword on her during the previous fight, she would not have been able to defend herself. Zhang Yuan even didn't need to try his best when confronting her. The divine elephant let out a roar and covered Futian inside. He looked up to the sky, and countless demon elephants ran out. Futian did not escape, but went straight to the sky. Savage golden divine elephants rushed toward the imminent sword of catastrophe, and the ultimate suppressing power of the great law swept out. The sky dome was suffocating. Wisps of the demon emperors might burst out from the dazzling divine elephant's body. Boom! The sword slashed down. The thunder sword of doomsday thrashed on the body of the divine elephant. Endless light of destruction struck down and suddenly engulfed the divine elephant's huge body as if it was trying to penetrate and shatter it into pieces. Bang! Thousands of rays of golden light erupted over the divine elephant, suppressing the great law between the sky and earth. The void sky where the collision happened trembled violently, roaring. The scene was extremely horrifying. With a loud sound, Futian and the divine elephant's body were both shaken downward. Crevices appeared on the divine elephant's body. Lightning of destruction penetrated inside and tried to destroy it, but the divine aura emitting from the divine elephant's body instantly repaired them. On the other side, the divine sword continued shattering, turning into endless lightning and fading away between the sky and the earth. The scene made Zhang Yuan frown. He stared at Futian, with a pair of eyes twinkling with the will of thunder. How did the phantom of the divine elephant remain unbroken? Just now, that blow made him feel like the divine elephant was a real body, instead of a non-existent phantom. No wonder. It is the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, Zhang Yuan said. Saint Plain cultivators were no longer influenced by the limit of mortal flesh, let alone cultivators of the Renhuang Plain. The flesh and veins of warriors of the Renhuang Plain were no longer normal ones. Their blood and bones were all unusual things. Their robust bloodline could be inherited by future generations. Their bones were bones of laws, containing cultivation wills. That piece of demon bone obtained by Yi Futian might be an extraordinary law bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, which contained so much might that it even could cast a divine elephant's figure. Most of Zhang Yuan's conjectures were correct, but he got the most important thing wrong. The divine elephant was not born of cohesion. It was a concrete life spirit cast by Yi Futian. Moreover, the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions was smelting in the life spirit, which made the life spirit contain the imperial might. Yi Futian heard Zhang Yuan's words and knew that he could not tell the difference. When one reached the Saint Plain, their life spirit would be the same as a real entity. The demon emperor's life spirit was the same as that of a big demon beast. Normal people could not see the difference. Now, Yi Futian summoned the life spirit of the divine elephant, but Zhang Yuan thought it was born of the demon emperor's bone. Boom! The void air trembled, and the divine elephant jumped out into the void, crushing the sky, which made Zhang Yuan frown. With such a powerful sword strike, Zhang Yuan could have even threatened a Nirvana Plain saint. But he not only failed to kill this true self-saint cultivator, but also didn't do much damage to him. Yi Futian kept coming toward him and launched attacks. Even though he knew Yi Futian used the power of the demon emperor's bone, it still upset him. The heavy might shrouded his body. Zhang Yuan was standing in the void air and felt an extremely repressive force. The divine elephants were galloping across the clouds, and Yi Futian was like the king of all divine elephants, leading the elephant herd toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, and immediately the thunder matrix of doomsday fell, like a thunderstorm that engulfed everything, heading towards the elephants. Boom! Endless light burst out of Yi Futian's body. Around him, countless demon elephants ran across the sky, and the divine elephant king directly rushed into the matrix. A devastating storm raged above the sky dome. The scene was horrifying. The rumbling sound came, and the thunder matrix of doomsday was broken, crazily bursting and shattering. The thunder matrix of doomsday was completely shattered by the endless divine elephants. The divine elephant king rushed into the void air, while Zhang Yuan hurriedly retreated toward the side. Two of them once again separated. Zhang Yuan stared at Yi Futian, looking a little embarrassed. Had this cultivator been able to challenge him by using the power of the demon emperor's bone? Boom! At this moment, he saw Yi Futian stepping in the void sky. He raised his head and saw an authentic divine elephant emperor in the upper air, striding on the sky dome. Each step he took was followed by the trembling of the space, as if space was under his suppression. Zhang Yuan had a strong feeling that horrifying oppression was falling on his body. He started to wonder whether Yi Futian had gotten that piece of bone, as well as the demon emperor's cultivation methods. Bang! The void air trembled again, and the sky began shaking. Endless might dripped from the sky. All of the sudden, countless phantoms of divine elephants appeared in the boundless sky. Yi Futian turned into the incarnation of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, tramping over all skies and crushing all great laws. Chapter 1401 Snatches from All Sides. Zhang Yuan stood in the void and summoned the divine thunder, but at this moment, he felt that the divine thunder of the great law was almost suppressed as if it was difficult to gather. He looked up at Yi Futian, seeing that his body was dazzling, and he was possessed by the divine elephant. It was rumored that the demon monarch's Mount Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions had invincible power. Ancient books said the divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions trod on the sky and crushed the earth. Nowadays, nobody knew how powerful he was, but that the king of divine elephants, the overlord of the demon realm, must have unparalleled power to suppress all great laws. Yi Futian was still striding. His step seemed to contain the power that suppressed the great law, like a supreme mystical method that blended into the power of elephants. Each step was like a manifestation of the heavenly might. Even a powerful cultivator like Zhang Yuan felt an extremely powerful pressure from that. Bang! Yi Futian took another step out, and the void air trembled. Tens of thousands of elephant phantoms fell and darted towards Zhang Yuan. A thunderous boom came from Zhang Yuan's body. He saw the endless phantoms of demon elephants stampeding towards him, so he released a gorgeous aura of thunder. Yi Futian wanted to defeat him? How could he fail? He lifted one foot. A sacred aura burst out from his body, and his body seemed to turn into that of a thunder deity. The thunderous roar broke out from every part of his body, resonating with the great law. He also took a step out, and the sound of thunder broke through the world, sweeping over all directions. The attacking giant elephant figures all burst and shattered, collapsing over the sky dome. An intimidating Renhuang might also have exploded from Zhang Yuan's body. The aura of Renhuang shone between the sky and earth, blooming from his torso. Zhang Yuan glanced at the walking figure in the air and said, "Even though the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions has supreme power, you are not the only one who possesses imperial instruments." After he said it, his body transformed into the body of the thunder god, and the unparalleled law of thunder erupted from every part of his body. The sky dome seemed unable to restrain him. He walked in the void sky, heading toward Yi Futian. Wherever he went, the divine light of thunder swept out of his body, destroying all phantoms of giant elephants. Yi Futian watched Zhang Yuan coming step by step. He knew that Zhang Yuan also used a Renhuang object and merged it into his body, which made his body like that of a true thunder god. Moreover, as a supreme master, when Zhang Yuan turned into the thunder form, his physical body could become a matrix. Now he was the thunder matrix of doomsday. When he stretched out his hand, endless divine thunder could descend. Even the thunderous roar coming from his body contained power that could smash everything and destroy the phantoms of demon elephants. Zhang Yuan directly walked toward Yi Futian. Those demon elephant phantoms were unable to approach him. The moment they came near him, they would either be swept away by the light of thunder or be shattered by the horrifying thunder roars. He blended the Renhuang might into his law. How powerful it was! The two of them walked towards each other. Their power grew stronger and stronger as if both sides had strong beliefs and were not afraid of the collision. Boom! Finally, they reached each other. Yi Futian, who possessed the divine elephant, stomped on Zhang Yuan's body. The roaring thunder shone, and Zhang Yuan's body became larger and turned into that of a true fighting god of thunder. The endless lightning turned into a series of purple lightning, connecting to his body. Countless wills of thunder between the sky and earth resonated with the fighting god of thunder he had transformed into. Zhang Yuan raised his fist and punched it toward the elephant's dropping giant foot. The law of thunder was appalling in the sky. Countless thunder swords of doomsday blasted out of his fist, trying to penetrate the divine elephant. At the same time, the endless divine light of thunder erupted from his body, sweeping towards Yi Futian. Finally, the phantoms of the divine elephants trembled, but their violent force of the same level also made Zhang Yuan move backward. His body rose straight into the sky, thrusting toward Yi Futian like a bolt of lightning. The roars and light rays of thunder erupting above his body could destroy all the existence of the Saint Plain, but it couldn't annihilate the divine elephant that enveloped Yi Futian. Yi Futian also raised his fist and punched forward. At this moment, the figure of the fighting thunder god and the divine elephant collided head-on. The space surrounding them seemed to be falling apart. Every attack between them was extremely shocking. Over the sky dome, the light of destruction shot out frantically. The void sky kept trembling. Nobody knew how many times they collided with each other, but neither of them retreated. The life spirit that shrouded Yi Futian merged into the real demon bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. It was not a treasure, but it was stronger than other ordinary Renhuang-level treasures. When it merged into the life spirit, Yi Futian's life spirit also contained the might of the demon emperor. It became unshakable. However, Zhang Yuan was also extremely powerful, and his body was also integrated with the Renhuang's object, which made him become one with the great law of thunder, and now, he seemed to have become the law itself. In the end, they were separated from each other. The violent blasts were still going on madly around them. The invisible storm swept through the vast and boundless space. Thunder kept rumbling, and there were still endless demon elephants. Zhang Yuan was emotionless. The overbearing might bloomed from his pupils. How could he gain so much strength with the aid of the demon emperor's bone? His attacks couldn't destroy Futian. Above the sky, thunderclouds rolled. Lightning from the 8 directions of the space surged. He turned into the thunder god, controlling tens of thousands of divine thunderbolts to thrust toward Futian all at once. The astonishing sound of elephants trumpeting erupted from Futian's body. The divine light of the great law started to flow. Endless demon elephants around him helped resist the bombardment of rolling divine thunder. Vroom. At this moment, Zhang Yuan disappeared, and the sound of thunder echoed in the space. His body was connected to the sky dome, gathering millions of divine thunderbolts and turning them into a flash of lightning, thrusting toward the divine elephant figure Futian transformed into. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yuan suddenly came in front of Futian, and the endless attacks fell on Futian's body. Even with the protection of the divine elephant life spirit, Futian still groaned, and his life spirit was on the edge of bursting. The attacking force was appalling. His body was shaken back, and his life spirit seemed to collapse. His hand stretched backward, and a dazzling long stick appeared in his palm. Boom! The elephant stood on the sky dome, stopped moving backward, and slashed the stick with the enormous power of the divine elephant. The sky dome was about to collapse, and the phantom of the thunder god transformed from Zhang Yuan's raised arm and sent out countless stick shadows. The void sky shook violently. After a loud boom, Zhang Yuan's body was blasted down into the lower air. Futian's body was also shaken, his life force fluctuating, organs trembling. Just then, Futian suddenly perceived a strong sense of danger. He immediately turned around and saw a golden lightning bolt striking toward him at the fastest speed. He lifted one foot and stepped out. The divine elephant made a fierce roar again, trembling the sky and earth, but the golden lightning bolt didn't stop at all, rushed directly in front of him, and hit the light curtain formed by the divine elephant. The lightning bolt penetrated the light curtain, creating a cut on the divine elephant's body. Inside, Futian was like hit by electric shocks. He let out a groan, and the golden lightning bolt rushed straight towards his own body. The elephant's life spirit suddenly collapsed and vanished, but Futian's body was still blooming with a golden aura, with the divine elephant's hidden armor inside. At the same time, the stars surrounded him. He swiftly moved in the void air and wanted to retreat, but it was still too late. The speed was too fast, and he was hit the moment the idea occurred to him. The defense of stars shattered, and the golden aura was cracked. Futian spat out blood, and his body flew straight back. That figure in the lightning moved like a shadow, and it continued to rush toward Futian. His speed was reaching the max limit. Vroom! Countless sharp swords thrust out of Futian's body, and a sword of Kasaipa also dashed out of the center of his eyebrows, racing toward Zhang Yuan. The figure in golden light took out one hand to deflect the sword, and only then did he stop. This man was wearing a gorgeous golden robe, but looked extremely ugly, with a pair of eyes like a mouse. Futian recognized him at a glance. There weren't many people with this kind of appearance in the heavenly mandate realm. He belonged to the Purple Gold Rat clan in the demon realm, of course. They proclaimed themselves to be the Purple Gold Divine Rats. Before, Zhu Zhao had reminded him not to provoke the demon beasts of this clan. They were vindictive and extremely egocentric creatures. Even though a top figure had appeared from the Rat clan, and this clan was prospering, the self-abasement running in their veins still could not be removed. Moreover, people of the Rat clan were extremely greedy and liked treasures. This purple gold rat that suddenly showed up was aiming at the treasure in Futian's hand, and he chose the right time. "Leave everything to me. I will not kill you." The purple gold rat stared at Futian and said. His narrow and long eyes looked sly but extremely indifferent, showing some sort of pride. Read more chapter on novel full. Futian glanced at him coldly. Did this warrior of the Rat clan also want to step in? The life force around his body was flowing. He seemed to have perceived something, raised his head, and looked into the distance. There, he saw a few more imposing figures coming, all staring at him with anger. Seeing this, Yaya looked sullen. Did she fail to leave them behind? She had tried her best to bring Futian and Xiaqing Yu in here. Many warriors dared not set foot on this place, but those top figures still managed to enter this territory and would not give up the things Futian had gotten. Especially now when they had seen the battle between Futian and the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan, they would even more strongly believe that the power of the bone of the divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions that Futian had obtained was amazing, and it would be a huge gain for the demon cultivators. I've heard that the purple gold rats are now very strong, but you still can't change their old nature to do such sneaky things. Zhan Yuan glanced over the purple gold rat and said, "If you want it, you should openly take it." The purple gold rat looked at him. Rats never cared about whatever methods they used as long as they could get whatever they wanted. Nobody should forget how hard he and his ancestors worked for their clan to prosper as they do today. Chapter 1402 Siege. The ominous atmosphere in this space became more and more intense. The previous battles had broken many rusty swords on the ground, and there were even evil ghosts rising from the underground that seemed to be transformed from the dead people's lingering grudges. At this moment, a pair of ghostly hands stretched out from a crack in the ground. A phantom showed up and pounced towards the person standing in the void sky. As more and more ghosts joined the fight, the warriors, who had just arrived, all perceived the threat. They glanced at Futian indifferently. They must deal with him as soon as possible and leave. For an instant, the warriors released their life forces, which followed Futian and attacked the lower sky. Futian looked up at these warriors. In his life palace, the flame was burning, and the fire spirit orb seemed to be devouring his life palace, and then the blaze rushed to his whole body, engulfing him all at once. For a moment, he transformed into flame god of war, with all the power of his body burning. At the same time, in the endless flame, there was also a golden aura of the divine elephant. The elephant's roars came from his body. A mighty force overwhelmed the vast space. He held a huge stick of stars in his hand, with an unparalleled bearing. Yaya stared at Futian. She rose to her feet, standing on the ground. The infinite sword will erupted from her body, drawing the great law from heaven and summoned tens of thousands of swords. A sword matrix was formed around her body. She could tell that Futian had been injured, and now he had to face such oppression. So many warriors were targeting him. If he let the fire of the law burn again, he would run out of his energy, let alone what level of combat ability he could use. It would be difficult for him to persist for long. Moreover, these warriors were all capable of using nirvana skills. It was looking like none of the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm would be weak. The purple golden rat lifted a brow when he perceived Futian's life force, and his narrow eyes looked cold. He stretched out a palm, and immediately a sword that could release Ren Huang might appeared in his hand. This was odd, a rat demon beast cultivated in swordsmanship. However, it was rumored that when the old ancestor of the purple golden rat clan was in humble circumstances, he once served many powerful figures and dedicated himself as a beast servant, serving many top figures, and, at the same time, secretly learned many human cultivation methods. So, warriors of the demon realm showed no surprise when seeing this purple golden rat beast use sword skills. Renhuang level might was being released from the sword. It was a Renhuang object. The sword body was thin and narrow and had strong penetrating abilities. Virum. The purple golden rat was standing on top of the void sky. He wielded his sword, and for a moment, there seemed to be a rain of golden swords appearing in the void sky, each sword raindrop containing the might of the great law. Over the sky dome, a curtain of sword rain enveloped the boundless space. The rat's sword pointed to Futian, and immediately, the sword rain followed and attacked Futian. The rain curtain covered the sky, and the phantoms of demon elephants around Futian suddenly were all penetrated, like being pierced through by thousands of swords and smashed directly. When the sword rain approached Futian, it even penetrated the might of flames and made a slight, dangerous rustling sound. The elephant roar continued in Futian's body. A giant figure of a golden elephant appeared around him. The sword rain fell with no end and kept making a harsh, shrieking sound. The sword raindrops sneaked into the golden divine elephant's body little by little. Boom! Futian took a step out and shook away those shrieking golden swords from the divine elephant figure. He moved quickly and slashed out the long stick in his hand. A huge stick shadow appeared in the upper sky and slashed toward the purple golden rat's head regardless of the spatial distance. The purple golden rat shunned and turned into a dazzling bolt of golden lightning, running between the suppressing forces of the great law. His speed was still extremely fast, and he directly avoided the attacks of the long stick and soon appeared in another direction. I should finish the battle quickly, he thought to himself. More evil spirits from the ground rushed up to catch him. Wisps of thoughts entered his mind and made his willpower unstable. He glanced toward them and said, "If you continue consuming time like this, it will be no good for anyone." It was not enough for him alone to take the treasure. Jean Huan did not expect Futian to have a whole card. Where did this fire that enhanced his strength and endowed him with Nirvana-level abilities come from? Futian seemed to carry many secrets. Zhang Yuan strode in the void air. The lightning swept out and destroyed the chaotic life force around him that wanted to erode his body. The Nirvana-level warriors, who just came to the void space, all started to take action. Each of them had an extremely terrifying life force. They all exerted pressure towards Futian in the lower sky. For a time, Futian was besieged by enemies. Boom! The void air shook fiercely. Futian stepped in the void sky, with his body shrouded by flames and his hands wielding the long sticks. Phantoms of demon elephants galloped between the sky and earth. The vast endless space seemed to be under heavy pressure. The purple golden rat demon beast started to move. He held the imperial sword high in his hand, bearing endless wills in the sky. The golden divine rain fell. His body flickered, heading straight toward the lower sky. The sword came out, and sword rain fell, annihilating everything. Futian felt the power and slashed out the long stick in his hand towards the sky and buried the sword rain. But the purple golden rat monster was extremely fast and changed his position in an instant. He launched the sword rain and wanted to control Futian in that space. Zhang Yuan stepped in the void air. The thunder roars around him shook the sky and earth. Endless thunder from the sky gathered in his body and turned into thunderous light that destroyed everything, slashing out towards Futian. Futian's stick shadow smashed out again, crushing on the lightning, and a booming sound burst out. Above his head, a Nirvana saint launched an attack. A huge, dark palm print came from the sky dome, reflecting black gold light, containing the strong airflow of destruction and tearing the void air. Futian could only slash out the stick again, his body swirling, and the stick shadows appeared. The dark palm prints collapsed and shattered. Another golden bell released tens of thousands of rays of light, crushing the void air and crumbling the place where Futian was, hiding the might of Renhuang and wiping out all existence. Futian's body soared into the sky. The shadow of the stick covered the sky, and it suddenly chopped down. After a loud clanging noise, the ancient Renhuang clock was shaken back, but the horrifying killing rays of light's attack didn't stop. The Renhuang bell also returned and ran over his body again. The powerful attacks continued. Futian kept waving his stick, but these warriors did not even get close to him. They trapped him there and attacked wildly, consuming Futian's energy, making it impossible for him to escape. After all, every person who was attacking him was powerful. Seeing the battle scene in the void sky, Yaya looked disgusted. All these were top figures, Nirvana saints, and a supreme master, but they all assaulted Futian at the same time. Just ISO they could steal his belongings. As the fight went on, more warriors arrived in the area one after another. Some people were afraid to come because of the danger, but there were still a few bold people who entered the battle. An intimidating life force came, and a Nirvana-level big demon beast Zhu Yin came to this area with Zhu Zhao, Yusheng, and others. Seeing the battle in the void sky, Yusheng looked extremely worried. Boom! The sky dome trembled, and divine elephants trumpeted. In the distance, a group of powerful divine elephants raced towards this side. They glanced down at the battlefield in the lower sky and saw the life force erupting from Futian's body, which made them feel something familiar as if it was from their ancestors. "We should help him," Zhu Zhao said. He saw Yi Futian being hit by one attack right after the other, defending himself alone, when the attacks were coming from so many intimidating warriors. The Nirvana-level Zhu Yin Great Demons might swept out and rushed towards the Sky Dome. Bang! A violent sound came out. The sound of elephants trumpeting shook the sky. Above Zhu Yin, the great demon beast's head, giant elephants marched in the air, among whom one of the divine elephants glanced at him and said, "Go away." Yi Futian, the divine elephant clan, wanted him. The roar continued, and they kept treading in the void air. Warriors on the other side of the battlefield saw warriors of the divine elephant clan, and their attacks became even stronger. In the shadows of the stick, the purple golden rat demon beast crossed the sky and passed through the stick shadows. Horrifying might blasted over his moving body, but his body turned into the size of a rat and directly penetrated the great law attacking force. This was his innate talent. Bang! With a loud noise, the purple golden rat demon beast almost penetrated Yi Futian's body and smashed Yi Futian's overall defense. But Yi Futian's body seemed to have a terrifying flame might that made him scared and devoured him. The golden aura wrapped around his body. The rat's sharp claws clawed toward Yi Futian. Using the reaction force, he stepped back. His heart thumped fast. What was that power? Boom! The might of the thunder laws also blasted over Yi Futian, making his body fall to the ground. The purple golden rat was extremely fast. He continued to dive down and wanted to take Yi Futian away. A gust of sword might arrived in an instant and thrust straight toward him. The purple golden rat spun his body. The Renhuang's sword in his hand thrust down and turned into a horrifying golden storm that collided with the sword. The sharp shrieking sound came, and golden blood flew from the purple golden rat. He was shaken to the void sky. Yaya fell to the lower sky with Yi Futian and dropped on the sword peak. Both of them spat out blood. Yu Shang and others rushed to check them, but, considering their levels, they couldn't change the situation at all. In the void air, those top saint figures looked down at them. "Get out of our way." Warriors of the divine elephant clan marched in the void sky. Many divine elephants descended at the same time, and suddenly their might shook the sky. Even the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace didn't dare to trouble them. That purple golden rat demon beast looked sullen. The divine elephant clan was also very powerful. In the era of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, the divine elephant clan was the king of the realm, and they still had a vast heritage after so many years. Now, since they had arrived, it was difficult for him to take the treasure. Warriors of different forces stared at each other with anger, and both Yi Futian and Yaya were severely injured. Yi Wuchen looked indifferent, with anger and sadness in his heart. So many warriors of the heavenly mandate realm chose to besiege one single person. However, they simply could not participate in combat of such a high level. He raised one foot and walked toward their direction. This space was suppressed by countless broken swords and filled with horrifying chaotic thoughts. Boom! There was another loud bang. Warriors stepped down and exerted pressure on Yi Futian. Except for the warriors of the divine elephant clan, none of them wanted to give up. "He belongs to me," Zhan Yuan said indifferently. He might not want the divine elephant imperial bone since it was the bone of the ancestor of the divine elephant clan, and he didn't want the corpse either. However, he was interested in Yi Futian. Yi Futian had more treasures. "The corpse belongs to me," another Nirvana-level warrior said. They had already started to discuss how to divide gains. But at this moment, a rumbling sound came out, and the mountain peak was shaking. They turned around and looked toward that side. On the top of the mountain, in front of the giant sword inserted in front of the sword peak, a man in white with long hair blowing in the wind was standing, holding the hilt of a sword with both hands. Chapter 14:03 The Threat of Renhuang. The warriors' faces all turned pale. They could perceive the chaos going on in the space. The endless broken swords seemed to be used to seal a land of demons, and this sword peak might be the place where the main sword was located. The giant sword inserted above the sword peak probably was the key to seal this space. Once it was pulled out, the consequence might be disastrous. However, at this moment, someone was trying to pull the sword out. "Stop it!" people yelled. In front of the giant sword, the figure pulled it with both hands, and the ground made a roaring sound. The vast, boundless space was trembling. Those broken swords inserted into this land made high-pitched shrieks, and a devastating storm swept through the vast void air. Under the ground, horrible life forces were released, like countless dead warriors remaining thoughts that had been suppressed by this land. At this moment, they were all being released. Too presumptuous. A Nirvana Plane warrior raised his hand and launched attacks towards the figure that was pulling the sword, but a terrifying vortex appeared over the sword and quickly engulfed the person pulling the sword. There seemed to be a phantom-like figure amid the chaotic airflow that rushed into his mind, rolling towards his body. The attack of the Nirvana Plane warrior came near him but was blocked by the terrifying storm. "It's dangerous. Step back," the Sword Saint yelled. But Yi Wuchen still stood in the center of the storm. The blue veins on his body were visible. There was horrifying bloody light in his eyes. The extremely chaotic thoughts invaded his mind directly as if they were trying to overtake his mind. The Sword Saint's face looked very pale. He could understand the situation Yi Wuchen was facing at the moment. The sword that the mysterious warrior gave him at that time, the demonic sword he was using today, contained similar energy just like this one, and also full of demonic thoughts as if actual demons were dwelling inside. However, those demonic thoughts had been sealed, so his demonic sword was now a safe weapon. But even so, the Sword Saint was very clear how Yi Wuchen suffered every time he used the demonic sword. The agony was unbearable for normal people even though the sword had been sealed. What would happen if the seal was released? The huge sword that Yi Wuchen wanted to pull out was like his demonic blade. It was sealed and used to quell the land. But at this moment, Yi Wuchen wanted to pull it out. He would die. How devastating the consequence would be if the lingering beings in the land were freed from the quelling power. What kind of price was waiting for Yi Wuchen at the center of the storm to pay? The Sword Saint could imagine. Had the situation already become this serious? Yi Wuchen's eyes glowed with terrifying bloody light as if they were no longer his own eyes. However, deep in his pupils, there was still a sense of sobriety. It was his willpower fighting against the erosion of terrifying power. His body didn't seem to belong to him anymore, but his hands still held the giant sword tight. Boom! The earth was still shaking, and countless horrifying phantoms flew from the ground, stunning those who wanted to assault Futian for a while. They looked quite unsettled. Was this lunatic trying to kill everyone? Yi Wuchen didn't stop. Under countless gazes, he pulled out the giant sword with both hands little by little. He didn't have time to think. So many top figures joined forces to suppress Futian and even discussed how to divide gains. In a situation like this, what else could he do to counter them? There might be many demons buried in the ground, but what was the difference between these bloodthirsty top cultivators and the demons? Considering Futian's ability, he was even more likely to survive in front of the demons in the ground. However, those greedy top figures would not let him go. So, after seeing the whole situation, Yi Wuchen came to the sword peak alone and pulled out the sword. Shh! A beam of dark light vertically pierced into the sky. The sword was finally pulled out. The sword peak collapsed, and a terrifying air torrent rushed into the sky. But Yi Wuchen's body was submerged by the infinite darkness. The ground shook, countless broken swords flew up, and the land cracked. Many deep crevices appeared. From the cracks, many hands came out and grasped onto the ground. Many phantoms rose and rushed directly toward the cultivators, fighting in the void sky. The situation was chaos. Many warriors looked terrified and scattered instantly, trying to escape. Boom! On the sword peak where Yi Wuchen was located, the land was divided into two, splitting up from the middle. The two pieces of land seemed to be completely divided, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Between the divided pieces of land, horrifying life forces were spreading. Everyone was horrified. Countless air currents continued to flow into the giant sword. The open ground turned into an endless abyss. Looking down from above, no one could see the bottom of it. There were only horrifying life forces being released out of the abyss. At the time, in the bottomless abyss, in the endless darkness, two flashes of bloody light suddenly appeared. These two flashes of red light looked extremely scary, like the eyes of a demon. The terrifying demonic light aroused tumult in the whole abyss. But just after a moment, these two flashes of light dispersed as if nothing had happened. Yi Wuchen held the sword tight. His body was shaking, and his eyes turned into the color of blood. His handsome face became distorted, and the energy of his whole body seemed to be devoured. But the life force surrounding his body was extremely terrifying. He didn't seem to be himself at all. He turned around and looked toward other people. The Supreme Master Zhan Yuan was using the Divine Thunder to resist the erosion of demons. Warriors of the Divine Elephant Clan were trampling over the sky to suppress evils. Other warriors also used their means to defend. However, even in this chaotic situation, the purple golden rat demon beast had not given up yet. He turned into a bolt of lightning and thrust towards Futian as if, at this moment, he still wanted to take Futian away. He would never give up without reaching his goal. However, at this moment, he suddenly became alert and perceived a dangerous life force. He immediately turned around and saw a pair of demonic eyes shrouding him. The horrifying demonic will directly came into his eyes and invaded his mind. He trembled, showing panic, and hurried back. The giant sword swept by, chopping over the space he was in. A terrifying trembling sound came out, and the purple golden rat beast spat out blood like crazy. He seemed to be covered with a layer of purple gold armor that blocked most damage for him. Otherwise, this blow would have been far more serious. The purple gold rat demon beast was moved far away and spat out a mouthful of blood, and wisps of airflow rushed towards him. The purple gold rat demon beast turned into golden lightning and fled through a gap, wanting to escape this area. Had that lunatic been eroded by demons after drawing the sword and had become a demon himself? His blood-red eyes were extremely scary, and Yi Wuchen flashed away. The sword in his hand devoured endless air flows between the sky and earth and then chopped down towards those warriors in the void air. Suddenly, a terrifying dark vortex gushed out, like numerous phantoms together with the sword dashing toward those warriors and rushed directly toward their bodies. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's body turned into a dark lightning bolt and struck directly toward Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan saw Yi Wuchen coming. Yi Wuchen's body was wrapped by the horrifying air currents. At this moment, he was not himself. Boom! The rolls of thunder kept roaring, and the lightning illuminated the whole sky. Thousands of flashes of thunder and lightning blasted toward Yi Wuchen. Under divine thunder, those countless phantoms were directly wiped out. The violent lightning struck directly over Yi Wuchen's body. The sword left Yi Futian's hand and turned into dark lightning. It broke through the forces of heavy thunder and crushed on Zhan Yuan's body. The hissing sound came. It seemed that Zhan Yuan's body was almost penetrated. Blood flew out of his body, and the devastating air currents rushed into him frantically. His whole body was filled with the breaths of death and was growing black. The lighting was gradually fading, and his face looked dead. At this moment, a beam of strong light bloomed. Zhan Yuan let out a roar. Over his body, the mighty imperial power swept out, and a phantom of the supreme Renhuang Lord appeared. The sacred light shrouded Zhan Yuan's body, expelling the dark air flows around him and directly wiping out all the chaotic wills. The Emperor's aura shone. The divine thunder came and destroyed everything, and many chaotic wills around him were all shattered. His eyes were extremely sharp, like the eyes of a deity, sweeping towards Yi Wuchen. "Just evil crafts," he said in disdain. His eyes looked indifferent. He pointed his finger forward. Yi Wuchen took back the sword and slashed out a strike. The sacred lightning illuminated the vast sky dome and collided with the terrifying dark sword light. An unparalleled life force of destruction erupted, and an astonishing storm blew across the world. Boom! Finally, Yi Wuchen was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. After all, he was using the external strength to fight. Instead of his ability, how could he fight against the real Renhuang will? The flash of lightning pierced through his body. If he had not had the endless airflow as protection, the blow would have been enough to turn him to ashes. "We should go first," Renhuang glanced at the place and said, frowning. It seemed that the danger had been triggered, and he had to get Zhang Yuan to leave with him. Let's take him with us as well. Zhang Yuan pointed his finger at Futian and said. Even at this moment, he still didn't forget capturing Futian. Especially after his confrontation with Futian, Zhang Yuan became more interested in him. This young man was even able to compete with all the top warriors at the same time by using the power of the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. And how did he launch the flames of the way? Chapter 14. For the hearts following the lie. The Runhuang figure of the violet heavenly palace looked toward Futian, slightly nodding, and then stepped forward. Covered with the bright thunder light armor, he slightly raised his arms and headed toward Futian. Yaya and others looked sullen. Was this Runhuang warrior also going to capture Futian? Wuchen on the ground rose to his feet again. He held the sword with both hands, and the bloody light burst out from his deep, dark eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have given up his self-consciousness, and the sword will darted toward his body madly and swallowed him up. He seemed to have become part of the sword. Not only that, all the horrible air flows around him and the space poured into his body. With a roar, Wuchen's body was devoured. Over him, a real demon appeared. The demon stared at the Runhuang warrior, and the sword in his hand was also roaring and shaking. You are giving yourself to evils. The Runhuang of the Violet Heaven Palace shouted at him solemnly. Even his voice contained horrifying might of thunder and wanted to penetrate the demon's body, but it was of no use. Wuchen was still standing there. The Runhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace had no choice but to put down Zhang Yuan. He needed to deal with the monster in front of him first. You give me a moment, he spoke to Zhang Yuan. Soon the might of thunder fell from the sky, and his body turned into the law of thunder, just like a real figure of thunder deity. He took one step forward, crossing the void sky and heading toward Wuchen. Virum. At the same time, the sword saint held the overbearing demonic sword. The terrifying demonic might surged straight to Zhang Yuan's body. Yushang, Zhu Zhao, and Black Wind Condor did the same. Since they couldn't fight with the Runhuang, they would target Zhang Yuan. Everything started with him. Accompanied with a rumble, the demon Wuchen launched an attack on the Runhuang. The sword penetrated his body directly, but the Runhuang's body was nothing but a thunder thought. The thunder thought also penetrated the demon's body. Suddenly, the huge demon burst frantically. The light of endless thunder entangled it, and with a loud noise, phantoms around it all burst and shattered. Wuchen's figure showed up from the explosion, but again fell feebly. However, the Runhuang was not well at this time, either. His body was exposed to countless dark airstreams that devoured his thunder form, making the lightning gradually dim and trying to devour his thunder thought completely. He glanced toward Futian with a cold look. Take them away, Yaya sitting on the ground said to a beautiful figure next to her. That person looked at Yaya with a pair of gorgeous but emotionless eyes. She was the first beauty of the eastern state of that time, the Glass Saint. Go to that abyss. Yaya stared at the Glass Saint's eyes and said, showing no expression. The Glass Saint also looked back at her eyes. If she went to the abyss, would she survive? Was she telling her to go die? At this moment, her heart was stirred, no longer as calm as before. Aren't you always looking for the answer? If you find it, you die, Yaya said in an extremely indifferent tone, without any emotion, as if this unsmiling girl, who was always patted on the head by Futian, had turned into a real cold-blooded and ruthless sword saint of the void. But was she ruthless? She asked the Glass Saint to die. The Glass Saint lowered her head slightly, looking at Futian, but at this time, Futian was also looking up at her. The Glass Saint wondered what answer was she looking for. Okay, she answered. When the horrifying might befell, and the Runhuang of the Violet Heaven Palace came near, she grabbed Futian and Xia Qingyuan with both hands. Seeing Futian wanting to move, she released the might of ice and sealed Futian's body using extreme coldness, and she took the two of them directly toward the direction of abyss. The Runhuang frowned and continued to pounce toward them, but at this moment, a bright sword matrix shone across space, and thousands of rays of sword light slashed out. Yaya, severely injured, submerged the Runhuang figure with the sword light. You are playing with fire, the Runhuang said coldly and continued moving forward. The thunder light directly destroyed the might of sword. Virum. The sword matrix engulfed toward him, and a sword burst out from the center of the matrix. The Runhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace raised his hand to draw the divine thunder. The imperial might swept across the world and destroyed tens of thousands of swords, but that single sword continued to drop down and penetrate his body. At the same time, those dark forces that devoured his body became stronger, little by little making his body disperse. He turned around and took a glance. At this time, Zhang Yuan was also under siege. All his opponents seemed to be attacking him at all costs. Zhang Yuan had been wounded by Yi Wuchen before. Otherwise, he would have not been threatened by these low-level people. Boom! Zhang Yuan's fist collided with Yu Shang. Yu Shang clasped his fist directly. The violent might of thunder pierced through his body and banged on Yu Shang, but Yu Shang's hand still clasped on him tightly. The Sword Saint's sword chopped off. Zhang Yuan let out a roar and accumulated divine thunder in his palm. The black wind condor swooped down toward Zhang Yuan. He had almost turned into a demonic instrument, a pair of eyes full of killing thoughts. Zhang Yuan raised his head, the terrifying thunderous light erupting in his eyes, shooting toward the black wind condor. The demonic sword split the sky. Blood splashed and a deep blood mark appeared on Zhang Yuan's body, but his arm also shook Yu Shang away. Boom! There was another loud bang. A long stick slashed down. The might of thunder violently blasted from Zhang Yuan's body, but he was still pushed away by the force. When he stopped, Zhang Yuan looked down at his arms and body. A startling bloodstain was there as if being eroded by demonic wills. A lot of dark airflows rushed toward him, and his face looked extremely gloomy. "You retreat first," a voice from the Runhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace said. He shook his arm, and the sword matrix was annihilated. Yaya's body was shaken out, blood splattering in the void sky, and she weakly fell on the ground. The Runhuang turned into a flash and ran toward the Glass Saint and Futian. The Glass Saint now was standing on the edge of the abyss. In the bottomless abyss, there were endless dark air torrents, as if ancient monsters were looming inside, filled with infinite danger. If the power in this abyss broke out, even the Runhuang would not dare stay here. She took a glance at Futian and then stepped forward and leaped down toward the endless abyss. She hoped Futian could survive. Futian seemed to have strong adaptability in these dangerous places, and she hoped it would be the same this time. The Runhuang descended on the edge of the abyss, and countless air flows came. He looked indifferent, turned around and transformed into a flash of lightning. His form was about to dissipate, and he had to take Zhang Yuan away. At this time, Zhang Yu's whole body was stained with blood, and killing thoughts were reflected in his pupils. "Let's go," his voice rang out. The Runhuang's phantom showed up and used his remaining strength to guard Zhang Yuan's body and soared into the sky, letting the terrible dark power eat away at his body and still rush out of this district with Zhang Yuan under his protection. Other warriors also made their way to escape. The destructive power of this space was getting stronger and stronger, and soon, only those around Futian were still there. "It's going to go." A Nirvana-level Zhu Yin demon beast came to Zhu Zhao and said. At this moment, it was not easy to escape. He let out a yell and turned into Zhu Yan's original form. The huge beast stood on the ground like a mountain. Zhu Zhao looked in the direction of the abyss, but the Nirvana-level Zhu Yin great demon beast seized him directly, asking the Sword Saint and others, "Do you want to go with us?" "You can go," the Sword Saint said. The Zhu Yin great demon beast let out a roar, took his people and soared into the sky, escaping the space. The Sword Saint raised his foot and walked toward the abyss. The Sword Saint's whole body was covered by the demon might. Yaya and Yi Wuchen were severely injured. Futian and Xiaqing Yuan had been to the abyss. How did they go? Where should they go? The Sword Saint approached Yaya, raised his head and asked Black Wind Condor, "Condor, is Futian all right?" The Black Wind Eagle stood in front of the abyss, staring down and said, "They were still going down." He looked back at Sword Saint and said, "Glass Saint, I am afraid she is in danger." How deep was this abyss? The Sword Saint lowered his head. He inserted the demonic sword on the ground next to Yaya, holding the demonic sword with one hand. Suddenly, the mighty demonic will power swept out, dispersing all evil spirits. He was covered by the demonic will and seemed to be enduring very intense pain. Yaya sent the glass saint to death. However, Yaya intended to prevent Futian from being taken away. Futian had too many secrets on him and must not be taken away. If he was taken to the Violet Heavenly Palace, he would die. So, Yaya asked the glass saint to send Futian to the abyss, which was equal to letting her die. He understood that Yaya was making the right choice. Futian had survived too many life and death situations, especially in the secret relics. His survivability was amazing. If he went to the abyss, there was still a chance for him, but if he was taken away, he would be killed. And that was also why Yaya sacrificed her life to block the Runhuang. Yusheng walked to Yi Wuchen's side. At this time, Yi Wuchen was eroded by the darkness. He was not only seriously injured, but not even like himself. Yaya and Yi Wuchen were the injured the worst, and they had more than just injuries. Yaya used what was left of her power to stop the opponent from taking Futian away, and the other one, as a doctrine saint, pulled the sword and induced the demonic power entering his body. How did he afford the pain? Yusheng came near Yi Wuchen and sat cross-legged in front of him. His whole body was in golden radiance, and there was Buddha's whispering echoing between the sky and the earth. The golden aura of Buddha shrouded this place and also wrapped around Yi Wuchen's body. Behind Yusheng, the Buddha's light shone, and many Buddhist statues appeared. Tens of thousands of Buddhas together worshipped the law, emitting glaring Buddhist radiance. Countless Buddhist charms showed up and flew toward Yi Wuchen's body. At the same time, Yusheng chanted Sanskrit mantras. The Sanskrit chants resonated with the sky and earth and gradually turned into the supreme power of karma, which was trying to influence Yi Wuchen. There was nothing more that Yusheng could do, and he could only pray that Wuchen could pass through this calamity. On the other side, the Sword Saint was looking at Yusheng. There were two more severely injured people in need of being taken care of. He would take care of Yaya, and Wuchen would be in the care of Yusheng. He raised his head and glanced at this dim world. It seemed that now it had truly become a demon's cave. However, even though they were surrounded by the boundless darkness, their hearts still followed the light. Chapter 1405 The Answer. In the abyss, the glass saint took Futian and Xiaqing Yuan all the way down. Countless horrifying evil phantoms were rushing toward her. The strong wills of sword and wills of ice were being released from the glass saint's body but could not stop the invasion of those evil spirits. She sealed Futian and Xiaqing Yuan with the freezing power and turned them into two ice statues. Boom! The glass saint's body was shaken violently, and a dark airflow appeared on her fair face. An external chaotic thought entered her mind, trying to swallow her willpower. She had no other thoughts, and her willpower was strong and wasn't disturbed. She continued going down, but the infinite shadows eroded her madly. More and more shadows gathered and gradually engulfed her beautiful body. The glass saint's mind fell into chaos, and various negative emotions invaded her will. At this moment, she seemed to remember a lot of things and thought of her life. She was supposed to be envied by many people, but she experienced all the cruelest things in the world. After that, she was avenged by Futian and his group who killed the great Zhou sacred king. Although she knew Futian didn't do it for her, after all, he still helped her settle her long-standing feud. But after that war, she was hurt badly, and her 7 emotions were removed. Now she lived like a zombie and didn't know what she was going to do. Of course, when Futian invited her to stay, she chose to stay, not because she didn't know what to do, but because even though her emotions were removed, when she was near Futian, sometimes she could feel something. Maybe it was the hatred and anger triggered by Futian's humiliation, or it was the gratitude she had for Futian who finally avenged her. She didn't know what emotion it exactly was. Or maybe it was all of the emotions. Whoever in the world wanted to live like a zombie? After all, she still wanted to be a normal person and wanted to survive this calamity of emotions being removed. So she stayed with Futian and his group, followed them, watching everything happen as a bystander and also witnessing their growth. Those unforgettable experiences seemed to have become her memory. Even as a bystander, she still occasionally felt the waves of emotion, which might show her how a real person's life should be. Compared with him, her previous life had nothing but revenge and hatred. It was so pale and boring, as if she was not truly alive. Although everything that happened today looked desolate, she was still touched. Those who fought hard at all costs, like Yiwuchen who pulled out the sword, and Yaya who sent her to the abyss, all showed her the beauty of human nature. Perhaps this was how life should be. Sometimes she was envious and wanted to live a life like this. Suddenly, a flash of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, something that had not been seen for many years, and the smile was exceptionally bright. While she was smiling, tears fell, as if she had finally found her lost self. So, this is the answer, the glass saint thought. When Yaya asked her to die, she had some hesitations. Although she hesitated for a moment, she still agreed. But it was not until this moment that she found the answer. This feeling was beautiful. At this moment, a more powerful, copious life force bloomed from her body, and her will was also being sanctified at this moment. Her will for law became stronger, and an air torrent from her rushed into the sky. The glass saint, at this moment, broke the shackles of many years and entered the unblemished saint plane. But what was the point of breaking through to a new plane at this time? At least in the last moment of her life, she had found the answer for herself, which was enough. She released powerful thoughts, guarding her mind and willpower against the invasion of the endless demons. Even though she might die, she would still resist. She would not be waiting for her death to come. She would do everything she could and listen to destiny's arrangement. Countless demon phantoms seemed to appear in her mind, showing their menacing fangs and claws to make her waver. For a moment, chaotic scenes appeared in her mind. She could see the scene in ruins of the horrific war of that year, and her body was falling until she gradually lost self-consciousness. After a long while, she fell onto the ground at the bottom of the abyss. Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan were the same. They were like two ice statues, falling into this bottomless dark abyss. Yi Futian's ice statue was out of the glass saint's control. The ice over him melted little by little, and after a crackling sound, the ice statue was broken. Yi Futian's eyelashes slightly moved in the ice, and countless horrifying shadows pounced toward him. At this time, in Yi Futian's body, wisps of sacred light came out and shrouded his body. Some ancient trees' branches and leaves even stretched out and reached Xiaqing Yuan, wrapping Xiaqing Yuan's body inside. He wanted to perceive the outside world and wanted to extend the ancient tree branches to the glass saint. But at this time he seemed to be a bit too weak. His power seemed to be exhausted. He could feel that the glass saint seemed to be struggling and contending with the demon's wills. She was getting further and further away from him. He understood that even he could not help the glass saint. With no other thoughts, Yi Futian demanded himself to fall into a deep sleep. In the abyss, deep in the dark, a pair of extremely ominous blood-red eyes were opened, but then they disappeared in an instant as if nothing could be seen. Time passed slowly. These wills that were sealed up in the abyss had long been corroded. They rushed outward wildly, crazily devouring the bodies of Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan, and of course the glass saint. Except that, there was only a dead silence in the abyss. Beyond the abyss, on the edge of the land, Yi Wuchen was lying on the ground, struggling in pain. Buddhist chants lingered in the space and kept pouring into his ears. The aura of the Buddhist laws enveloped his body and kept influencing his mind, trying to soothe his nerves. Ah! A low roar came from Yi Wuchen's mouth, which sounded more like the roar of a beast than the voice of a human. His pupils were glowing with bloody light, and he seemed to be having difficulty controlling himself. He glanced toward Yushang with his bloody eyes that hid his cruel killing thoughts. However, it seemed as if Yushang could not feel it at all. He was still sitting there, whispering the Sanskrit chants. After he finished cultivation in the Vajra region, Yushang had not concentrated on the study of Buddhist laws once, let alone focused on chanting in Sanskrit. However, at this moment, he looked very solemn, just like a Buddha, constantly singing the Sanskrit chants, trying to make Yi Wuchen calm down. He knew Yi Wuchen's suffering and struggle because he was also experiencing it. But before, Yi Wuchen had pulled his sword with both hands and was eroded by the infinite willpower, which was much worse than him. Yi Wuchen was experiencing the pressure that no one had ever imagined. Boom! With a roar, Yi Wuchen rose to his feet, and a horrible dark airflow shrouded his body as if he had transformed into a demon. He stared at Yu Sheng with a pair of blood-red eyes, raised his palm, and slashed them toward Yu Sheng's head. Yu Sheng opened his eyes. His pair of bronze bell-like eyes looked extremely calm. The Sanskrit chants in his mouth continued entering Yi Wuchen's ears. Seeing that pair of clear and deep eyes, Yi Wuchen didn't slap his hand down. He flicked his arm toward Yu Sheng violently, and after a loud sound, Yu Sheng was thrown into the air, but his body immediately flashed and soon returned. The golden Buddhist charm wand had never stopped flowing out of his mouth. He walked in front of Yi Wuchen, just staring at him, and said, "Since you came from the Kangyi kingdom that year, you have already gone through so many ordeals. Can't you just pull through this time?" A voice entered into Yi Wuchen's eardrums, saying, "You are a swordsman in training, a cultivator with a pure heart for the sword. You can combat all the evils of the world. Don't forget, Qin Yu is still waiting for you." Yu Sheng's voice was deafening. Yi Wuchen heard his voice and trembled, but the life forces around him were still roaring. "Your sword hasn't chopped off all demons' heads in this world with us," Yu Sheng continued. Yi Wuchen held his head with both hands. His mind was about to collapse. His will was already engulfed as if he had been occupied by all the negative emotions, swallowed up by those chaotic wills, and became a demon-like being. But Yu Sheng had been with him. If there had not been Yu Sheng, he would have failed to hold on. He finally made a hoarse growl and then fell on his back. His body was still trembling as if suffering endless pain. Many demon wills pounced on Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's eyes looked extremely cold, and the sacred Buddha aura enveloped his body. Even though these demon wills were powerful, they would not be able to affect Yu Sheng's mind. Not far away in the other direction, the Sword Saint's entire body was engulfed by the demonic might. The horrific airflows of the demonic law were roaring. The Sword Saint clutched the demonic sword inserted above the ground. He and Yaya were submerged in a monstrous demonic cloud. Outside this vast and boundless area, in the distance, a group of figures was standing there, looking toward them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The person who took the lead was Qi Xiangang, and the people around him were warriors who had not come because of the war. Zhu Zhao had also joined them. In front of them, the previous battle zone was no longer visible, wrapped in the dark mist containing extremely horrifying life forces. "Master, will they be okay?" Mu Chunying next to him asked in worry. The life force was too terrifying. He could feel a strong threat from it, even though he was just standing on the edge. "They will be fine. They are all people with great luck, and their destinies should not just end here," Qi Xinyuan said. "Let's wait." "Yes," Mu Chunying answered and nodded slightly. Then his eyes turned cold, and he said, "The Violet Heavenly Palace is such a bully. Even their supreme master figure participated in the siege. If Yi Futian can survive this, he will be unable to let this all go." Qi Xingang didn't say anything, but he knew about Yi Futian's personality. At that time, Yi Futian dared to fake his identity as the seventh swordsman in the Great Li Empire to kill Li Yao, but he could also leave Dali because of him and arranged a scheme to kill Li Yao. If this time Yi Futian could survive unharmed, even though the Supreme Master was from the Violet Heavenly Palace, Yi Futian would still seek revenge on him until he died. Chapter 1406 Constant Breakthroughs. Days passed slowly. In the vast and boundless mountain ranges of Origin, demon clouds rolled over the sky, but the mountains were still barren and dead silent. A few months ago, countless warriors stepped into the mountains, and now many people had died here. Of course, there were also quite a lot of people who had found the ruins of the ancient battlefield and unearthed what ancient demon emperors and Renwangs had left. But of course, there were more dangers than opportunities, and a lot of cultivators had been buried in the mountain range of Origin. Yi Futian escaped danger. At this time, the Sword Peak had collapsed, and in the land full of tumbling evil forces, Yi Wuchen had thought about giving up many times, but Yu Sheng kept him in the Buddha light all the time. The Buddhist chants kept falling upon his ears and helped him to see a faint glow of dawn in the abyss of agony, while he was struggling in despair. At this moment, his mind seemed to have been dissociated, and he developed many personalities. In his vague, conscious space, there were many phantoms transformed from the wills. There were wills of evil spirits, wills full of destruction, and bloodthirsty wills that made him want to become aggressive. And among these wills, there was one white elusive will, which seemed to be swaying in this storm, as if it might be destroyed at any time. It was his own remaining will, which was always close to disappearing. Boom! All the wills flung at him again, trying to occupy his willpower, and then countless chaotic wills showed up again all at once. He was struggling in pain, and the horrifying bloody light reflected in his eyes. Yu Shang was sitting in front of Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen kept rolling on the ground because of the pain, and his mouth continued to make low roars. During these months, Yi Wuchen had entered the path of demons many times and even thought about killing Yu Shang. There were also countless moments that he wanted to abandon himself and let the demonic wills completely control him, but every time he reached the point of despair, he held on to his faith and didn't give up. The pain he had suffered during this time even made Yu Shang feel like it was nearly unbearable. Sometimes, Yu Shang even thought of ending Yi Wuchen to relieve his pain. With another loud roaring sound, Yi Wuchen jumped up from the ground. His body was surrounded by the horrifying dark air flows, pitch black. Dark air flows appeared on his face, as if he was going to fall completely into the devil's way. There was bloodthirsty light in his eyes. He slowly walked toward Yu Shang and said, "Just kill me." There was no end to this pain, and he feared that he would fall completely and become a person who was not him. He'd rather die than live like this. Sanskrit charms kept coming from Yu Shang's mouth. Yu Shang stared at Yi Wuchen. Then he walked to Yi Wuchen's side, looking at the demonic sword obliquely inserted there. He held the sword with one hand. Yi Wuchen's pitch-black eyes trembled when seeing this. He stared at Yu Shang. The Buddhist aura dissipated. Yu Shang restrained the light, and suddenly the magical wills surged. A powerful devouring force swept out, and all of a sudden, the will and the sword rushed into Yu Shang's body. For an instant, countless demon torrents flowed toward Yu Shang, as if he had become the center of a vortex. He turned around, holding the sword with both hands, his face distorted, and dark streaks appeared on his face, blue veins visible on his arms. A look of agony showed on his face, but his eyes were unwavering. He stared at Yi Wuchen and said, "I'll stay with you." He slowly stretched out his right hand and lifted the sword. Infinite demonic flows rolled in. Yu Shang stared at Wuchen and growled in a deep voice, "Even though we have strong wills, the demons are in the heavens. What can we do?" Boom! A horrifying light of darkness appeared in the sky, rushing into Yu Shang's body. His voice resonated between the sky and earth, allowing the force to erode. "Get out of me!" Yu Shang raised his head and let a roar. Then a terrifying will swept out. The life force around his body became stronger, and the winds of talents whistled around him. Just with one thought, Yu Shang made a breakthrough and entered the true self-saint plane. Yi Wuchen looked at Yu Shang, a wisp of will shaking in his heart. His eyes were trembling. What could the demons of the heavens do to him? He could enter the true self plane in an instant because he was Yu Shang, a domineering figure who sneered at everything and had strong faith. Could he do it? During this trip, both Yi Futian and Yu Shang were in a unique position. Yi Wuchen could barely follow the team with his tenacity, but a good state of mind couldn't make up for everything. Could he? Yu Shang was bearing the pain together with him at the moment. "Nobody will be left behind on our way to cultivation." Yu Shang stared at him and said. Yi Wuchen's heart trembled. His eyes looked like he was driving out the evil spirits from himself, and his will was strong. Read comics on our web novel. Live. For so many years, from an early age to present, the three of them had gone through fire and water and all entered the Saint Plane. No one would be left behind on the path to cultivation. Wasn't it exactly what he had in mind when he pulled the sword? Everything that Yu Shang did for him was the same as what he had done. Yes, Yi Wuchen nodded hard and said. He stepped forward, looked at the sword in Yu Shang's hand, and extended his hand. Yu Shang understood what he meant and handed the sword to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen held the sword in both hands. Even though he was in great pain, he still held it tightly. The appalling dark airflows invaded, and the endless chaotic wills whirled toward him. He inserted the sword on the ground with 2 hands and held it tightly, standing like a statue. Boom! At the same time, a horrific sword will rushed into the sky. The gorgeous radiance of the sword law bloomed from Yi Wuchen's body and soared up. There was not only great terror between life and death, but also great opportunities. Yi Wuchen's state of mind was sublimated. He also entered the true self plane. The sword saint looked toward them, watching them both making breakthroughs and Yi Wuchen still insisting. A gleam of a smile appeared in his demonic eyes. After experiencing so many storms, they still had young hearts. He still remembered the time when they entered the Book Mountain. So far, they had traveled all the way here and gone through many life and death experiences. No one would be left behind on the way to cultivation. This feeling was so good. A smile flashed in his dark demonic eyes. He looked up into the distance. Was the third brother Donglu still okay in this mountain range of origin? Compared with the little brother Yi Futian, the sword saint was more worried about Gu Donglu. He believed that Yi Futian would go through this, and his belief was unshakable. The demonic might tumbled and roared. The sword will dominated the sky. The sword saint sat down and also made his breakthrough. The 3 of them seemed to resonate in their states of mind, and one by one all stepped into the true self plane. In a short time, they all had entered a new level one after another. At this dangerous moment, they all strengthened their beliefs that they would all get out of here alive. Master had taught them that traveling thousands of miles was sometimes even a better choice than reading thousands of books. Even if one was familiar with thousands of ancient books and could use all methods freely and had extraordinary talents, his state of mind could not keep up without traveling many places, experiencing enough trials and challenging himself many times. All the Renhuang, saints and sages in the world were once just ordinary people. Even a true emperor had to go through all sufferings of the world. Nobody was born to be an emperor. The domineering life force kept roaring. The Buddha light was released again from Yu Sheng's body. He evolved himself and expelled evil spirits for Yi Wuchen at the same time. Horrifying air torrents flew along Yi Wuchen's body. The sword held in his hands made a clanging sound. Suddenly, a beam of terrifying sword will rushed into the sky. It was a dark sword will, releasing sword might in the void air. Yi Wuchen maintained the pose as if he had completely turned into a statue. The sword will flowed and rolled, and a beam of bright light was released. Then another sword will was condensed and rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of sword wills were released. They seemed all to be transformed from the laws. Gradually, over Yi Wuchen's body, infinite beams of horrifying sword energy were born, each of which contained extremely strong laws. Yi Wuchen's body was surrounded by the sword wills, as if he would turn all the intruding thoughts into sword energy. In the abyss, the eyes with red light opened again, glancing over the abyss, and the next moment, endless airflows in the abyss roared and rushed out, rolling towards the sky above the abyss. Huh! The sword saint's face changed color. The terrifying storm currents moved in the direction of Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng and tried to devour them. Yi Wuchen maintained the pose and didn't move. The horrifying air flows madly drilled into the sword, flowing into the sword frantically. The sword held in Yi Wuchen's hand seemed to be devouring all the evil thoughts. Boom! Yi Wuchen was completely swallowed by the dark air currents, but he still didn't move. His face seemed to be constantly twisted and transformed. It lasted for a long time, and when everything went away, countless air flows were swept by the sword energy, and there were only horrifying air currents flowing around Yi Wuchen's body. The air between the sky and earth gradually cleared and went back to normal as if it was no longer the demon's land. The demonic spirit in the void air was still rolling, and in the distance, a group of cultivators was rushing to this side. They were Qi Xiangang and others who were waiting outside. They stared at the scene for a moment and then seemed to be searching for something. Yi Futian was here. Where was he? How did those dark torrents disappear? Kong Xian flashed forward, and she saw little Condor standing on the side of the abyss like a monster statue, and he was staring at the abyss below. Yi Futian might be under the abyss. Qi Xiangang also noticed, and his mind was rolling towards that side. Yu Sheng and the Sword Saint were all safe. Hopefully, Yi Futian would be too. Chapter 1407 The Mysterious Man. Under the abyss, Futian wrapped himself in Xiaqing Yuan like a cocoon. At this moment, he seemed to have perceived something. The ancient branches and leaves wrapped around their bodies were spreading to the surroundings, and then, like a blooming flower, he and Xiaqing Yuan, from inside the cocoon, were gradually revealed. They kept their eyes closed. Futian had been recovering during this time while waiting for the opportunity. However, he did not expect that the evil thoughts now could recede on their own. Next to Futian, Xiaqing Yuan sat there quietly, also with her eyes closed. At this moment, her cheeks were burning up, her eyelashes moved, and her bright eyes narrowed into slits. She secretly opened her eyes and took a glance, and what came into view was that handsome face and the long silver hair flowing freely in the wind. Futian seemed to perceive it and also opened his eyes. Xiaqing Yuan hurriedly moved her stare away and looked toward another direction. However, at this moment, her pupils contracted slightly and she felt her whole body go rigid. The life force instantly swept out of her body. Futian also looked forward, and the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. A chill came up his spine, and he got a lot of goosebumps. A figure was standing in front of them. The person standing there didn't release any life force, and they couldn't even sense his presence. It was as though he didn't exist. Yet he was just standing there and looking at Futian quietly. His eyes were tinged with a horrifying blood-red glow. With just a glance, he could directly penetrate Futian and Xiaqing Yuan's minds. Someone could even be here. But where was the glass saint? Futian is here to salute you, sir. Futian was tense and saluted to the figure in front of him. That person still just stared at Futian, without any expression on his face, and even his body felt like non-existent. Vroom. His body flashed away and disappeared directly from the abyss. Futian looked up and could only perceive a wisp of his life force. Let's go, Futian said. His body soared and rose above the abyss. After a while, Futian showed up outside the abyss. People there were also stunned, all staring at that figure who just showed up. Qi Xinggang looked very solemn. The person who just showed up gave him a feeling like he was unassailable. Moreover, he could even show through the abyss. Who was he? Later, when they saw Futian and Xiaqing Yuan also coming up, they felt relieved. Finally, nothing happened to them. However, Futian seemed to also be staring at the figure and have no idea who he was. That figure slowly came forward, and the direction he was moving in was the direction of Yushang and Yiwuchen. More precisely, it was the direction of Yiwuchen. He stared at the sword in Yiwuchen's hand, and a gleam of red light flashed across that pair of eyes that had been emotionless. Sir, Futian called him. Futian saw this scene and became more anxious. His body tried to move forward, but he could feel an invisible force directly covering his body. He floated in the air weakly, unable to move at all. But the person was still walking forward with his back facing Futian, as if he had not released any power. Such a level of ability was simply appalling, as if this person had an invisible hand in the void space. Wuchen, Futian called Yiwuchen and looked nervously toward him, but that figure didn't seem to want to hurt Yiwuchen. He still just stood there watching quietly. Yiwuchen was still standing there like a statue, holding the sword with both hands. Only his body was still surrounded by the evil life forces, which kept pouring into his body. Around him, countless air flows of sword laws converged and came into being as if the process had never been stopped. Finally, the figure started to take action. Boom! Yushang took a step out, worrying that the person would hurt Yiwuchen. When he came near Yiwuchen, that person waved his palm, and Yushang's body was directly flung away. The two of them were not even on the same level. Read more chapter on novel full. When that person stretched out one palm, Yiwuchen's body rose a little bit, and when he clenched the fist, immediately countless air currents around Yiwuchen all poured into his body. At this moment, the lines on Yiwuchen's face twisted wildly. However, at this moment, there was a horrifying beam of red glow appearing in that person's eyes, and then a wisp of light rushed directly into Yiwuchen's eyes. For a moment, those roaring thoughts in Yiwuchen's mind suddenly quieted down and merged into Yiwuchen's mind. Qi Zhuangnag just stared at the person, Perhaps his strength was a figment of their imagination. He slightly turned his palm, and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed their color. Countless swords appeared in the void air, covering the sky and hiding the sun. He then slightly gripped his fist, and suddenly, innumerable sword wills turned into beams of bright light and rushed into Yiwuchen's body. Yiwuchen's floating body suddenly changed to lying there. The horrifying sword laws on the top of the sky washed his body and rushed into him madly. Yiwuchen's body kept shivering. Seeing this scene, Futian and others all held their breath and were extremely nervous. However, they could not intervene at all. Boom! Countless swords became one. Yiwuchen's body seemed to be transformed into an extremely sharp sword, laying between the sky and the earth. Virum. At this time, Yiwuchen opened his eyes, and an extremely radiant beam of sword shot out. His whole body now looked like a sword. His body, lying in the void sky, slowly stood up and floated there. Futian and others all showed surprise when they saw this. Was the mysterious person trying to help Wuchen? "Thank you for your guidance, sir. My name is Yiwuchen," Yiwuchen said and bowed. The person raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, the sword Futian had pulled out suspended in the mid-air, making a clanging sound. Seeing the sword, the mysterious man's eyes displayed a different emotion. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew directly to Yiwuchen's side. Yiwuchen looked at the sword and then at the mysterious man and asked, "Is this your sword, sir?" "Hanzhou." The mysterious figure said 2 words. It was the first time he spoke, and when he said the word, the sword made shrieks and seemed to be trembling, as if it had heard its name. "The sword's name is Hanzhou," the mysterious person said. Yiwuchen watched the sword floating in front of him. The mysterious person let out a sigh. He was no longer himself, and Hanzhou had already been broken and turned into countless broken pieces. This sword was new and deserved to be born as new again. The sword was already a broken sword, with no spirit of that time. "You can rename it," the mysterious warrior said. Yiwuchen looked at him and knew the mysterious warrior was serious. Yiwuchen extended his palm and held the sword. Was this a broken sword? If so, those sword fragments that were used to suppress the demons of all skies were all transformed from this sword. Today, the sword had lost its aura and power of the past. "Sir, I will call it Juzhou," Yiwuchen said. "He came from Juzhou." The mysterious man looked at Yiwuchen and nodded slightly. "Why can't I understand your existence, sir?" Yiwuchen asked. The mysterious warrior looked at Yiwuchen and did not answer. Of course, he could not perceive his existence because he was non-existent. He was the same as Yiwuchen, except that Yiwuchen was luckier than him. He looked up at the sky. Above the void air, the demon clouds were rolling and seemed to have changed their color. What would happen to this mountain range of origin? "Sir," at this time, Futian stepped forward and asked, "Have you seen my friend?" The glass saint brought him into the abyss, but he did not see the glass saint again. Of course, he did not want anything to happen to the glass saint. Would she survive in that environment? "She's gone," the mysterious man said calmly. Futian's heart trembled. So that was to say, was Glass Saint still alive? But how did she get out of there? The mysterious warrior still looked up at the void sky. Endless demon clouds flew back against the trend and swept towards the central area of the mountain range of origin. Not only could Futian, but other people could also feel the change when they looked up. For these months, which part of the mountain range of origin had those warriors gone to? Deep in the mountain range of origin, the life force was too terrifying. Above the sky dome, the scene was just like that in the Doomsday. The demon clouds overwhelmed the sky, all rolling wildly in one direction. Appalling battles were breaking out everywhere in this area, including Imperial-level battles and Saint-level battles. Of course, Renhuang warriors were the main force to clear the way and push forward. Those who blocked their way were sounds crawling out of the ground as if they were endowed with real lives. Boom! Extremely gorgeous divine light was released by a Renhuang-level warrior. Everything that it had crossed turned into nothing, but still, there was a life force in front of the Renhuang that chilled even his blood. The Renhuang looked up into the distance where he saw a terrifying storm converging above the sky dome, and a very intimidating life force was being released from there. In the mighty space, all warriors marched forward violently. They had spent so many months on the trip. It was extremely difficult to reach this place, whether for Runhuang warriors or Saint Plain warriors. During this time, many warriors had fallen into the mountain range of origin and lost their lives. They kept moving forward. Among the crowd, Zhang Yuan, the supreme master of Violet Heavenly Palace, was also here, but now he was with the Runhuang warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thunder was roaring from his body, and he was heading forward. Beside them, warriors of other top powers had also arrived and were heading forward from different directions. Gradually, they all gathered under a huge demonic cloud whose shape looked like an endless loop. They raised their heads and glanced at it. No matter what level a warrior was, they all could perceive a suffocating pressure that seemed to be able to overwhelm them. The terrifying demon cloud lay above their heads, and sometimes they could see a demon shadow in the cloud, which was about to climb out of it. "It's here." A Runhuang warrior followed the destructive demon cloud and walked forward, and there he saw a single mountain peak on which a figure dressed in white sat cross-legged and looked like a scholar. The figure in white was sitting under the center of the storm. "What is he doing?" warriors asked themselves. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace recognized the figure. He was the descendant of the Gu clan. What was he doing there? Who brought him here? Did Gu Tianqing do that? And now he was sitting there. Who was he waiting for? They didn't know the answer, so they could only keep walking toward the mountain. Chapter 1408 Giants had all come. In this vast land, people who came here were almost all from the most powerful forces. From one direction, the Futian goddess of the Brahma's pure sky led their people to come. Beside her, Qin He, the first saintess below the goddess, asked, "Is this the center of the mountain range of origin?" She looked up to the mountain in front of her, which towered into the sky. "Yes," Futian goddess said and nodded. "Why do we come here?" Qin He asked. They had experienced a lot of dangers during the past few months, but since they approached this area and met with the Ranhuang-level figures of their sect, they had not encountered any dangerous situations. "Perhaps he is the answer." The Futian goddess stared straight ahead and said. The mountain that towered into the clouds was not surrounded by any mountain. It was a unique and unparalleled single peak. Were all of these related to the descendants of Gu clan up there? They looked up at the sky. The might of the rolling demon clouds looked imposing between the sky and earth and were shrouding the mountain range of origin, like boundless enormous storms. Was this what Gu Tianqing did? At this time, as the Futian goddess, even she was slightly convinced that Gu Tianqing might be alive. Was the news released from the prophet's palace at the time true? Would the prophecy come true? Gu Tianqing was not dead, but he would soon pass away. There would be big changes in the demon realm, and the heavenly mandate realm would also change greatly. But who was the big man in the mouth of the prophet? Many people didn't understand the secret inside. Perhaps the prophet was the only person who knew it, but the prophet chose to depart this life. They all wondered why the prophet did so. Was he trying to keep a secret? Absorbing the fortunes of the mountain range of origin, obtaining the creation of the heaven and earth, a voice came. Warriors of the Brahma's pure sky followed the voice and looked toward the speaker. He was a middle-aged figure with an imposing manner, who was from the celestial gate of vast heaven, the clan that Gu Tianqing belonged to at that time. A low roar came. It was the sigh of dragons. The Dragon God clan and other demon clans seemed a bit angry. Although they had not been able to set foot on this land before, they preferred to keep their mountain range of origin intact. The mountain range of origin was a symbolic place for cultivators of the demon realm. Here was the origin of the demon realm and the place where the demon monarch was buried. For many years, there had been great demon beasts coming from the mountain range of origin, and all the demon clans often came here to baptize themselves. For the demon realm, this mountain range of origin is their ancestral land. But now, it seemed to be destroyed. However, who had the power to go against the rule of the world and try to obtain the fortune of the mountain range of origin? Was Gu Tianqing of the world of human cultivators? The divine elephant clan walked across the sky, shaking the void air and overwhelming the sky and earth. The mountain range of origin had changed so drastically that even the ancestral bones of their ancestor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, had appeared in the world. It seemed that there would be a big change in the demon realm. The warriors kept marching forward. They came to the single peak and looked up toward the figure in the upper sky. Nobody took action right away. Above the sky, the suffocating night shrouded this space. The terrifying storm hovering in the sky seemed to turn into a human face, but it was extremely blurry and difficult to see clearly. Warriors of the heavenly mandate realm had also arrived. They looked up to this side, with no emotions in their eyes, but they did not dare to take action either. That might be Gu Tianqing. That time in the Purple Underground sect, Gu Tianqing came and dominated the situation. At that time, no one dared to touch him, and he directly took Gu Donglu away. Who dared to stop him? The name of Gu Tianqing was enough to daunt people of the heavenly mandate realm. How many people in the world had a grand demeanor like him? At that time, Gu Tianqing was the one whose cultivation was nearest to the heavenly path in the heavenly mandate realm. As they approached the lonely peak towering in the sky, these warriors gradually all stopped and looked up at the descendant of the Gu clan. If the Purple Underground Emperor's subordinates had not released the message, no one would have even known this person's arrival in the heavenly mandate realm, which caused such a great uproar. The demonic cloud storm tumbled, but at this moment, the space seemed extra quiet. At this moment, some demon emperors and human emperors turned around and saw a group of figures crossing the void air and descending into the space below the single peak. They were Futian and his companions. They were brought here by the mysterious man. What? Many people looked shocked when they saw Futian. He was still not dead. In the group of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan's eyes looked fierce, and there was a strong might contained in his eyes. He was wounded and taken away by Ren Huang, and after that, he had healed the injuries for 10 days. Futian, they were deeply trapped in that space, and he thought Futian must be dead. However, there he was, still alive. Warriors of the Divine Elephant Clan also showed surprise. Someone spoke to an Elephant Emperor beside him, and immediately the Elephant Emperor's eyes looked towards the place where Futian was. Boom! The Elephant Emperor took a step out, and the world trembled. His foot seemed to be able to quell one side of the sky. He stepped across the void toward Futian, trying to get back the demonic bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. However, at this moment, the mysterious warrior raised his head. The Elephant Emperor saw a pair of bloody eyes that suddenly drowned his will. The Elephant Emperor's face turned pale. His footsteps trembled the sky dome and collapsed the ground. People's eyes all turned to this side. The Elephant Emperor let out a roar as if he was in a state of madness. He stepped out, but his steps were not moving forward. Instead, he retreated toward the upper sky and left the figure far away. The red glare in the eyes of the mysterious man dispersed. He returned to calm and looked into the distance. At this time, the sky and earth returned to peace, but many of the powerful warriors were all trembling inside. Who was this person? Warriors such as Zhan Yu also stared at them with confusion. Were they saved by a mighty figure? Who was he? Who are you? A demon emperor of Yingzhou Mountain asked. He was also about to step out, but then he saw that Elephant Emperor was shaken and was in shock. So he asked. Many people also wanted to know, but that mysterious warrior didn't even look at them. He just looked up at the figure above the single peak and the storm over his head. That was it. Is he that powerful? Futian thought, with heart slightly trembling. He was quite stirred by the scene. The mysterious man in this abyss seemed to be powerful at a horrifying level. The mountain range of origin was indeed a place full of wonders. And the third brother, what was he doing? What was the storm above the sky dome? Boom! At this moment, people's hearts thumped hard, and the sky shivered. Above the sky, a domineering figure stepped in the void air. When he stepped, even Ren Huang-level figures felt that their bodies were going to be crushed down. All the warriors in this space had a feeling of real suffocation. Bang! Another step out, and the figure above the sky stepped down with his right foot. A phantom of a divine elephant appeared, boundless and huge. He stomped down from the sky dome and hurried toward that mysterious warrior. The people around were also shivering. This elephant figure was like a deity. Every step he took in the sky threatened the great law. The warriors of the divine elephant clan all bowed down and worshipped, showing reverence in their eyes. The figure was the king of their divine elephant clan, the contemporary elephant emperor. However, the mysterious was still standing there, looking up at the divine elephant's phantom trampling down. From his body, appalling wills of the great law appeared, and a sword appeared directly over his body and towered up in the clouds. Boom! The great law roared up. The elephant phantom collided with the towering sword and together shattered and collapsed until nothing was left. The dull sound made people's blood boil as if the blood would burst out from their ears. The vast and endless space was shrouded under an extremely suppressing might. The elephant emperor's eyes in the void glowed with golden light, and he glanced down. Cultivators of the top human forces were also shocked. Who was this person? There were only a few cultivators who could directly confront the divine elephant emperor in the heavenly mandate realm, and probably there were only a few top figures of the 5 supreme forces in the world of human cultivators who had such abilities. Obviously, this person did not belong to any of them. Is this person a cultivator in the heavenly mandate realm? The elephant emperor's gaze swept toward the surrounding space. Above the sky, beams of divine light shone, and some figures gradually showed up. There were altogether 5 people, one of whom wore a purple robe, standing above the sky dome, like a ruler of the great law, his power overwhelming the space. He was the lord of the violet heavenly palace. Another man was dressed in a black suit, standing with his hands on his back. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain peak, as the lord of the 10,000 divine mountain. From another direction, a figure in a Taoist robe with immortal temperament showed up. He looked very young, with a gallant bearing. This peerless person was the master of the Jiang clan of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The 2 figures who showed up, in the end, had the most outstanding temperament. One of them, the moment she appeared, overshadowed all the 9 skies, and her beauty seemed to contain all the colors of the world. She was the lord of the Brahma's pure sky, the most prestigious woman in the heavenly mandate realm, and she was the only one. Whether in terms of beauty or strength, she was at the highest peak in the heavenly mandate realm. The other man was bathed in dazzling divine light. He wore a crown and a royal robe with a bearing that made all people in the space want to kneel in front of him. He was the current imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. When they appeared, people of all top forces bowed down and worshipped. Qi Ji, the top figure of the heavenly mandate realm, Futian recognized him and thought to himself, quite shocked. Of course, he knew that the third brother did not have such great influence. All was because of Gu Tianqing's appearance. Later, the monstrous demonic might shrouded all the skies. Many super demon beasts showed up, like the dragon emperor of the divine dragon clan with extremely magnificent bearing, overwhelming the world. The lord of the sky demon court stood there, dazzling even more than the sun, and the subordinates around him were all super great demon beasts. The purple gold rat emperor was dressed in black. Although not as handsome as others, he was also unparalleled while standing there. "May I know your name, sir?" At this moment, above the sky, the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked down at the mysterious man and asked. There was such a figure who could fight against the divine elephant emperor in the heavenly mandate realm, but he as the lord did not even know. Songlan's descendant, the mysterious figure said when he looked at the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate realm. The heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord squinted his domineering eyes slightly in surprise. Not only him, but many top characters in the heavenly mandate realm all also looked at him in shock. The name Songlan sounded strange to the vast majority of people in the heavenly mandate realm, but how could those top figures not know? This mysterious warrior was not referring to himself. He was talking about the imperial lord of the dynasty who was the descendant of Songlan. The imperial lord Clanlan was the ex-imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. This person actually belonged to the previous era. 1409 The Matrix Pattern. The heavenly mandate realm imperial lord's robe was blowing in the wind. A horrifying gleam of divine light flashed in his eyes. He stared down at the mysterious figure and asked, "May I know your name, sir?" He called him sir because the person knew his father, the old imperial lord. "Who am I?" The mysterious man murmured as if he was also a little confused. He looked at the tumbling demonic cloud in the sky and said to himself, Dugu is already dead. Dugu is dead? The warriors all stared at him, and those top figures seemed to be searching for which figure's surname was Dugu in their minds. Soon, they contracted their pupils slightly, and they seemed to have thought of someone. That was the time before the divine prefectures united, and he was a figure during the battle between the humans and demon beasts in the heavenly mandate realm. In the most recent war between the two races, there was a peak swordsman whose surname was Dugu, Hanzhou Sword Emperor. When he drew his sword from the sheath, the world shivered for him. It was said that during the battle, he alone slew many demon emperors. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace murmured. Hanzhou Sword Emperor was a legend. According to some ancient records, his wife was killed by a warrior of the demon clan, and then he practiced swordsmanship alone and became a disciple of many famous masters in the sword to study it. In the end, he perfected the skill of wielding swords, and he slew countless demon warriors. The final battle was that so-called super war. It was rumored that he went alone to the deep of demon realm with one single sword, killed countless warriors of the demon clan, and sealed the souls of countless demon clan warriors under his sword. It looked like the place where these younger people broke into was the land where he killed monsters. Hanzhou Sword Emperor, during the war of that year, pushed straight into the place of origin of the demon realm. The lord of the Jiang clan of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven looked at Hanzhou Sword Emperor and asked, Sir, have you already passed away? Hanzhou Sword Emperor looked at him and said, I suppose you could say that. He was no longer the Hanzhou Sword Emperor of that time. During that battle, he was devoured by many powerful warriors of the demon realm, but a wisp of his memory persisted. The spirits of the demons had eroded him, and the soul of his sword and the demons had been fighting for so many years. He was no longer what he used to be. Hanzhou Sword Emperor's body also contained the wills of countless big demon figures slain and buried by his own hands, and now they had all been combined as one, but still, the body was dominated by his own will. Before, he had been actually in a deep sleep state, until Yi Futian and others arrived. His will was awakened after Yi Wuchen pulled out that sword. In a sense, his experience and Yi Wuchen's experience were somewhat similar. He was also invaded by the wills of demons. Therefore, after seeing Yi Wuchen persist, he helped Yi Wuchen, because he saw himself in Yi Wuchen. The lord of the Jiang clan nodded slightly. He noticed that the Hanzhou Sword Emperor's body didn't seem to be concrete. It was condensed from wills. He had lost his life at that time. The Hanzhou Sword Emperor they saw today was no longer the Dugu Zhanzhou in the past. The powerful figures of demon clans all looked emotionless. Hanzhou Sword Emperor was also a big figure whose name was well known in the heavenly mandate realm. He entered their demon world and exterminated the Chongqi Great Demon Clan. Nobody expected that such a figure was still alive and was in the mountain range of origin. Even though he said he had fallen, he still stood there. Top figures of the heavenly mandate realm at this moment all thought of Gu Tianqing. Since Hanzhou Sword Emperor could be alive, could Gu Tianqing also be? Although Hanzhou Sword Emperor was also a legendary figure, his strength in his peak period was not as high as Gu Tianqing's. Gu Tianqing was just a freaking genius. He even had touched the heavenly law. Many top figures turned their eyes back to Gu Donglu, who was above the single peak. The horror storm hovering above him was still flowing. Above his head, amid the terrifying spiral storm, an illusory phantom was looming, but the phantom was in the storm, in a distorted shape. Go take him, a voice came out. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate realm didn't want to wait any longer. They had to take action after all. He raised his palm, grasping toward Gu Donglu in the air, and suddenly a large palm print headed toward the single peak and clawed toward Gu Donglu's body. Boom! When the big palm print arrived, a terrifying storm-like curtain appeared around Gu Donglu's body, which shrouded his surrounding area and isolated him from that palm print of great law. The palace owner of the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at him. Suddenly, the bright divine lightning lit up the earth and suddenly covered the sky. Thousands of thunderclouds gathered together, and the vast space seemed to have turned into a ruined world of thunder. The monstrous might of thunder attacked with the power of supreme destruction and blasted toward the place where Gu Donglu sat. He wanted to see what Gu Donglu had arranged and how he would stop them. Fizz, the shrieking horrific sound came out, and the terrifying thunderstorm rubbed against the light curtain around Gu Donglio's body. 9 beams of celestial light from Gu Donglio's body rushed into the sky and poured into the storm above the sky dome. At this moment, the storm above the sky dome suddenly dropped endless immortal light, completely sealing Gu Donglio's body, and the air flows of the great law above the sky flew down, blocking Gu Donglu from all attacks. Sacred beams of divine light sparkled and shone. Above the sky, the speed of the storm's rotation was extremely stable, and the storm turned into a matrix pattern, emitting aura toward all the 9 skies. It turned into a super matrix pattern that enveloped the endless void air. Huge endless ancient characters surrounded the matrix pattern, which were Lin, Bing, Du, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The 9 characters rotated, and the rays of celestial light rushed into the clouds, radiating demon beasts of hundreds of millions of miles, and the entire mountain range of origin was shaking, creating roars. A terrifying, devouring force came out, emitting celestial light. The demon clouds above the sky were all rolling toward the matrix plane. At the same time, in the lower sky, the mountains were all collapsing and the ground was cracking. Illusory figures of wills rose to the sky and merged into the slots on the edge of the matrix pattern, like becoming part of the matrix. Not only that, but the divine weapons buried under the ground of mountain range of origin also flew out and headed toward the matrix. Then they merged into the matrix slots and were refined into the pattern. Even Han Zhou Sword Emperor, who was right below the matrix, felt his body was out of control and would have to head toward the sky and merge into the matrix. However, he looked relaxed and extremely calm. Was it refining the law between the sky and earth and obtaining the fortune of the space? Those top figures had their pupils contracted and their hearts trembled. No wonder they had hardly encountered any threat since they came near this area. It turned out that all had been absorbed by this super matrix. Was he going to borrow the power of the whole mountain range of origin, refining all the power into the super matrix? The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lord of the Jiang clan stared at the matrix in the upper sky. Their robes were blowing in the mind, and their hearts were slightly stirred. The scene was so familiar to them. They wouldn't forget how intimidating Gu Tianxing's life spirit celestial matrix was. Was this matrix transformed from his life spirit? In the void sky, over the matrix, 9 celestial flashes merged into it. In the end, an illusory figure sat on the matrix. The illusory figure looked solemn and sacred. Even though it was just a blurry shadow, one could still see his domineering appearance. Gu Tianxing was alive. Even if he was not, he still had thoughts in the world, and the plan he set was still in existence. The Lord of Brahma's pure sky, Lord of the 10,000 divine mountains, and the big figures of the demon world also had complex feelings. Too powerful. Even so many years after he had fallen, Han Zhou still had such mighty power. Yi Futian saw this and finally understood why this deceased person, after so many years, could still make the whole heavenly mandate realm tremble. Unless he completely disappeared, those powerful giants of the heavenly mandate realm would never be at peace. In a distant place, a group of warriors from the heavenly mandate realm were trapped in a relic, but at this moment, the relic fell and collapsed violently. Cracks appeared on the ground, and a series of phantoms headed directly toward the distance. A demonic weapon was born from here. It was a peerless, ominous sword, but it was also rolled into the distance. Not just here, similar scenes were happening everywhere in the mountain range of origin. In the mountain range of origin, everyone looked up in one direction, and they could faintly see the matrix of the Great Law above the sky dome, and the matrix was still growing. Only the people standing directly below the pattern could truly feel how terrifying this matrix was. Within hundreds of thousands of miles of the space, there were countless chaotic shadows roaring and rumbling and then being swallowed up, and countless divine weapons were also involved in the whirls. It seemed to have become a matrix pattern of the heavenly law. It still spun in an orderly way, absorbing everything in the world. Saint-level warriors were already powerful ones of their territories and no longer had perishable bodies, but at this time, Yi Futian and other warriors standing under the matrix just felt so small, like millet in the sea. If Gu Tianqing was alive, what did he want to do with this matrix? Gu Donglio's body floated up and came right below the towering matrix. At this moment, the palace lord of the violet, heavenly palace finally lost patience. He stepped out, stretching out his hands. In an instant, endless divine thunder appeared around his body, glaring in the vast world. And there was also a matrix showing up around his body, which was the matrix of divine thunder. The matrix swallowed the divine thunder between the sky and earth. Hundreds of millions of lights of catastrophe shone at the same time, covering the boundless space. Since you are dead, just rest in peace. The voice of the heavenly palace lord was overbearing. Following his voice, hundreds of millions of divine thunders slashed toward the celestial matrix over the skydome and also hit toward Gu Donglio's body. Even after so many years, Gu Tianqing still was a strong threat to him. There was no other person in the heavenly mandate realm that could bring him this kind of feeling. For so many years, Gu Tianqing was the only one. He had not expected that Gu Tianqing was still so terrifying to him after his death. The heavenly divine thunder rose against the wind. The matrix of heavenly law in the void sky dropped hundreds of millions of beams of divine light, as if innumerable demons transformed from demons rushed out. Countless divine weapons and instruments also fell and turned into divine light that could annihilate everything, colliding with the force of thunder. Boom! Above the sky, there seemed to be destructive might, and the appalling divine light of thunder was restrained and could not attack Gu Donglio's body. Above the divine matrix, Gu Tianqing's phantom gradually solidified. He looked down at the warriors in the lower sky and said, a voice that sounded like it was coming from outside the sky, "One who has inherited the laws of origin can be the new king of the demon realm." Chapter 14:10 To make a new king. The laws of origin, the new king of the demon realm. Big figures of the demon realm looked up at the sky. What did he mean by the laws of origin? What did the new king of the demon realm mean? Could it be that Gu Tianqing wanted to obtain the power of the mountain range of origin and create a new king of the demon realm? But who did he think he was? Boom! Above the sky, the divine pattern of the great law was moving. Endless divine light bloomed, and the demon clouds tumbled and roared violently, pouring into the divine pattern. All the warriors could see countless phantoms flowing into it, and solemn chants from the matrix pattern came out like demons' whispers. He wants to seize the laws of the whole mountain range of origin, the Dragon Emperor said coldly. He had transformed into his original form, a sacred purple-gold divine dragon, with 9 claws below his belly and a body tens of thousands of meters long. When hovering above the sky, he looked like a heavenly dragon, covering the sky and hiding the sun. But even so, below the ultimate divine pattern, at this moment he still looked small and was shrouded by the celestial might of the matrix. The vast and boundless mountain range of origin was shaken even harder. Peaks were torn apart, and cracks appeared on the earth. Rivers flowed backward, and tens of thousands of monsters all fell to their knees. The divine pattern was getting bigger and bigger, almost about to radiate toward the whole vast and boundless mountain range of origin area. A supreme power merged into the divine pattern. The 9 immortal shadows controlled the 9 characters and blended with them to launch the divine matrix. At this moment, the big figures below faintly felt the mighty pressure of the heavenly law, but could not do anything to fight against it. Stop! The Dragon Emperor let out a roar, and the sky and earth trembled. The void air was about to shatter. But this roar did not affect the operation of the divine matrix, and the great law divine pattern was still rotating in a balanced manner. After a while, a tall and boundless phantom showed up on the top of the divine pattern. At this time, in the infinite space of the mountain range of origin, many weak demon beasts knelt on the ground and worshipped. Even some powerful demon saints had an impulse to bow at this moment. Even the demon emperors looked solemn and stared at the figure that just showed up. Was that phantom the demon monarch? The mountain range of origin was born from the demon monarch. When the demon monarch unified the demon realm, the mountain range of origin was where the demon monarch palace was built. After the demon monarch passed away, his skeleton turned into this endless mountain range and became a part of the mountain range of origin. Countless great demon beasts were bred from here, so it became called the place of origin. Now, Gu Tianxing wanted to seize the creative power of the mountain range of origin and let the demon monarch reveal himself. Was this what he said, inheriting the laws of origin? That was crazy. Giant figures of the heavenly mandate realm were stirred by the scene. What did Gu Tianxing do? After his death, did he merge his soul into the mountain range of origin just for this moment? Stop him, the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty said. His royal robe was dancing in the wind. He stepped into the void sky, and a faint phantom of a supreme renhuang of tens of thousands of meters in height loomed behind him, like a god, supporting that side of the sky. He stretched out his palm, and the great law divine light of all skies shot at him. The immense imperial might swept across the sky and earth, and countless wisps of keen life forces appeared between the sky and the earth, like endless divine weapons rushing toward him. His outstretched palm turned into a divine sword that pierced through the sky, and he raised his hand and slashed toward the divine pattern of the great law in the upper sky. At this moment, a huge, endless divine sword chopped toward the sky and instantly reached right below the celestial divine pattern, stabbing toward the center of the divine pattern. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was still standing in one place, but his arms and the divine pattern in the void sky seemed to be connected, which were all part of the divine sword light. Boom! The infinitely huge divine pattern trembled fiercely when attacked by the divine sword, but then the tremble gradually subsided and the pattern continued spinning. It was not disturbed and kept obtaining the creation power between the sky and earth. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was calm. Divine light shot out from his palm, and endless divine weapons integrated into the sword, emitting light beams that pierced through the sky, trying to chop off the divine pattern. Above the divine pattern, the figure sitting cross-legged glanced at him. Instantly, celestial light shone, and the beaming 9 characters above the divine pattern rotated. It looked like demons of all skies rushing out of the matrix slots. At the same time, the glare of the 9 characters shone down, blasting towards the imperial lord. At this moment, demons of all skies smashed down from the divine matrix at the same time toward the heavenly mandate imperial lord. The heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord's huge figure held the divine sword with both hands. The divine sword flew, releasing magnificent radiance, tearing off all the skies. Many approaching demons were torn and shattered, but the radiance of the great law divine matrix was endless, which vanquished everything and pounced on his body. The heavenly mandate imperial lord's hands shook, and accordingly, the shape of the sword changed. It turned into a boundless huge golden bell. Clang! The sound of the bell resonated between the sky and earth. The boundless glory of the great law divine bell wiped out all the demons around. However, above the divine matrix in the sky, huge demon figures descended from the sky, as if all the demons in the place of origin were blended into the power of the divine matrix, which contained the power to destroy the world. Boom! A giant foot stepped on the imperial bell, and more demons were approaching, destroying all existence. Seeing this, the heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord looked embarrassed. He held the imperial bell in his hand to sweep down toward the void air, unwavering. The attacks of the laws continued to fall endlessly. The ground collapsed and shattered at the feet of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and his body was sinking. At this time, the boundless and gorgeous divine light on the matrix pattern lit up the sky. Sacred and shining killing light went straight down, targeting the heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord's body. Boom! After a loud noise, the bodies of cultivators below imperial rank were all shaken away and flew to distant places. Futian was the same, and when he stabilized his body, the scene in front of him had already changed, and he was hundreds of miles away. He looked up at the divine pattern in the sky. It was still so dazzling, covering the whole space inside it. Not only that, but when he looked into the distance, he could still see the peerless figures standing over the sky dome. A groan escaped from his mouth. His blood was boiling. If the divine matrix had not been targeting the imperial lord, its aimless attack could wipe out all of them. Even some warriors of imperial rank were shaken from the central area to the edge of the land, only for their safety. Futian stared toward that direction. Even though the attack used so much might, it still did not affect the operation of the divine matrix. Even the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty might be injured by such a blow. Boom! The divine thunder shone between the sky and earth. Even Futian was in a place hundreds of miles away. There was also lightning radiating in this area and shining in the sky. Futian looked toward the central area of the thunder divine light, where the place Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace summoned the catastrophic divine thunder and blasted it towards the sky divine matrix. They had to stop Gu Tianqing. Although they didn't know what Gu Tianqing wanted to do, he seized the power of the place of origin and let the demon monarch that had been underground for many years show up, so he must have a big scheme. The endless divine thunder blasted toward the sky and shrouded it. The divine matrix was still running. Demon-like figures showed up from the divine matrix, their bodies spinning. A divine sword was cast out of the demons of all skies and weapons. It thrust directly toward the violet heavenly palace lord in the lower sky. Futian couldn't open his eyes because of the dazzling light. When the two attacks collided, another gust of heavenly might swept out. Their bodies were once again shaken by the shock and were shook hundreds of miles away. Many warriors coughed up blood and got hit by the afterwave of the light of thunder, bodies burning. Futian and his companions were all scattered and were in different directions. But everyone was still watching the appalling scene over there. At this time, Gu Donglu's body flew to the void air and appeared below the divine matrix. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and his long black hair was flying wildly in the wind. Under that might, he seemed calm while sitting, without knowing the outside changes. At this time, the divine light descended over him and poured into his body. He was receiving the laws of origin. A thought came into many people's minds. Gu Tianqing was trying to make himself the new king of the demon realm. He absorbed all creation power of the mountain range of origin and merged it into Gu Donglio's body. The big figures of the demon realm all looked sullen. This lunatic had passed the creation power of the mountain range of origin in the demon realm to one single person. But Gu Donglu, could he handle it? The cultivation plane couldn't be taught directly to a person. At this moment, 9 beams of celestial light surrounded Gu Donglio's body and then poured directly into him. The 9 ancient characters also rushed above his body at the same time, as if they were guarding him so that he could inherit the laws of origin. The original form of the Lord of Sky Demon Court was a 3-legged golden raven. He stood below the divine matrix, and there was a golden aura of divine flame around him, like a sun deity. He stared at the figure in the void sky and said, "You want to pass the creation power of the demon realm to a human?" Gu Tianqing was a lunatic. The mountain range of origin contains the belief of the demon monarch was transformed from the demon monarch's flesh. The whole mountain range is filled with his wills. Before I died, I integrated my laws into his laws so that I could one day launch it. Except me, there is no second person in the heavenly mandate realm able to do it. The voice in the upper sky was extremely solemn, spreading through the mountain range of origin. From now on, he will be the only one who inherits the belief of the demon monarch and wills of countless demon emperors and demon saints of the mountain range of origin. He was the future of the demon realm. After his laws get proven, he will become the new king of the demon realm. As a human, he was guided by the celestial cultivation method, but you said he will bear the origin of the demon realm and you Gu Tianqing's heritage of celestial laws? The Sky Demon Court Lord asked in a loud voice. Gu Tianqing was just crazy. He wanted to create a new king. Now the world was under the rule of the human race. After Emperor Yeqing was expelled, the demon clans were split. Although they were still strong, they all understood that the demon world was still under the shadow of human cultivators, unless a new king showed up. Gu Tianqing wanted to create a new emperor. Moreover, if Gu Donglu bore the laws of origin, he would have an inseparable relationship with the demon world. By creating a new demon king, do you think you can do it as you want? The Dragon Emperor asked coldly. Since the unification of the world, for 300 years, has anyone in the heavenly mandate realm been stronger than me, Gu Tianqing? A domineering voice asked from the upper sky. The path he is taking is destined to surpass mine in the future. Chapter 1411, The Celestial Gates Participation. Gu Tianqing's overbearing voice shocked the world and made countless people's hearts tremble. Since the two emperors unified the world, Gu Tianqing indeed was at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. One should know that in the past thousands of years, the heavenly mandate dynasty had been the leader of the heavenly mandate realm. The old imperial lord dominated the domain for thousands of years until the new imperial lord ascended the throne, and then the former imperial lord stepped down. He was like a super being of this world. But in the battle less than a century ago, because Gu Tianqing's offspring was assassinated by the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, Gu Tianqing entered the dynasty court in a rage and fought with both the old and the new imperial lords. To repel Gu Tianqing, the former imperial died in the dynasty court but also severely injured Gu Tianqing, which led to the battle in Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, during which Gu Tianqing also lost his life. However, judging from that battle, even the Zhonglan imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty, who dominated the realm for thousands of years, died in the hands of Gu Tianqing. Not to mention the warriors appearing after the reunification of the world, perhaps no figures in the past were comparable with him. Therefore, even though his words are incredibly arrogant, everyone had to admit that since the two emperors ruled the world, in the heavenly mandate realm, Gu Tianqing could be considered as the top one. At that time, Gu Tianqing's son, Gu Jiangnan, was not less talented than his father. Since Gu Donglu might be Gu Jiangnan's offspring and used to be sealed by celestial methods, his talent must also be incredibly amazing. If he also obtained Gu Tianqing's celestial cultivation method and the laws of origin, what kind of monster would he become? There could be no suspense for him to reach the Runhuang level. Gu Tianqing was the first figure who made a breakthrough at that level, which could be seen from the fact that his wills integrated into the mountain range of origin and invoked the spirit of the demon monarch. He was the person who had reached the Runhuang plane, which was why he could do all these. If Gu Donglu inherited the laws of origin, he would also own the talents of tens of thousands of demons, and in the future, he might have the opportunity to ascend to the throne of monarch. Moreover, if he ascended to the throne, he would even be more suitable than the previous Emperor Yeqing. After all, Emperor Yeqing was just a human cultivator who could control demon beasts and was intimate with them. But Gu Donglu directly inherited the laws derived from the tens of thousands of demons' laws of the mountain range of origin. From this point of view, he was more suitable as the new king of the demon realm. Unless, like the ancient times, a demon monarch appeared from their own clans in the demon realm. But it was extremely difficult for demon beasts to seize the creation power between heaven and earth and take that step. It was also the difference between demon beasts and human cultivators. Demon beasts were very hard to touch the pinnacle that was within human beings' ability. Futian heard Gu Tianqing's voice and trembled inwardly. No matter he was an unparalleled figure that intimidated the whole heavenly mandate realm, Gu Tianqing knew that the heavenly mandate realm could not tolerate the third brother. So he wanted to bind him together with the warriors of the demon realm. The only thing was that it was not that easy to let these prominent figures of the demon realm admit him as the new king. Only if the third brother had the strength of that level one day. If he just received those laws, these prominent figures of the demon realm would just watch and not care about him. After all, they were already at the peak of their level. Boom! The might of thunder roared again. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace summoned the Thunder OD Destruction and threw it toward the direction where Gu Donglu was located, right below the Divine Matrix pattern. How difficult was it to kill Gu Tianqing at that time? If previously both the old and new Imperial Lords who had seriously injured him, they would not have been able to kill Gu Tianqing. However, even so, Gu Tianqing had not died yet, and now he also wanted to create a new king of the demon realm whose talent was higher than himself. If Gu Tianqing really did this, it would be a great disaster for them. Therefore, for the two major forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was necessary to stop Gu Tianqing. In the land of Heavenly Mandate Realm, many top imperial clans in the demon domain coexist and govern the demon world together, each of which had their territories. The world of human cultivators and the demon realm is divided by the boundary stone and never interfere with each other. Gu Tianqing, you let all the great powers of the demon realm show reverence to a young Saint Plain cultivator who is also your descendant. Don't you feel it ridiculous? From the collapsed ground, The imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty rose to the sky and raised his hand to cover the sky. Infinite divine palm prints appeared at the same time, destroying the great law of the heaven and earth and blasting toward the place where Gu Donglu stood below the divine pattern. Two peak figures both wanted to wipe out Gu Donglu here to prevent future problems. The divine pattern rotated, and the heavenly might came down. Appalling divine light bloomed from the vast and boundless fighting wills. Giant ancient characters appeared above the sky dome. Demon-like phantoms stepped down, like demons of all skies chanting in all skies, punching out fists of destruction, piercing through the great laws in the space. When the attacks collided, the sky and earth seemed to fall apart. Mountains collapsed. The ground was cracking, and the land turned into a deep canyon. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty God was shaken into the crack of the canyon and quelled down below. The divine pattern still released the bright divine aura. The 9 characters' radiance flew at the same time, and the demons of all the skies surround the 9 figures, extremely solemn. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly might fell, and a phantom from the divine pattern crushed down from the sky. The demons of all heavens became one, thrusting toward the 2 people. Even those top figures of the heavenly mandate realm moved back quickly to avoid this attack. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty felt the terrifying power of this attack, and they walked fast in the same way, raising their hands and removing the ground that obstructed their movements. However, it was too late. The demons of all skies came down with the divine pattern. They looked toward the sky, divine light erupting from their bodies, releasing the strongest might. The endless thunder protected the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. A vast ancient bell surrounded the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Those giant figures who dodged the attack looked at this side from a distance, hearts shaking. This attack had reached the limit. Even giant characters like the Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could not exert their strengths and crushed. A devastating air stream swept past, and the bright light dispersed. There, the crowd saw 2 peak figures showing up, but their clothes seemed to be a little messy, and even there were bloodstains on their bodies. The shock injured these 2 giant figures. I will not blame all the people who participated in that thing except the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. If you have any concerns, my grandson Gu Donglu can marry the goddess of Brahma's pure sky if she agrees. As for 10,000 Divine Mountain, Gu Donglu can also go to cultivate with the Mountain Lord, he again talked. Every sentence Gu Tianqing said seemed to be paving the way for Gu Donglu to prevent future troubles. There were too many people who attacked him at that time. If he were attached to hatred, Gu Donglu would surely die, and no one could save him. For some things, he should just let them go. He didn't blame others for his death, except the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Those 2 significant forces could not be forgiven, especially the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Gu Donglio's mission was to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The scene stirred many strong men. Gu Tianqing acknowledged that this person was his grandson. He was indeed Gu Jiangnan's son, who was sent to the lower realm to cultivate in order to escape the disturbance of that time. Until now, he returned to the upper realm. Gu Tianqing made the arrangements so that if one day his grandson could return, he would give everything to him and pave the best way for him. It could also make up for the regret that Gu Donglu was sealed for so many years. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky and the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain did not have many thoughts on what Gu Tianqing has proposed. After all, prominent figures like them did not care too much about these. For example, about the political marriage, she, as the Lord of Brahma's pure sky, was the legendary empress in the Heavenly Mandate realm, unparalleled in the world. Did she need to protect herself through marriage? However, at least it reflected Gu Tianqing's attitude. Figures like Gu Tianqing did not bother to lie even though they were about to fall. Since he said that he could let go of his grievances with others, he could just let go of them. After Gu Tianqing's words, the terrifying divine might condensed again, and the divine light of 9 characters dazzled and once again thrust toward those 2 prominent figures. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked embarrassed. They flashed away, receded into the distance, and vanished in an instant. They left the space. The two of them were already injured, knowing that nothing could be done. They want to stop the running of the Great Law Divine Matrix, but with the power of two of them, they might not be able to do it. Now, it was time to lay out how to eliminate Gu Donglu, this potential danger. The terrifying divine light chased towards these two men. At the same time, over the flowing divine pattern, the celestial light rushed toward Gu Donglio's body. At this moment, demons of all skies swarmed towards Gu Donglio's body, making Gu Donglio's body keep trembling. Above Gu Donglio's body, the 9 beams of celestial light were extremely bright, guarding his will. Tens of thousands of beams of celestial light gradually were released from Gu Donglio's body, resonating with the sky and earth. His body kept going up to the center of the divine matrix. Then Gu Tianqing took a glance toward the lower sky. There, a person was walking toward the void sky and came under the divine matrix. That figure was the Lord of Jiang clan. The scene made many powerful figures feel shocked. One should know that when the Gu clan was exterminated and Gu Tianqing died, the other 2 clans of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were silent, or one could say they also participated in some things. However, at this moment, the Lord of Jiang clan walked to the divine matrix. What did he mean? This time, will you really go? The Lord of the Jiang clan looked up and said to Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing's phantom sat in the center of the divine matrix, nodding calmly. I asked you to die once, but now, you are really going to depart this life. The Lord of Jiang clan said, farewell. Warriors around him heard his words and were all stirred. At that time, did the Lord of Jiang clan ask Gu Tianqing to die? That was to say, at that time the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven sacrificed the Gu clan after they had reached a tacit understanding. Gu Tianqing was struck hard and must be sacrificed. The Gu clan couldn't survive. Therefore, he asked Gu Tianqing to die. So, had the Lord of Jiang clan also participated in today's plan? Was it also the reason that Gu Tianqing did not wholly die at that time? You hit it so deeply, the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain thought to himself. They were really cruel to themselves. The Gu clan's death was used in exchange for the prosperity of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. And did they make the arrangement for today? At that time, they were all in Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and witnessed Gu Tianqing's death, but he was now still alive, and also Gu Donglu. If the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said they didn't know anything, nobody would believe it. Obviously, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven directly participated in everything. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.